In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Thank you guys for being here. Shakila, hey, how are you doing? Rare Treasure, it is good to see you. Mod Squad, Rare Treasure, I don't see the mods here, but I thank you for being here. We're going to talk about a couple of things today. Rare Treasure. I do news now, Rare Treasure, so I don't know if you are aware, but I definitely do news now. So let me thank all of you for being here. If you find something that I say is something that is new to you that you didn't know that would help you in how you live your life, things that affect you and how you live your life, help me with one of those goals, because in fact those are my goals, is to give you information that you may not be familiar with. Now, let's get into it. We're going to talk about several things. We're going to talk about that failed trip to China that your president took, where he took all of the CEOs of these big billionaire companies. He took Stephen Cook, I think his name is Stephen Cook, from Apple. He took the funny face, always contorting his face, Elon Musk was there. David Hahn, his name is David, the guy from NVIDIA chips, the chip guy from NVIDIA, David Hong, or something like that. I forget his name. He took the CEOs from Blackwater and BlackRock. Yes, these are the people that your president took on his trip to China. Now, why is it that he find it necessary to take billionaires who are already raiding America to China? He said that he took them to China so that these CEOs can open up more opportunities in China. Well, if these CEOs have so many great opportunities to open up, you think they'd be opening up these great opportunities in the United States of America? The only thing that these CEOs are opening up in the United States of America are ways to take your jobs, are ways to make you pay taxes while they don't pay taxes. The only thing that these CEOs are opening up in the United States are ways to which to say Elon Musk actually, how did Elon Musk actually get back being interviewed about what's wrong with America when his Doge bullshit was an absolute failure? Why does somebody have Elon Musk talking about what America needs to do and what he finds wrong with America? And you know the first thing this motherfucker said is the entitlement programs. You have to get rid of them. What is an entitlement program? An entitlement program is Social Security, welfare, uh, Medicaid, Medicare. This is what Elon Musk is sitting his funky ass up talking about. What is wrong with America? Well, if so much is wrong with America, Elon Musk, you can leave. What about if you don't like it here, go home? But no, he wants to bash in everything that America has to offer, but he don't want American citizens to have a thing. This immigrant to America, after your ancestors fought for a equal America, and it has never been equal. We do understand that, but we had made inroads, and all of those inroads have been washed away in one calendar year. All of them. So we're going to talk about that. Let me see what else you guys are saying. I am glad you guys are here. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, Abolo, it is good to see you. Let me see. Cindy, educate yourself. I'm not here to discuss anything that you're discussing. If you cannot stay on topic, educate yourself that no one is holding you here, sweetheart. I am educated and I am talking about what I choose to talk about. If it's not to your liking, you're more than welcome to leave. Hit the like button on your way out. Now I'm going to educate you on how it works over here. You stupid bitch. Okay, I know. I appreciate you, Rare Treasure. It is always good to see you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Outspoken One. It is so good to have you. Loom. This is a very disjointed comment. I don't even know what that is supposed to mean, but stay on topic. I heard Chinese came from an ocean. Maybe it's time to send them back. Hey, Mirren. I think it's Myra. Wait a minute. It's Myra in Maru. Welcome. It is good to have you. If you guys have not subscribed to the page, hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. Yes, that's all they want to do. This now if after this weekend, after this week, shall I say, anyone comes in here talking about 45, 47 being the best. Oh, welcome. Um, excuse me if my Maharu is my 4-year-old baby, and we are from Japan. I love African Americans. We love you back. We love everybody who loves us back. Now, if anyone has any doubt about this administration, if anybody has any doubt after this trip to China, who this administration only cares about, they only care about the Epstein class, that they are now called. They only care about these millionaires and billionaires who are looking to ruin this country for their own personal wealth. This is who this administration cares about. And if you're not sure about who this administration cares about, let me let you hear your president say it out of his own words. So we are never going to forget this, and we are never going to pretend like it hasn't happened. Let me let you hear what your president said about how his policies affect you. You know, the same president that wants to tell you that unemployment is at an all-time low, when when there has been no increase in jobs in the United States. There was a negative amount of jobs created all the whole year last year, and they come out and tell you that people are making more money on their jobs when wages are stagnant. All of this these fairy tales that they come out and tell you as interest rates have increased to 6%, but they say nothing about that as you are paying more for everything you buy in your life, and your pay is stagnant, or they're trying to figure out ways to take your jobs and give them to AI, as layoffs are abundant all across these big tech bros companies.
Are negotiating with Iran, Mr. President? To what extent did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is nuclear weapons? You're not.
I have this playing too quickly because you definitely need to hear this. And you still have these sycophants out here talking about he is the great. So we can all agree these people need to be ignored.
Go ahead. When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that matters.
Did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far, including whether our stock market, which by the way is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about the pressure on Americans and prices right now?
Every American understands.
Americans, how they're feeling about
every American. Are you listening to me? Every American understands, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising. It's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
That's your president. That's your president.
Viral photos online claim to show.
That's the only thing he's worried about during this war. Are we clear? Are we clear? At the same time, this is how your military is being treated in this war. Your military that has the largest budget they have ever had, $1 trillion. Now they want to make it $1.5 trillion. And what are they doing with their budget?
Miserable meals for Donald Trump's troops in the Middle East. And it's triggering concern from family members who are concerned their loved ones are going hungry. Tell us all about this.
That's right, Mark. As the US maintains its blockade of vessels heading to and from Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz, photos of meager meals reportedly served aboard US naval vessels are going viral across social media. Now, this is one of the images circulating, reportedly taken on board the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. Shows a nearly empty food tray, a handful of boiled carrots, a dried out meat patty, and what can only really be described as a slab of grey, unidentifiable processed meat.
It's Ken Harbaugh with the Midas Touch Network. There is a reason I had to pull this clip from an English language news service based in France. It's because the U.S. media is barely covering the story. We already know how badly the Pentagon, under Pete Hegseth's leadership, has failed to prepare for the war against Iran. The Navy didn't have its minesweepers in the Gulf. We failed to harden our installations against missile and drone attacks. And most of all, we had no plan for keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. But we also apparently failed in the most basic task of provisioning our deployed forces. That means providing them with the absolute basics like food and hygiene products.
Now, as we can see here, here's a statement from one father who only wanted to be referred to as Dan. He said that according to his daughter on board the USS Tripoli, members were rationing their food supplies on the ship. Fresh produce was nowhere to be found. She told him that hygiene products were running low as well on the ship. He also said that as a former veteran himself, he said, "We have the strongest military in the world. You shouldn't be running out of food and you shouldn't not be able to get mail on the ship."
The Pentagon, of course, denies all of this. Pete Hegseth called it fake news.
Pete Hegseth said that this was fake news. These are the words of the soldiers who are actually out there. How would they get pictures of these plates? These are the plates that the soldiers are taking pictures of. Why didn't Pete Hegseth counter that with some pictures of his own? Let's go picture for picture. Why isn't there media embedded in this war? I've asked you this question many times before. At the time when we have all of these drones that can fly over and take pictures of anything they want to, at the time when technology is at its height, so they say, do you find it curious that there is no media covering this war on the ground? Let's be real. We are expected to take the word of these liars. The mail, why is it important that the mail is not being sent? They have a zip code for the mail to reach these people who are on these aircraft carriers. Do you understand that? But the zip code has been suspended for an indefinite period of time. Why is that important? Because when you tell your family that you're not being fed, what is your family going to do? They're going to put some care packages together for you to supplement your eating that the military that has $1 trillion budget is not feeding you with. And therefore, they can't even get care packages from home. But nobody's talking about this on your for-profit media as they talk about pomp and circumstance. Okay. This link is in my description box. This link is under Troops Starving. All the links I play will be in the description box. Let's hear a little bit more. And we're going to go on because we're going to talk about this hantavirus. We're going to talk about this hantavirus. We have a whole virus out here. And we know how it went the last time we had a virus come out here. And I reported to you at the time it happened. Your president has pulled out of the WHO, the World Health Organization, and therefore all of the Americans who were on that boat was just free to leave, free to go on airplanes, free to do whatever they wanted to do until they figured out that one of the passengers on I think it wasn't Air France, on KLM airline, I believe it was. One of the passengers who had been on that ship gave a flight attendant the Hunter virus. So what does that mean? That means that the virus is being transmitted in ways that they didn't know it could be transmitted. Because what are viruses known to do to survive? They are known to adapt. They are known to adapt, and they will also change in the way that they can be transmitted. Yes, this is what viruses do to survive. Did you not know that? Let's continue with this though. But don't fear, we have RFK Jr. Over the Health and Human Services. The same RFK Jr. who was swimming at Rock Creek Park in a creek where a sign said that this creek is contaminated with raw sewage in E. coli. Do not swim. Yes, that's who's over. And not only himself and his grandchildren were swimming in this park that has signs up that says that. So are you worried about your health? We got RFK Jr. over the helm.
But one of the things that happens when a government lies as habitually as this one does is that people no longer take that government at its word. And the more that Pete Hegseth tries to control the flow of information, the more suspicious and angry people in the military become. The first ships deployed to support the war against Iran are starting to come home, and the information blackout that Hegseth has tried to impose is about to collapse. Sailors and their family members are going to talk, and soon enough, the entire country will know just how badly our military has been led into a war that never should have happened in the first place. I talked with Chris Goldsmith about this. He's a combat vet himself and the founder of Veterans Fighting Fascism. Here's our conversation. Chris, thanks for joining us. You've been following the story of U.S. Navy sailors downrange, mostly in Fifth Fleet in the Arabian Gulf and the surrounding AOR, literally going hungry. I mean, look, I ate bad food when I was deployed in the Navy, but I never lost. In fact, I usually gained weight on a deployment. We're hearing stories of sailors losing 30 pounds because of the food they're being asked to eat while burning thousands of calories a day. You know, it's not like they're sitting around. Life at sea is hard.
Yeah, these stories have been coming out since at least last month when USA Today published this kind of bombshell piece about how Hegseth had not made sure that supply lines would remain open during the war with Iran. There have been for weeks, if not months, packages that have been just stuck in limbo, food rotting in warehouses, who knows where, maybe in the desert, maybe in Germany. So families who are hearing from, their internet connected sailors and Marines who are on the USS Abraham Lincoln and other ships, they're trying to help, but Hegseth has not facilitated the military logistics necessary to actually feed the troops. I am someone who, when I was in basic training, I was a teeny tiny guy, and they made sure that I got extra rations because they wanted to make sure that I was ready to fight a war. When I deployed to Iraq, I even if I was eating MREs, I got more calories than I needed so that I could bulk up. The sailor that is reported on in Jared Zizzer's Substack piece, he was 168 pounds and 6 foot tall. And then he lost over 30 pounds. So he's 6 foot tall and 128 pounds. That is skeletal. And this is not, onesies and twosies. The USA Today story came.
We're gonna release lethality, the maximum lethality on the enemy, and our war fighters are going to go in, and they're all of this propaganda that you hear from this idiot Pete Hegseth, and this is it. This is actually what is going on with the American military that has a $1 trillion budget. The same Pete Hegseth that in September of 2025 just blew off $93 billion under the guise we have to use it or we will lose it next year. Yes, the same Pete Kegbreath who blew off $93 million on bullshit, ribeye steak, lobster tails, crab legs, furniture, designer furniture, contracts that are yet to be revealed. When Pete Kegbreath already knew he would not lose the $93 billion that was still in the budget because on July 4th, they passed the big bloated budget bill that ensured that in 2026 they will be getting $1 trillion budget as opposed to their 2025 budget that was only $836 billion. So that use it or lose it excuse to blow away $93 billion at the same time that people were looking to be being thrown off healthcare. Poor people was looking at losing their Medicaid. This is what your government is doing with your tax dollars. We gotta use it or we're gonna lose it. $93 billion. Just blown when they know that their next budget was going to be $1 trillion. It had already gone through on July 4th. Make any of this make sense? And now we are in a illegal war with Iran, and your troops are starving. And you have this idiot coming out here telling you all these fables and fairy tales and shit. As it's obvious, we are not winning this war. All of this to lose a war, and your children, grandchildren, whoever, to be on these ships starving. As we're losing this war, as we have idiots over this war, as anyone who knows how to fight a war is being fired because of the insecurities of this drunk motherfucker, because he is so insecure that he cannot stand a lifelong colonels, generals telling him how stupid his ideas are. They don't even have to say, "Hey, motherfucker, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard of in my life." All they have to do is say the correct thing, because he is so in his feelings. He's so stupid. He doesn't even know how to think about the correct thing to do in this war. So when you have a lifelong general telling you the correct thing, you get in your feelings. Your feelings get hurt because you understand that you are so stupid. You understand that the idea that you just gave this general sounds like some dumb shit. And he told you the right shit that should be done. And now you're in your feelings, and this man loses his job because you're in your feelings because you are not qualified. What about the meritocracy? You have no merit to hold the position you're holding. So you're firing 4-star generals of 30 and 40 years in the military. Okay.
Came out last month in between this thing that broke over the weekend, and then Newsweek came out with even more sailors who've lost tens of pounds. And, food isn't just important for the mission. It's also important for motivation. We are going to be in a re-enlistment crisis because of the way that Pete Hegseth has failed to manage this war of choice, the illegal incursion into Iran.
We haven't begun to hear and see the stories that are going to come out of this war like a flood, like a landslide. Once these sailors get home, the Ford is on its way back to the States now. If you wonder what the downside or one of the downsides of banning the Pentagon press corps from the building is, it's that these stories get pent up. It's that there aren't the truth seekers holding the Pentagon accountable, which isn't just good for democracy and the American people. It's good for the Pentagon. I mean, that is an insight that I don't think Hegseth will ever take to heart. We talked to Fred Wellman, who was Petraeus' spokesperson. He was the 101st Airborne's spokesperson in Iraq. who talked about the advantages of having media that did its job, the advantages to the military, as annoying as it was for him trying to answer all of their annoying questions. It made the Army better. I don't know if in your role as a ground pounder you ever felt this, but I got to believe you're seeing it now. At least what happens when you don't have a fourth estate that is empowered to do its job.
Yeah, it is amazingly short-sighted that Hegseth and Trump think that they can kind of like threaten their way into making these kinds of stories go away. But there are 50,000 troops who are deployed to the Middle East in support of the whatever, name they're giving the Iran conflict right now. That's 50,000 people who are seeing, witnessing, taking photos and taking videos on their personal phones on a daily basis of what reality is over there. And while, it's important to maintain, operational security, discipline, and that kind of thing. It is also important to blow the whistle when the Secretary of Defense is lying to Congress and saying that all of the sailors are being well fed, they're eating gourmet food every meal. I mean, that's the way that Pete Hegseth responded to the original USA Today photo. He had the Pentagon posting photos of like gourmet food, literal piles of it. And at this point, I don't know who he expects to trust him, because the first thing that I saw was, it's either an old photo or that's AI. And just because there's one time with one photo of a lot of food, that doesn't mean that 3 meals a day or 4 meals, because there's always night shifts. It doesn't mean that everybody's eating the calories that they need. And that is, that can have lasting effects on the body. Starvation is a serious thing. And
Okay, this link is in my description box. I just wanted to share that with you. As our military stars, CEOs are going to China with this administration. And why was keg breath over in China? What the fuck did they take keg breath over to China for? When he's in the middle of a failed war. But he's over there in China skinning and grinning and looking around like a kid in a candy shop. You have Marco Rubio standing up there trolling around in wonder, looking at the ceiling, how embossed the ceiling is in the room that they're in. Like, oh wow, this is beautiful. Well, America could be beautiful as well. America could be beautiful as well. If you guys didn't let these oligarchs run off with all the money, all the taxpayer dollars in America. But I bet you their homes, we saw Jeff Bezos, one of Jeff Bezos's yachts. Oh, it's beautiful. It most definitely is beautiful. Unlike those Amazon trucks that his workers have to put water bottles in to urinate in because they don't get enough time to stop to even go to the bathrooms. That's not beautiful. Not like all the jobs that these billionaires say that they are going to cut in lieu of AI. And this is who's on the trip with 4547. 4547 I already said it's a one and done with you dumb motherfuckers that voted for him, and you still act like you've never heard it. When people in Congress was said, what do you think about President Trump saying he doesn't care about the impact of the economy on the American people? Oh, I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear him say that. I did not hear him. I can't comment because I didn't hear him say it. You think that these motherfuckers didn't hear he said it? You don't think that their text messages and their phones were ringing off the hook and they had gotten word that he had said that? And they were told to say, act like you didn't hear it. Don't make any negative comments, make excuses for it, lie about it. All of them need to be thrown out of office. All of them need to be thrown out of office. Let's be real clear. Not just some of them, all of them. Let's get on to some more things that I wanted to share with you, shall we? Oh, yes, I do want to share this with you right now. See, because MAGA doesn't believe when they hear from the president's mouth. But yeah, people with sense, we definitely believe what MAGA is putting down. MAGA don't care about anything. MAGA will cut off all of their fingers if America become as racist as it used to be. The only thing that MAGA cares about is overt racism. Let's keep it above. Not the covert, the overt.
So when the Supreme Court gutted what was left of the voting
The
rights act,
covert racism is just a little bit too much. They want to be out here loud and proud with their racism. And God forbid you say it out loud. They're going to pretend like something's wrong with you. You're a reverse racism. There's no such thing as reverse racism, you idiots.
So when the Supreme Court gutted what was left of the Voting Rights Act, southern states, including mine here in Tennessee, just went to bat immediately to make sure that they could redraw their maps and ensure Donald Trump a win. They put Donald Trump over the American people. And so did the Republican Party, which is what the Republican Party has been doing for the last 10 years. They've been putting Donald Trump over the American people. Democrats put it on the ballot and let voters decide. And in Virginia, that one's tossed out at the moment. The will of the people has been overturned. In Louisiana, they stopped an election midway through it and said, nope, we're going to stop it. We're going to halt it. Those votes don't count. We're going to undo the will of the people, and we're going to redraw these maps. And, of course, we had the clusterfuck here in Tennessee. But there's so much talk going on right now about it all. And I do realize that, yeah, we're headed right back to the Jim Crow era, and I'm going to talk more on that in a little bit and how that MAGA is spinning this one, trying to act like, oh, yeah, racism is over. It's gone now. All votes.
And if you don't believe that's not what all of this is about, you're crazy. If you want to pretend like all of this is about something else, you're insane. Make America great again. When was America great? These white racists feel like America was great in Jim Crow. And that's why they're trying to bring this country back to the Jim Crow era. Let's be real clear about it. It has never been vague. It's always been known. But now that they are putting in actions and rules and laws to turn America back to the Jim Crow era, are we supposed to pretend like this is not what they're doing? I'm not going to pretend like I don't know. This is exactly what they're doing. Tennessee Holler, this white man who lives in Tennessee, is not going to pretend like he doesn't know that this is exactly what they're doing. You can pretend, but you're not going to pretend with me. Let's continue.
Counts the same. That's all a bunch of bullshit. But out of everything that I've seen, we're headed right back to the Jim Crow era, and I'm going to talk more on that in a little bit and how that MAGA is spinning this one, trying to act like, oh, yeah, racism is over. It's gone now. All votes counts the same. That's all a bunch of bullshit. But out of everything that I've seen, this clip right here I'm about to play you, it's a little bit long, but it's worth every second of it. This clip right here of this Louisiana resident, this is the one we need to see, and this is the one we need to talk more about. Take a look and enjoy it.
I have no doubt in my mind that the map's going to pass. If y'all can give us less than 0 seats, you would do it. Y'all do this under the orders of somebody that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white people, that it caused reverse racism. RFK said that black children are overfilled on antidepressants and that they need to be reparented on different farms, all of them. Pete Hegseth constantly brings Doug Wilson to the Pentagon to give a prayer.
Hold on. One original DJ Dale. How much money does the war generate for the American people? Yeah, who said that the war didn't generate money for anyone? Everybody knows the war generates money for people who have contracts in the Pentagon. So exactly what is your point, you stupid motherfucker? What is your fucking point? You have no point. We're talking about racism and the racist maps. We're talking about Jim Crow now. And you think that you're going to sneak in something like, I don't know, that the war generate money for somebody. Why do you think they go into these stupid wars in the first place? You don't think I know about the war industrial complex, you stupid fuck. But what does the war generate in your fucking pockets is what I don't know. Let's continue. Ugh. Oh, you fucking fools. How does it improve your life?
Body that said the Civil Rights Act was harmful to white people, that it caused reverse racism. RFK said that black children are overfilled on antidepressants and that they need to be reparented on different forms, all of them. Pete Hegseth constantly brings Doug Wilson to the Pentagon to give a prayer service. Doug Wilson is the same pastor that said that slave owners were on strong spiritual ground. I don't have no belief in no morality on anybody that followed Donald Trump. If you wasn't with this map, you wouldn't be underneath this president. You wouldn't be in your party. You would stand up, you would stand against it, you would speak out about it. So as far as I'm concerned, if you here as one of these Trump Republicans, you already showed us who you are. You showed us what you want to do. And I believe the country as a whole is rebuking your party. Y'all are in a death spiral. That's why y'all have to redistrict. That's why y'all have to cheat. That's why Trump got to go to Texas and say he entitled to 5 more seats. It's because y'all know what y'all doing is abhorrent. We letting our people die in Iran based on false pretense that Tulsi Gabbard and Joe Kent said ain't real. Y'all okay with all that. So I'm positive y'all gonna be okay with the maps. But the beautiful thing is, the children that y'all have made and the people that's younger than y'all don't support none of this racism that y'all want. The MAGA party is the last breath of the Confederacy. And I'll be happy to see millennials and Gen Z bury y'all. There will be no more of your party. The midterms gonna come, y'all gonna get wiped out. Trump gonna get dragged out of the White House, and I'm gonna love every second of it. Because y'all loved every second of the suffering that he caused to everybody in this country. And worldwide, we starve in Cuba. We bomb Nigeria. We hold in Zimbabwe and Zambia hostage for their minerals. We don't want to give them aid support. The pro-lifers that say all life is special, y'all letting kids die of AIDS. What part of your Bible say that? Point out the scripture. I think everybody would love to see it. And we would love to see y'all in the midterms.
You know, folks, I've played a whole lot of clips here on the channel, but that one right there is going to end up being iconic. That one is going to be in the history books, and people years from now will roll that one back because everything he said there was the absolute truth. It's one of the most epic clips that I've ever played, maybe the most epic clip I've ever played here on the channel. But there was one part of that that really did sting when he said it and really got me to stop and pause and think long and hard before I sat down to do this video, because I actually heard him say it yesterday. And it took me a while to really sit and think about it because there was a part of that that really stung me. And that was when he said, MAGA is the last breath of the Confederacy. I grew up right on the state line of Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia. I've always joked and said I'm in the buckle of the Bible Belt. And I did so in the 1980s at a time when Southern culture was all over TV and all over movies and all over music. It was everywhere you looked. And we grew up watching shows like the Dukes of Hazzard and listening to bands like Leonard Skinner and Hank Williams Jr. in Alabama. And even Tom Petty would have the Southern flag, a rebel flag from time to time. You would see Jimmy Carter with it behind him at different times in history. And so you grew up with it all around you. And you grew up with people telling you that it wasn't about slavery. It wasn't about racism. It wasn't about none of those things. It was about states' rights. You heard all of those talking points growing up. Well, the Civil War was something that always fascinated me. And I will say that I would consider myself to be a Civil War enthusiast. I remember there was a time in my life, and I'm talking 14 or 15 years old. I think I was like a freshman in high school when I read a book that was called The South Was Right. And I read this book, and it was written by two brothers. I think their last name was Kennedy. And in this book, it started off with like, history is written by the winner. That's how they started the book. And I'm sitting there reading that. You got to think about it. I'm a 14-year-old kid who's been told this line of horse shit his whole life. And I'm reading this, and they're saying, well, history was written by the winner. And I'm going, well, yeah, that's true. I mean, let's hear from the losers here. Let's hear from us, because yeah, they wrote the history books, so let's hear from us. So you're listening to that. And then you notice as you're reading it, they keep leaning harder on calling it the War for Southern Independence. They don't call it the Civil War. They call it the War for Southern Independence. And they tell you, hey, the North came down here and they invaded us. We were trying to be a sovereign nation of our own. We were trying to be independent, and they invaded us, and they forced us to rule under them. And then as the book goes on, all of a sudden they start bringing out people who were former slaves. They start going back and digging up interviews with people who was probably 90 years old at the time they were being interviewed, and they were talking about how their master was a good man and they were treated well. And I remember, even as a 14-year-old kid, getting to that portion of the book and going, I don't really buy this. I can't really see that this could be the truth. But when you're raised up here, and you're raised up around people who are good to you, you're raised up against people who are always there for you, and they're the people you grow up with, you really hate to think that your people in this part of the world could have ever been so badly on the wrong side of history. So there was certain parts of that book that I caught myself as a teenager wanting to believe. And then I started doing some digging on the authors, and I started finding out what they stood for. And I also started realizing that every other Civil War enthusiast that I met was a staunch Republican every time. Every time I met someone who was a history buff on that subject, they were always staunch Republicans, saying this bullshit about, well, the Democrats are the party of slavery. Democrats are the party of the Ku Klux Klan, which, yeah, I mean, they were, but we definitely had a party switch. And they'll sit and say to you, no, we didn't, man. There wasn't no party switch. All right, well, if there wasn't a party switch, I want you to do me a favor. Go down to Dalton, Georgia, and find the biggest redneck you can with a big Confederate flag flying off his trailer. Walk up, knock on his door, and ask him why he voted for Kamala Harris. If you think the parties didn't switch, just try that one on for size and see how far you get. But it's crazy to me now, watching this all unfold, and the very people who are so solidly behind this redistricting and so happy to see it. I've seen so many people here in Tennessee go, man, I'm so glad that the right's in control. I'm glad they're the majority here. I'm glad they're doing this, because now all votes are going to count the same. There's no racism anymore. It's all gone, and all the votes are going to count the same. Okay, well, if all votes count the same, let's just go ahead and get rid of the Electoral College altogether. Say that to one of these assholes, and I promise you real quickly, they'll be like, oh, wait a minute, no. Because if we did that, these big cities would be able to control us, and we'd have to live under them if that was the case. So again, you're never going to find any consistency whatsoever with these people. But folks, I grew up and I learned the hard way as I went along. And I really worked hard to get a better understanding of things and not fall for the Southern apologist bullshit. And along the way, growing up, if you'd have met me when I was a teenager, you would have seen Confederate flags on items that I had, on T-shirts I had. Hell, I had one hanging in my room at one point. You would have heard me listening to David Allen Coe, who I still haven't talked about. He passed away recently, and eventually I'll get around to talking about him, but I really didn't. I didn't want to use his death to talk about it for some reason. But yeah, I've made mistakes in my life, and I've believed things that people told me, and I've laughed at stupid jokes and stupid songs. But you grow up and you try to do better and you try to learn and you try to work to get past it. And then someone says, MAGA is the last breath of the Confederacy. And it stings because you realize, fuck, this is the people that I was brought up around. This is the people that I grew up around, and this is the people that I tried so many times growing up to give the benefit of the doubt. And I used to wonder, what would it have been like if the South would have won? What would have happened? Of course, that book told me that, the slaves would have been free in 2 weeks. It would have all been over. But when you see Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, and I'll throw Marjorie Taylor Greene in there, even though she is at odds with them, when you see that MAGA cult the way they are, and you see the racism that's out there so strongly today, and you see the way that people just loves to dance on the graves of someone like a George Floyd, you just say to yourself, damn, that was the Confederacy? You know what I mean? It just makes you feel so fucking dirty. So I'm really thankful that dude made that speech, because it needed to be said. But everywhere I go, I have a hard time looking at people the same way over the way that MAGA has been these last 10 years. It causes me to look at everything so differently. So, yeah, it's just one of those things that you hoped when you were younger that we would be past it. But there was always assholes like the two men that wrote that book that tried to dupe me years ago. There's always those assholes like that were trying to drag us back to this. And there's one thing I meant to talk about. I know this video is going a little bit longer, but there's one thing I meant to talk about that I do need to say. And shout out to a TikTok creator named Alabama Disgrace. I love her stuff. I follow her. She said something that I felt really needed to be said. You're seeing a lot of people right now say things like, well, these black athletes, they need to boycott the SEC. They don't need to go to colleges like that. And she made a great point. She said, you know what? We can't ask black people to fight this fight alone. We can't ask them to sacrifice. If they've got a chance to go to college, they've got a chance to better themselves. We can't ask them. It needs to be the white athletes that says, fuck you. It needs to be more white people that stands up and says, fuck you. It needs to be we have to stand up for them in this moment. We can't just keep putting it over on them. When she said that, I was like, that is absolutely the truth, because I was having mixed emotions about that sentiment too, of like, well, just boycott the SEC. I was having a lot of similar thoughts, and she put it into words that needed to be said. And so we can't keep making them fight this fight alone. We have to stand up with them. And if a young Brando can throw away certain David Allen Coe tapes and stop laughing at bullshit and throw certain flags in the garbage, then the adult version can stand here and fight even harder. And
there you have it. I think plain and simple. It's time to stop. It's time to stop ruining this country about your insecurities and calling of the things that are being done in this country, something about legalities and all of this. It's time to stop ruining this country, trying to go backwards with this overt racism. And all it is doing is pinning regular people against regular people. And where is the win in this? When are people going to wake up and understand that the reason they are placating your racism is so that you can blame everybody else about your condition, instead of looking to the people who are steadily making money in this country and who are ruining this country because of their greed. And you have nothing to say about the ones that are really destroying your life and the future of your life for your children. The billionaires. You have nothing to say about them. Half of you don't encounter a black person a day in your life, but you want to hold on to some racism as if some black person has done something to you to stop you from excelling in your life. Half of you don't even try to excel in your life, and then you still want to blame a black person that you never met in your life, that never has interacted with you, affected you and how you live your life. But the thing that affects you and how you live your life, you continue to vote for. You continue to make excuses for the ones that affect you and how you live your life. But when you have your Meemaw sitting in a hospital bed in your in the living room of the fucking trailer park that you live in, is that going to be the black man's fault? Because they're closing down all of these nursing homes? Are you going to take care of your own families? Half of you guys don't even talk to your families. Half of you guys don't even know your families. So are you going to put, no, y'all ain't going to put Meemaw in a hospital bed because Medicaid going to have to pay for that. And Medicaid ain't paying for shit. J.D. Vance, while he was sitting alone in the White House, decided to announce that he was not going to pay the state of California, which is a blue state, $1.2 billion that the federal government is supposed to pay the state of California under some guise of they are not taking waste, fraud, and abuse investigations seriously. J.D. Vance also said that he is going to stop people from being allowed to join Medicare and hospice care, because these are the biggest frauds done in the United States of America. As you sit up, as you see your president take oligarchs to China to make business deals, J.D. Vance has announced that there will be a pause on people allowed to get on Medicare. There is going to be a pause in hospice care, the medicines that are given in hospice care. You're going to die in pain. They want you to die in pain and uncomfortable. This is what this administration is doing to you and for you. But y'all want to pretend like it's a black people who are doing something to you. If you didn't hear about that, we're going to talk about all of that today, because you guys like to sit up here and play dumb and the what about you shit, but you never want to stay on topic. You never want to talk about the real shit that is going on right now. Stay on topic. The SEC cities, Auburn, Athens, Baton Rouge, Columbia, Missouri, and South Carolina, Nashville, Oxford, Starksville, Gainesville, Tuscaloosa, Lexington, Knoxville, Austin, Norman, College Station, and Fayetteville. Good morning, Handy. Good morning, Handy. It is good to see you. Well, that's a decision. I agree with him. I when I first heard that, I said, yeah, that all sounds well and good. And I think that if players stop playing for the SEC, they will basically have to start playing with SWAC in the HBCU universities. I think there was one guy that I recall recently got a NFL contract who went to a SWAC school. Maybe we need to start sending our best to our own schools. because just to say, oh well, yeah, we let all black athletes come to our school, but the rest of the college and the rest of the students in the college don't reflect the same thing that their sports teams reflect. So just because they can't go to one of those schools. Just because they can't go to one of those schools don't mean they can't play. It means that the recruiting has to go to where the athletes are. They try to say that SWAC colleges are not as good as the U. What is it? The U. What is it? The U SEC schools. Because the SEC schools is getting all the talent. So if the talent stopped going to the SEC schools and start going to historically black colleges and universities, then that's where the talent will be. And that's where the recruiters will be. And that's where the money will start going. It is what it is. They pay for what they want to pay for. Okay, so I wanted to share that with you guys. I am really not that deep into sports. I may have a shallow representation about sports, but because sports isn't my thing. You guys can converse about it. I'm not really up on it, so I just have a little small part to say about sports. That link is in my description box. If you haven't subscribed to Tennessee Brando, it would be a great place to start. Now, speaking of, let's talk about. Speaking about having some common sense, speaking about not accepting these racist jokes and, oh, it's just a joke. Oh, it's just funny. You heard Tennessee Brando said that, something inside him let him know that, hey, maybe this isn't funny. The stuff that I laughed as a kid, what did the Bible say? I put away childish things. Unfortunately, a lot of people still want to pretend like this racist type of stuff are just jokes. Laugh a little bit. Oh, I just meant it as a joke. Don't be so serious. And unfortunately, we have a lot of raccoons out here. I was strolling through Netflix, and I saw something about the Kevin Hart roast, and I kept scrolling. I cannot stand Kevin Hart. He is, in my opinion, a big raccoon. One of the biggest raccoons. How do you know he's one of the biggest raccoon? Because he is in my opinion, untalented, and the amount of money that they have given this untalented, unfunny man and his raccoon ways is just more proof of how big of a raccoon he really is. Now, RonyiQ, why do you say this? What make you say this? The simple fact. See, what should make you see is what a big raccoon Kevin Hart is that. Remember when they had a Trump rally in New York City, and they had what they call a comedian come out and said something about he see trash there's trash all in the Atlantic Ocean, and then he turned around and said, "Oh no, that's just Puerto Rico." Remember that quote unquote comedian? And everybody, it was a big brouhaha behind that. That man, and he never, it was just a joke. Yeah, it was just a joke. Never had any second thought about saying that racist ass shit. So why was I not surprised that there was a big brouhaha about the Kevin Hart joke about George Floyd? Given by whom? The same comedian that did the joke about seeing a whole lot of trash in the Atlantic Ocean. Oh no, that's just Puerto Rico. So, allegedly, one of the biggest comedians in comedy has a roast, is roasted. And this is who they invite. One of the biggest comedians that can put so many black comedians on. And this is who this motherfucker highlights. And they pretend like, oh, well, it's his fault singularly. I agree with many people who have talked about this. There's no way that no one saw these jokes prior to these jokes being performed on Netflix. On Netflix. So we making George Floyd's jokes on Netflix by a known racist. Now they say that this little racist is gay. And they say if you make a gay joke, he will get all upset and in his feelings. But he feels all okay to pander in racism. So let's hear this story. If you haven't heard this story, let me share this story with you. If you haven't heard about this. See, some black people have a lot of work to do as well. They believe that they are post-racism because of their station in life. No, you're not.
Well, comedians. A comedian, Kevin Hart, had a roast. That roast full of comedians. A comedian decided to crack a very distasteful joke. It wasn't funny. Put it up full mass. George Floyd's family has now called out the offensive joke made at the Kevin Hart roast. So according to Atlanta Black Star, the family was disappointed in Kevin Hart's allowance. He permitted it. The allowance of an inappropriate joke at the worst possible time. Hart is being blamed after a white comedian turned the murder victim, George Floyd, into a punchline, and not everyone thought it was funny. This month marks 6 years since Mr. Floyd was murdered by police in front of witnesses in Minneapolis, Memorial Day 2020. The anniversary, basically. The caught on camera moment electrified the nation, still sparks outrage years later. So much so, media won't even show you the murder anymore. Okay? Understand, that's how graphic it is. So Netflix hosted this. Now, before I go down this cause and effect relationship, I need to say this up front because I don't want anyone having ambiguity about my opinion. Kevin Hart should have said something either then, immediately after, a text, a tweet, something. But he did nothing. Now, there are jokes he won't tell. There are things he stays away from. There's a reason why Jewish comedians do not joke about the Holocaust. There's a reason, okay? Everything is not a punchline. And then to have somebody who's not, let's just say, sensitive to the culture, come to a roast of Kevin Hart to make a punchline out of someone who was murdered in the month of the anniversary of that murder. There's more. The roast of Kevin Hart, Netflix, featured a series of racial jokes from Hart's close friends, fellow comedians. Some viewers felt some of these jokes crossed the line, leaning into black stereotypes, which is actually quite common as some of these roasts. Viral headlines mocking Hart's family. Much of the internet is focused on one controversial joke delivered by a white comedian, Tony Hinchcliffe. The Hart response was not noted for the record. According to many, he should have shut it down before it ever hit the stage. Quote, the black community is so proud of you right now. George Floyd is looking up at us all laughing so hard he can't breathe. That was the punchline. It's not even funny. It literally brought tears to my eyes. My first reaction was that of sorrow, then anger. Okay. The reason why Kevin Hart bears responsibility is because every comedian has to submit their script before they go on that stage. It's part of the process. Sometimes producers will push back. Sometimes they push back because the content is too long. Your set is only 5 minutes. They have to work these things out prior to the production or the event. So not only Kevin Hart bears blame, but any producer, any tech person who had to feed the material through, for no one to raise the red flag, not a red flag, the red flag, to sound the siren. So let's not let Netflix off the hook and only blame Kevin Hart.
Let's not let any of them off the hook. And you notice that he said George Floyd is looking up at them. He even had the audacity to put George Floyd obviously in hell. Obviously, he decided that where would be a better place for George Floyd to spend eternity. Make it clearly understood, like, hey, everyone should know that if George Floyd is looking anywhere on earth, he will have to be looking up from hell. And Kevin Hart laughed. They said he laughed, and then he threw his hand over his mouth and has been quiet as a fucking mouse pissing on cotton. Quiet as a little rat pissing on cotton, because he got his money. And see. Why does he continue to get money? Because people continue to support this mediocre fool. Let's continue.
Let us not act as if producers are not involved in the production of the content. Writers assist with the development of the comedic content. There's more. Cameras captured Kevin's reaction as he went from laughing to wiping the smile off his face before cutting away. The room gave mixed reactions, but online criticism came fast and loud, and it was conclusive. The irony some also missed is that Hart attended a memorial for Floyd after his passing. Spokesperson for the Gianna and George Floyd Foundation gave a statement to TMZ about the white comedian. It publicly stated, quote, "We are trying to rebuild things for our community and make things better in our community. Let's try to be a little more positive and not sit up there doing colon inspections by white comedians." Travis Keynes, the representative, reportedly called the moment, quote, "sad for the culture," while accusing the white comedian of repeatedly revisiting the same painful topic for laughs. Here's some more reactions online.
At this point, I'm convinced the roast of Kevin Hart was Netflix's way of telling Black America, we're not on your side. They invited Tony Hinchcliffe, apologies for the jump scare, a comedian who was a part of the very marginalized LGBT community, but is also known for being racist. Oh, I'm sorry. Controversial. And yes, in case you were wondering or haven't seen the clip, he did make a joke about George Floyd. How did you know? Shane Gillis, who cries when someone makes an offensive joke about him, but had no problem making lynching jokes about Black people.
Regina Hall was me most of that roast, okay? A lot of the things that were being told, I did not laugh at. Why are we making jokes about someone's husband taking their life? Or jokes about George Floyd lynching? I already know y'all gonna call me sensitive. Okay, cool, I get it. But some things should be off limits. Anytime a palm-colored person walked up to the podium, I knew I had to clutch my pearls. I knew I was getting ready to hear something very distasteful.
Nobody watched that, right?
You could just watch the clips online, then you gotta wait till the end to see who the writers were, and then you go back and watch it. And you was like, wow, not a lot of Black writers, but a lot of Black jokes. Some of those weren't even jokes, they were just straight up racist. But hey, ha ha ha, Netflix, ha.
So have we finally reached a point where we can admit that these white men have always used comedy as a vehicle to normalize anti-Black
Black racism, as well as homophobia, xenophobia, and anti-Indigenous racism as well. Are we also ready to admit that these white comedians who only have racism under their repertoire of jokes are prime examples of mediocre whiteness being elevated as scapegoating their lack of excellence? That their mediocrity gets awarded when Black excellence gets diluted? Can we also admit that it is men like Kevin Hart, Black men like Kevin Hart, who continue to be the mules for the normalization of anti-Black racism in white spaces? Are we ready to have that conversation?
Yes, we're ready to have that conversation, and that conversation needs to be had. You are preaching, girl.
Don't ever say that celebrities don't know what's going on in the world. Don't ever think that their silence is just simply that they're doing something behind the scenes. They also know how to be opportunists when things arise. Because as someone who's been to George Floyd Square in Minnesota, there is no way that Kevin Hart could have placed his feet there. Knowing the urgency in the moment to say on camera that there is a need for change, then laughing about it later.
Okay, if you're Black and you didn't find it offensive, or you're Black and you thought it was funny, good for you. Go join the sellouts over there. I too am Black, and I find that joking about George Floyd's murder is disgusting, it's tasteless, and it simply isn't funny. Your profession is to make people laugh, and the only way that you can achieve that is by being blatantly racist. Just to shock the audience, you're not funny. The joke wasn't clever, it wasn't well thought out, it wasn't relevant. There was no point to the joke, aside from simply being racist. The amount of white comedians who were up there simply mocking Black women's appearance, portraying Black stereotypes, there's no skill behind that. Anyone can do that. I can do that. Of all the things that Kevin Hart could have done in that situation, he laughed. There was no eye roll. There was no putting his hand over his head. There was no staring in disbelief. There was no getting up and walking away or getting up and confronting him. I'm going to end with this. Any non-Black person who wants to engage in this conversation and defend their right to be comedians, you're racist. Any Black person who wants to defend it, you're a coon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Period. I didn't. Let me see. If there's some statements. Let me see. What is this statement? Chi is talking to social media to air grievances about the event, writing on Instagram. White guys and Black people joke different. Black guys roast like, look at this nigga shoes. White roasts are like slavery, math, slang, teen, sex crimes, slurs, family secrets. White guys don't give a fuck about they shoes. Chi's post appears to reference some of the edgier jokes made by roast host Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe, and others. Gills made jokes mocking Hart's height that reference slavery and lynching. What? Now, this is the host, Shane Gillis, made jokes of mocking Hart's height that referenced slavery and lynching. The latter quipped that he admitted required 3 weeks of deliberation. Pete Davidson and Hinchcliffe both had jokes referencing but not saying the N-word. Interesting. And this is, I'm pretty sure this is a Kevin Hart production. I'm pretty sure he got a big lump sum off paid for being the Black coon clown.
Let's do a roast quote. Let's do a roast celebrating the career of the most successful Black comedian in the last 10 years. Michael wrote in a separate post. I love that. Who should we get to write it? On the next slide, the comedian included a photo of 5 joke writers hired by Gillis: Nick Mullen, J.P. McDade, Mike Lawrence, Dan St. Germain, and Zach Amico, all of whom are white. Come on, that's not funny. He added. There's this remarkable conversation. I think it's still on YouTube, but if you can find it, do.
So, is that Netflix fault or is that Kevin Hart's fault? Let's keep it above. He is the most successful comic in the past 10 years. But all white comics are writing for him. And he thought that was okay. He sat there and sucked up them doing nigger jokes and thought that was okay. Well, no, they're not doing nigga jokes. They talking about me. I can take it. Why can't you take it? That's what these raccoons will have you to believe. As they make it okay to display overt racism. They're normalizing and trying to normalize overt racism. Let's call the thing a thing. And he will collect a check to help overt racism become normalized. That's the problem I have with it. He doesn't have any self-esteem. He doesn't respect himself. That's fine. But he's getting paid to do so. You're going to have to pay him to do so. With his low self-worth, he's getting paid millions to make overt racism a thing in the United States of America. In this climate, this is what the biggest comedian in the last 10 years find time to do with his stupid black ass. In my opinion, Kevin Hart has never been funny to me. This is just my personal opinion. He has never been thoughtful. He has never been funny to me. I like comedians. I love Chris Rock. I love Chris Rock. I love David Chappelle. Because you have to have some type of thought besides rappers, booties, ass, clubs, all of this dumb shit. You have to be able to pull something tangible, worthwhile in life to find ironically funny. For me, that's just for me. This little short munching has never been funny to me. So, full disclosure.
Do yourself a solid and watch it. It's Seinfeld, Chris Rock, and some other white comedians. Their name escapes me now. They're funny and they're known. They're at a table, okay? And Chris Rock and one of the other white comedians, they're talking about using the N-word in comedy. And Chris Rock and this other white guy are going back and forth. And they look at Seinfeld and they say, you don't think it's funny? Do you use the N-word? Have you ever used the N-word in comedy? Do you think we should be able to use that word without any censorship, etc.? Seinfeld looked at these comedians and he said, I don't find the humor in it, nor do I seek to. It was remarkable. He didn't know they were going to put him in that position. He would prefer to be friends with him rather than become the voice of moral clarity in a moment on live television, however it was being produced. But he spoke with his integrity. He wasn't measured. It was a profound statement. And everybody shut the F up after that. All right, Senator, thoughts here.
Yeah, Doc, I mean, you hit it out the park, so I'm just going to give some extra on this. It just made me think. I was looking for a text message while you were talking that one of my dear friends, we have got text chain with different folks, and this is the ladies of the kitchen table. And one of the friends in there, she said, I'm watching the roast of Kevin Hart on Netflix. And so I asked, is it good? I don't want to waste my time. I don't watch much TV, but everybody need a little comedy in their life. And she replied, it's okay. She said, it's actually kind of boring and the roasters are doing too much. And she got all these sinking emojis. And so based on this story and going back to what she put in a text message, I understand very clearly what she means by they doing too much. And I will not go and watch it. And I am somebody that believes that all of us need a little comedy in because we go through so much. Not only should George Floyd's family be disappointed, we all should be disappointed, especially the Black community be disappointed and unaccepting of this. And that does not take away the greatness and the comedic brilliance of Kevin Hart, but in this moment, he failed. And a lot of times, like I'm trying to put myself in that moment. Sometimes people have a nerve. Well, your point about he knew, and if he didn't know, he should have known, but definitely he has a team who should have, just in case he didn't read all the script.
Right. Or he could have did it afterwards. Immediately afterwards.
You're right. Either way. But there was people on his team, even if it wasn't him, who read this stuff ahead of time. And if they didn't read it ahead of time, they need to be fired or reprimanded or suspended or something. I'm not just out there trying to say fire people, but there should be some consequences and repercussions for the lack of sensitivity.
Some consequences and repercussions. Yes. Say that. Okay. let me make sure I put this. Yeah, heartless and stupid. You can find this video in my description box under the title Heartless and Stupid. Let's move on. A new outbreak completely exposes the Trump administration. Let's talk about this new outbreak. Let's give, since the CDC and the HHS has not given you any information on the hantavirus, do you know anything about the hantavirus? Do you know how it's contracted? Do you know how you can catch it? Do you know what it does to the body? Do you know if it is what percent curable is it? Do you know if it how apt is it to take the lives of people who have it? Do more people die from it or survive it? Do you know anything? Have your CDC or Health and Human Services came out and made anything clear to you about this virus? Let's get into this, shall we?
It's Global AF on Legal AF. I'm Anthony Davis. The hantavirus outbreak aboard the Dutch MV Hondius is not the next COVID-19. Public health experts have gone out of their way to make that clear. And as hantavirus spreads differently, requires close contact, and remains far harder to transmit between humans than airborne viruses like COVID or influenza, most experts believe the outbreak will ultimately be contained. But that's not the most important story here. What matters is what this outbreak revealed about the United States itself. Because even with a relatively limited viral threat, one that scientists understand reasonably well and know how to contain, America looked slow, uncertain, fragmented, and strangely absent from the global response.
Why did it take the U.S. 4 weeks to issue an alert?
It's not true. As soon as we determined that the virus was out there, we issued an alert. But the alert means nothing.
They acted very quickly. I saw the alert. Give me a break. They acted very, very quickly.
The outbreak became a stress test for the nation's public health system, and what it exposed was deeply alarming. The first cases aboard the MV Hondius were reported to the World Health Organization on May 2nd. Within days, multiple passengers had fallen ill, 3 people had died. Others were hospitalized, including at least 1 American passenger later evacuated to Nebraska after testing positive for the Anders strain of hantavirus. As the situation escalated, governments across Europe mobilized rapidly. Spain coordinated a...
That's not true. I saw we heard about it. What? Even Trump got sick of hearing his voice. So you had the can we just inject ourselves with bleach? Trump, speak up for the Health and Human Services. Do you feel safe now? Is this what you voted for? The head of the Health and Human Services can't even get a word out edgewise, a word out. And then your dumb president, who I know everything. I know all the big words. I know about that. Yes, I know about that. Know about everything. But we have gotten no information out. And when the idiot who's over Health and Human Services tried to lie and get something out, he was overspoken by your dumb president, who told you that maybe we should try to inject ourselves with bleach during the coronavirus. Are we clear on that? Let's continue.
Massive evacuation operation in the Canary Islands. French officials deployed specialized infectious disease units. The WHO coordinated international contact tracing and quarantine guidance across multiple countries.
But what did the U.S. do, since they are no longer part of the World Health Organization?
Including at least a case for the nation's public health system, and what it exposed was deeply alarming. The first cases aboard the MV Hondius were reported to the World Health Organization on May 2nd. Within days, multiple passengers had fallen ill, 3 people had died. Others were hospitalized, including at least 1 American passenger later evacuated to Nebraska after testing positive for the Anders strain of hantavirus. As the situation escalated,
later evacuated and quarantined, not immediately quarantined. The American passenger was later quarantined. Let's continue.
Governments across Europe mobilized rapidly. Spain coordinated a massive evacuation to Nebraska after testing positive for the Anders strain of hantavirus. As the situation escalated, governments across Europe mobilized rapidly. Spain coordinated a massive evacuation operation in the Canary Islands. French officials deployed specialized infectious disease units. The WHO coordinated international contact tracing and quarantine guidance across multiple countries.
Contact tracing and coordinated this across a multiple agency. They wanted to be sure they knew every person that had contact with these people who had test positive for the virus. The USA, not so much for their passengers. Get off the boat, go to a shopping mall, go to a movie theater, go wherever you want to go, get on an airplane, come back home. All of these people, they have no idea who any of these people that you came in contact with your hantavirus having ass. The deadly hantavirus. And we're going to talk about the hantavirus a little more. Let's continue.
In the United States, the CDC initially issued little more than cautious statements saying it was monitoring the situation. Days passed before the agency activated its Emergency Operations Center. It was even
days pass. We're monitoring the situation. We're not monitoring the patients. We're monitoring the situation. The patients, not so much. We don't know nothing about them. Where they at? Where they from? Who? What? No, well, the patients. Why would we monitor the patients? Why would we monitor the people who were on the boat with the virus? We're America. We're stupid. We revel in being stupid. Thus, RFK Jr. is over our Health and Human Services. Don't they tell you how stupid the Americans are? Let's continue.
Later, before American physicians received a formal health alert warning of possible imported situation. Days passed before the agency activated its Emergency Operations Center. It was even later before American physicians received a formal health alert warning of possible imported cases. By then, passengers had already scattered across continents. The contrast with earlier outbreaks was impossible to ignore.
So we were paying for, let's say, 350 million people. We were paying $500 million a year to the World Health Organization.
And I really want you to notice this chick in the purple. And these are actual doctors standing behind him. I believe the girl in the purple, the woman in the purple, if I'm not wrong, I think she's over the CDC right now. I want you to look at the looks on these people's faces as he says this ignorant shit. This is coming from your White House as they stand here with pained faces and say absolutely nothing. Medical professionals to keep their jobs under this fledgling administration.
It's a lot of money. What the hell are they going to do with that kind of money? And China was paying $39 million.
Now it's down to money. We were paying this much in China. They had 1.3 billion people, and we only had 508 million people. So we're paying more. So I'm like, what were that WHO gonna do with that money? So I left the WHO because of money. We were paying this. I guess that was a waste, fraud, and abuse in his surmising. What is it? In his thoughts. I guess he surmised that was waste, fraud, and abuse. So therefore, we left the WHO.
$1 billion a year for 1.4 billion people. So I said, you got your story wrong because we should be paying about $10 million, not $500 million. And they were willing to negotiate, but it was so popular when I pulled out. They gave us all wrong information on COVID. They were totally wrong. And I looked today and I saw the same doctor that was there. He's a good politician. I don't know how the hell he kept his job, but he was there telling us about this. Now, the one thing with this one is that it's much harder to catch. And we've had it for it's been around for a long time. People are very familiar with it. So, I hope it's fine. All I can do is everything that a president can do, which is someone.
I hope it's fine. All I can do is what the only thing that presidents can do. And that's not much. I can't do anything. My hands are tied. I hope it's fine.
which is actually somewhat limited.
During the COVID outbreak aboard the Diamond Princess cruise ship in 2020, the CDC played a central role in the international response. American epidemiologists were deeply involved in containment strategy, testing coordination, public communication, and disease surveillance. The agency projected authority because it still possessed authority. This time, experts openly questioned whether the CDC remained capable of functioning as the world-leading institution it once was under the Donald Trump administration. One public health scholar described the agency's role bluntly: the CDC is not even a player. Now, that did not happen overnight.
The CDC is not even a player in this, in anything about this virus. The CDC, you understand the attack on science under the RFK Jr. Health and Human Services. We understand that a lot of scientists have lost their jobs. Scientists who study all of these epidemics and pandemics and all of this stuff. A lot of scientists have been fired under this HHS secretary, and a lot of quacks and kooks and fucking people who have degrees in nutrition and all of this, not medical doctors, not scientists, a whole lot of quacks who are selling supplements are embedded into this new HHS under a for-profit suffix. For-profit medication. All these supplements that they are promoting, that they are a part of, they also get a cut of. These are the people who are working in the HHS now. Not scientists, not doctors, people who are looking to make a buck. That Robert F. Kennedy ran into in his travels, and now they are making money in government. Now, it looks like we are may not is possible. We are about to have another pandemic. Let's get into this.
In recent years, America's public health infrastructure has been steadily hollowed out, politically attacked, financially weakened, and stripped of expertise. Thousands of scientists and public health professionals have left federal agencies. Research divisions have been downsized or dismantled. Cruise ship sanitation programs were gutted. Laboratory capacity has been reduced. Entire branches of infectious disease research have become political targets. The damage now shows everywhere. Even basic outbreak communication has become hesitant and politicized. At the CDC's first briefing on the hantavirus outbreak, reporters were reportedly forbidden from identifying officials by name under rules imposed by aides to Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Think about how extraordinary that is.
They don't want you to call them by names because they don't want you to then go look these people up and understand that they have no special background in science to be giving you the answers that they are giving you. They don't want you to understand the only connection that they have is some connection to some supplement that they are profiting from to promote to the American people. And they have these jobs in the CDC, the HHS. You can't call them by name because God forbid the American public really understands who's giving them information about a virus, a deadly virus.
In the middle of an international infectious disease event, federal health officials were effectively speaking anonymously, as though scientific transparency itself had become politically dangerous. And that silence creates consequences. When trusted institutions retreat, misinformation rushes in to fill the space. Within days of the outbreak, far-right social media figures and influencers were already promoting ivermectin and recycling COVID-era conspiracy theories. The same ecosystem that spent years undermining public trust in vaccines, quarantine measures, and disease mitigation immediately reactivated because the institutions meant to counter disinformation no longer command public confidence. And that may be the most dangerous legacy of the post-COVID era. America did not simply lose personnel. It lost trust. It lost coordination. It lost the basic consensus that public health agencies should exist independently from partisan warfare. Viruses, unfortunately, do not care about ideology. They do not pause for election cycles. They don't distinguish between red states and blue states. They exploit confusion, delay, and institutional weakness. That's why countries spent decades building sophisticated systems for disease surveillance and outbreak response in the first place. The United States once led those systems. Now, it increasingly appears dependent on others. The WHO, the very organization Donald Trump withdrew the United States from, has become the central coordinating force in the hantavirus response. American officials still rely heavily on WHO data-sharing networks and international reporting systems, even while political leaders continue attacking the organization domestically. The contradiction is striking. Modern disease outbreaks are global by definition. A virus that emerges on one continent can reach another within hours. Containing outbreaks requires international cooperation, rapid information sharing, centralized coordination, and scientific credibility. Instead, the United States has moved in the opposite direction. Under Donald Trump, public health expertise has become politically suspect. Federal agencies were portrayed as enemies rather than safeguards. Scientific institutions were accused of conspiracies and corruption. Researchers faced harassment and political investigations, and funding for virology and pandemic preparedness was cut or frozen under the banner of fighting so-called gain-of-function research. At the same time, many states weakened their own emergency health powers after the backlash to COVID restrictions. More than half of US states now limit the ability of health officials to impose quarantines, issue mask guidance, or enact emergency mitigation measures during outbreaks. That may satisfy ideological grievances. It does not stop viruses. And while hantavirus itself is unlikely to trigger a global catastrophe, it offers a preview of what happens when a serious pathogen emerges in a country that no longer fully trusts its own public health system. Because the frightening reality is this: hantavirus is actually controllable. Scientists know how to trace it, isolation protocols work, quarantine measures work, masking and PPE works. Public health officials understand the transmission patterns. Most experts believe this outbreak can and will be contained through aggressive contact tracing and coordinated international response. Yet even under those relatively favorable conditions, the American response looked disjointed and uncertain. Imagine something worse. Imagine a highly transmissible airborne virus emerging tomorrow. Imagine another COVID-scale emergency requiring immediate testing infrastructure, centralized messaging, trusted institutions, and rapid international coordination. Now imagine confronting that crisis with a CDC that has been politically neutered, a depleted public health workforce, and a population conditioned to distrust nearly every public health recommendation it hears.
Okay, this link is in my description box. Go over there and check him out. It is in my description box under hantavirus. What to know. Now, I want to share with you some more information. This is his opinion about how easily it is able to be contained, and if you try to trace it, you have to be very persistent on tracing who has been contact tracing, who any patients have been in contact, but he may not know how difficult contact tracing is. Now, we're going to talk about strains of viruses. There are many strains of certain viruses. Let's get into this hantavirus information that I was able to find. I'm not telling you, I'm just giving you the information that I heard about the hantavirus, shall we? It all started right here. Is this the one I want to show you? No. Let me see. Here is the... Okay, bear with me. I was watching something, and one of those Lego videos showed up, and then
deadliest outbreaks in human history.
You know how another video will show up, and then it keep on going, and a new video pops up. This video popped up. Now, even though this is a Lego video, this is not a Lego dance video or anything like that. But I was listening to the information, and then some of the information I actually pulled up. It may be this Lego video. some of the information I pulled up, and it spoke about the magazine The Economist. If you are unfamiliar with The Economist magazine, okay, somebody says it. Two people believe it is a scam. If you are unfamiliar with The Economist magazine, they talked about The Economist magazine. And The Economist magazine, if you have not seen the movie Leave the World Behind, they talk about there are 6 or 7 people who get together once a year, and they make decisions about what is going on and what will be going on in the whole entire world. Some people say that it's the Rothschilds and other big financial entities and all of this. I don't know. We've all heard the story about the 6 or 7 people who determine what's going on in the world. And strangely enough, I went to The Economist, and now they have one edition of The Economist that only comes out how often? Once a year. It is called the World Ahead, and they talked about what was shown on the cover of this Economist magazine that comes out once a year, and the allegedly the cover of the magazine is to warn you what is to come in the year ahead. Now, sure enough, I went and I found The Economist, the cover, and it's some strange things that I see on the cover about the world ahead. Understand that 45-47 didn't start his illegal war against Iran until almost March, February 28th of 2026. However, what did you see on the cover? We see a whole lot of satellites. We see tanks. We also see we see Vladimir Putin, we see Z, and we see Benjamin Netanyahu. And then we see these swords in the middle. We see the coin that is X out, understanding that means the death of our actual economy. We see this what is it called? The judge's gavel breaking the little plate that they gavel in, and we see it breaking. So that to me means that our courts are going to be ruining any rule of law, making bullshit laws. Okay, we see. What else we see? We see robots. We see money all over the place. We see a lot of pills too. Did you see a lot of pills? We see tanker ships that actually have missile rifles out stuck in with container ships. Shooting at what? The 250th anniversary of America. We also see this brain here that is connected to a little what do they call these? I want to say joystick, a game apparatus, where the internet is your entertainment, and therefore you're not paying attention to what's going on in the real world, because a lot of people are too into their little YouTube, internet, games, to be really paying attention to what's really going on in the world. And why all the pills? Why are there so many pills? What else do we see? Let's go around a little bit. You see all of these needles. Why do you see all of these pills, all of these needles? We also see an ice cube melting. Could that be global warming? We see a lot of these. We see a whole lot of drones. We see these dog-like drones. But they seem, and we see more tanks. We see a whole lot of medication. We see the crumbling dollar. Do you see the crumbling dollar right here? We see more war machines. Over here is another needle. We see someone putting his ballot in an election box, and it is X'd out. Do you see? Do you see? Do you see this? This is what's to come in 2026. This came out in 2025. We see somebody putting a ballot in a ballot box, and his ballot has been X'd out. Do you see this? I'm just curious if you see this. We see a lot of war. We see a lot of pills. We see a lot of drones. We see Netanyahu, we see Vladimir Putin, and we see 4547 is over there by himself. What is he doing over there by himself? 4547 is on his own. Why did it end this way? 4547 is absolutely, where is that picture? 4547 is over here on his own. You have the Putin, Xi, and Netanyahu, and here's 4547 on the other side of these two big X's, two big swords. He's isolated on his own. And what does that represent? That represents the United States of America, isolated on our own. If you are not familiar with this Economist magazine, you may want to familiarize yourself. Are these Iranians? Are these Iranians on their small little boat? Are these Iranians on their small little boat dropping mines into the Strait of Hormuz? How would they know this in 2025 when this magazine cover came out? Why is it on this United States 250 year celebration, it is chained to a protest fist, that is like the Black Power fist. Why does it have handcuffed on the Black Power fist that is chained to the United States 250th birthday? This came out last year. The prediction for this year. I told you about the pre-crime counterterrorism situation that they have finalized in the United States, where they are going to consider specific protesters that they say are left-wing protesters. They are going to count you as domestic terrorists. Why is this Black Power fist have a chain around it, as they have repealed all of our civil rights in this country? Why is there a motherfucking handcuff to the 250th anniversary of the United States? This was a prediction for 2026. Now we hear that it has been reported that a nuclear submarine is headed to Iran. Do we see the Iranians it appears to be putting missiles? Could that be the Strait or Hormuz? And right here we see, what is this submarine? What is this submarine? And let's not forget all the satellites, all the drones that we see all over the place. This mass surveillance. Palantir is even in what is it? Health and Human Services. Palantir has access to all of our medical information right now. Do you wonder why they have all of these satellites and drones? I'm just asking. Do not spam my chat. Do not continue to come in my chat and repeat the same thing over and over again, or I'm going to have to remove you. Okay, so let's look at a couple of more close-up pictures of what is being depicted in the cover of this Economist predictions for 2026. I will show this to you. I think I got it all. Let me make sure I have showed you the full cover of this Economist magazine. Here we have 45, 47 over there in his baseball cap, isolated from other world leaders, especially the ones he wants to suck off the most, Xi, Putin, and Netanyahu. Do we see this? Okay. I said all of that to say this. I'm not trying to pretend like, oh, look what I ran across. Did you guys know this? Let me teach you something. I found this, and I will show you the link where I got this information, strangely enough, by a Lego video going into the next Lego video. This link is going to be in my description box. I'm going to put this in my description box on Lego Learning. Let me make sure it's on the right speed. I may have to take this out of my video if I get a copyright strike. But the link where you can go to it yourself, I will put it in the chat, and I will put it in my description box. Lego Learning.
Hantavirus. The whole world is scared. Every channel, every feed, every headline. But nobody's telling you what's actually behind it. Nobody's telling you what comes next. I will. All right, let's start with the basics. Real quick. A rat, a ship, a virus, and politics. You've seen the name all over, but what does it mean? What does it do to your body? Nobody's putting that on screen. I've been digging through the real stuff, not the spin. So before we get to who's responsible, let me let you in on what happens when this thing gets inside your chest. Because that part alone, forget the rest. It starts like nothing. Fever, tired legs, some pain. 3 to 5 days looking normal, nothing seems insane. Then the crash, your lungs start filling up with fluid. You can't breathe, you can't stand, your body's going through it. Now water from outside, your own body leaking in. Your chest becomes a swimming pool, you're drowning from within. And if it hits your kidneys, they start shutting down. Your blood can't clot, you're bleeding inside without a sound. No vaccine, no cure, just machines to keep you breathing. While doctors watch and wait and hope that you're not leaving. The death rate, almost 4 out of every 10. Now tell me, why isn't that the headline again and again? They said low risk, said don't worry, said it's fine. Said the exact same thing back in 2020 down the line. 3 dead on a ship, passengers on every flight. And the man in charge went home and slept that night. Wait, and here's the part that actually got me. This didn't start in some jungle or some secret lab somewhere. It started on a cruise ship, a vacation. And then those passengers flew home to your city, to Texas, Georgia, Turkey, New Zealand. 1 ship, 5 countries, no one stopped the flights. Now let me tell you who decided that was fine. Let's talk about the orange man sitting in the big chair. Donnie, the guy who said he'd handle everything with flair. Step 1, he left the global health group, said we don't need them. The only worldwide team tracking viruses, he freed them. Step 2, he cut the money for the labs and the research. The people studying outbreaks got handed the worst. Step 3, a ship comes in with bodies and he says the risk is very low. I hope it works out, then goes to bed. Sound familiar? Go back, play the 2020 tape. It'll disappear like magic. How many couldn't escape? Millions gone, a lesson paid with the heaviest price. And now Donnie's reading the same script word for word twice. He's not a leader when it counts, he's a headline machine who talks loud in the morning and hides behind the screen. He thinks the title makes him powerful, makes him real. But you can't tweet a virus out of somebody's lungs, Donnie. That's not how this feels. 8 people, 1 ship, now scattered across the world. The anti-strain, this version can jump from me to you, not just rats and mice no more. One sick person will do, and the teams that should be watching every airport, every port. Donnie cut their funding, Donnie shut the fort. So now we scroll, we share, we watch the numbers climb. All the people who could have stopped this aren't even on the line. No vaccine coming, no treatment on the way. Just a better machine and hope you make it through the day. So next time they say low risk, next time they go quiet on camera and change the subject. The body doesn't lie. The numbers don't lie. And history definitely doesn't lie. Now that you know what the virus does, let's go one floor up. Past the president, past the headlines, past the cover-up. There's a group that doesn't panic.
Now, here we are. The group of 7. If Leave the World Behind. Please watch that. Please watch the movie Leave the World Behind. We have heard on many theories about this. Now, this is what I found to be interesting, and this is where they give you The Economist, the yearly magazine that comes out with prediction for the upcoming year. Once a year. And then I decided to Google the cover of the once a year prediction magazine of The Economist. And I just showed you that magazine cover. Here we go.
When these things break loose, they don't scramble, don't call meetings, don't need an excuse, because they cover. Past the president, past the headlines, past the cover-up. There's a group that doesn't panic when these things break loose. They don't scramble, don't call meetings, don't need an excuse, because they already knew, they always know. They're not watching the news, they're right in the flow. Old money, old names, old families running old games. Different faces on the front, always the same frames. Think about it. Who makes money when the whole world gets scared? Who owns the labs? Who sells the cure? Who is prepared? When fear goes up, control goes up, and control is the point. Not the virus, not the body count. They just set the joint. They don't need a war when the virus does the job. They don't need a vote when fear controls the crowd. Nanny's just a curtain. Look at what's behind. The ones who never show.
Didn't you you hear me play Peter Thiel always saying that democracy is too slow. We need a way to govern where you don't have to wait to win over voters for a position. Understand that Peter Thiel is in all area, Palantir. His Palantir is in all areas of our government. They don't want to wait for a vote. They don't want to have to convince you. They don't want you to do anything under a democracy. No, they want to shock you, have you in fear, having you reach for their cures. That is only going to make them richer. Let's understand this. We heard Peter Thiel say it out loud, that he wants to do things and he don't want to wait on democracy. So this is not a theory. This is coming out of this man's mouth. I played it for you many times. I will play it for you again.
Their face are the ones who designed. Look, I know this sounds like a movie, I get it. But stay with me for 1 second. There's a magazine prints once a year out of London. Every year the cover has symbols in it. Every year, those symbols happen. This year's cover? Syringes, big ones all over it. Printed months before the ship, months before the news. I'm just saying, London One magazine printed once a year for the powerful crowd. Not for you, not for me, it's for the people allowed. Every cover full of symbols, little signs in plain sight that most of us are never supposed to read right. This year, syringes, big ones, pills stacked up beside. Printed months before the ship, before the 3 who died. Last year it was right, year before, right again, the year the whole world locked down. Go check the cover from back then. Now you could say coincidence, that's fair, I'll let you. But when the same pattern hits 10 times, it's hard to forget you. We're warned, it's not a secret, it's a message in the open. The trick is they're betting you won't look. That's the whole token, not hiding it, showing it, and knowing most won't care. That's the power, the answer sitting right there in the air. So what's next? The symbols that are still on the page, rockets and tanks, military tensions taking the stage. A birthday cake with 250, America's big year turned into a crisis while the confetti's still in the air. A brain wired to a joystick, your thoughts on someone's screen, technology inside a vaccine. You don't know what that means. Dollar signs falling like rain, the economy going off a cliff, and after all of that, a reset, another shift. Every time a country fails, a global hand gets offered. Every time a leader cracks, a bigger power's profit. See, your government can't handle it, let us step in now. That's the script, that's always been the script, that's the how. Donnie falls apart on camera, right on schedule, right on cue. People lose their faith in countries, that's the breakthrough. Then something bigger fills the space, something without a vote, something you can't remove from office, something they wrote. The cover for next year is already being designed. Same magazine, new symbols. And somewhere right now, in a room you'll never see, someone already knows what those symbols mean. Do you? Do you? Do you?
Donald Trump looked absolutely terrible as he was leaving Beijing.
Hantavirus. The whole world is scared.
The deadliest outbreaks in human history usually begin the same way. A strange sickness, a few unexplained deaths, and then suddenly the world realizes it waited too long. But what if the next global crisis doesn't start in a crowded airport, or inside a secret lab, or from a mutation scientists were tracking? What if it starts with something already hiding inside homes, barns, forests, and city streets all over the planet? Rats. And what if one virus carried by rodents suddenly evolved to spread easily between humans? Because if that happens, hantavirus could become one of the most terrifying pandemics humanity has ever seen. And the scary part? Some experts believe the ingredients for that disaster already exist. By the end of this video, you'll understand exactly how hantavirus kills, why scientists are worried about it, what would happen if it spread worldwide, and why modern civilization civilization might struggle to stop it. And trust me, the final stage of this scenario is far worse than most people imagine. Hantavirus is not a new virus. In fact, it has existed for thousands of years in wild rodent populations. Most people have never heard of it, but the people who have encountered it rarely forget it. Because unlike many illnesses that make you sick for a few days, hantavirus can turn healthy people into medical emergencies almost overnight. Here's how it usually works. A rodent infected with the virus leaves behind urine, saliva, or droppings. Those particles dry out. Then they become airborne. A human breathes them in. First, it feels harmless. Maybe just fatigue, fever, body aches, the kind of symptoms millions ignore every day. But then comes the terrifying part. The lungs begin filling with fluid. Breathing becomes difficult. Oxygen levels crash. And in severe cases, the body essentially suffocates itself from the inside. Some strains of hantavirus have mortality rates that are shockingly high compared to many viruses people fear today. And that's what makes this scenario so dangerous. Right now, most forms of hantavirus do not spread efficiently from person to person. That limitation is one of the biggest reasons the virus has remained relatively contained. But viruses evolve, and history has repeatedly shown that under the right conditions, diseases can suddenly gain new abilities. Imagine a mutated strain emerges somewhere in the world. Not only can it survive in rodents, but now it spreads through coughing, sneezing, or close human contact. At first, almost nobody notices. A few isolated pneumonia cases appear in a rural region. Doctors suspect flu, maybe COVID, maybe another respiratory infection. Patients deteriorate unusually fast. Some die within days. Hospitals report strange lung failures. Still, the world barely pays attention, because humanity has a habit of underestimating threats until they become impossible to ignore. Now imagine this mutated hantavirus reaches a densely populated city. One infected traveler boards a train. Another enters an airport. Someone attends a concert, a crowded office, packed subway, and suddenly the virus begins moving faster than authorities can track. Within weeks, clusters appear across multiple countries. This is where global panic begins, because unlike diseases with mild symptoms, hantavirus would terrify people visually. Victims struggling to breathe, emergency rooms overflowing, patients collapsing rapidly. Fear spreads even faster than the virus itself. And fear changes society. Very quickly, social media becomes flooded with rumors. Some people claim the virus is airborne across entire neighborhoods. Others insist rodents everywhere are infected. Videos appear showing empty grocery shelves. Cities begin disinfecting public spaces aggressively. Then governments respond. Travel restrictions, quarantines, mandatory screenings, possible lockdowns. But here's the problem. Rodents exist almost everywhere humans exist. That means eliminating the source becomes nearly impossible. Even wealthy nations would struggle. Now imagine poorer regions with overcrowded housing and sanitation problems. The virus could spread explosively there. And once hospitals become overwhelmed, mortality rates would rise even higher. Because many severe hantavirus cases require intensive care, oxygen support, and advanced treatment. Without those resources, survival odds drop dramatically, and this is the point where economies begin collapsing. Workers stop showing up. Factories slow down. Ports become congested. Supply chains break. The modern world depends on constant movement. Food, medicine, fuel, electronics. Interrupt enough of those systems, and civilization becomes unstable surprisingly fast. People often assume society is stronger than it really is. But most cities only have a few days' worth of food supply at any moment. If transportation slows significantly, shortages begin almost immediately. Now imagine fear spreading alongside shortages. People rush stores. Banks experience panic withdrawals. Online misinformation explodes. And then another terrifying problem appears. Healthcare workers begin getting infected. Once doctors and nurses start disappearing from hospitals, the entire medical system weakens. This happened during previous outbreaks throughout history, and it always creates a devastating domino effect. Because when hospitals fail, people die not only from the virus, but from every other untreated emergency too. Heart attacks, injuries, childbirth complications,
than what I just told you. As you know, none of the virus is suddenly making headlines across the world. By now, you have probably heard about the cruise ship MV Hondius and the hantavirus outbreak linked to it. The reason this outbreak is attracting global attention is because of the specific strain involved, the Andes virus. And that matters because, unlike most hantaviruses, this strain has a documented history of human-to-human transmission and a high fatality rate. And here's the timeline of events. I want to give you...
I apologize. You couldn't hear me. That's why I want you to watch Leave the World Behind, because as you see that the America can be... America can have effects good for the good or for the bad. Please watch the rest of that video. It tells you different ways that virus could affect America. Now I want you to watch this video, because if you are unaware of some hantavirus has gone missing from a laboratory. Now, she is talking about a connection to China, but it did not go missing from a Chinese laboratory. It went missing from a laboratory in Australia. And what they are not telling you in the United States is about the strain of this virus. Why that is important? Because everybody's talking about, oh yeah, we're used to this virus. Oh yeah, you know, we're very familiar with it. It can't be transmitted this way, that way, the other way. But have you heard about the strain of hantavirus that has gone missing in a laboratory in Australia? This is why I wanted to share this with you as well. All of these videos are under the hantavirus tag in my description box.
Hello, everyone. Hi, welcome to Lazy Real Talk. All right, a cruise ship outbreak, missing virus samples, a mysterious prediction, and a hantavirus drill in China years earlier. At one point, do coincidence stop feeling random?
So, you will find out after this strain of hantavirus went missing. Strangely enough, China had a public service a test regarding the hantavirus, and this test was very detailed test about the hantavirus. Why all of a sudden did China run a test about the hantavirus?
As you know, none of the virus is suddenly making headlines across the world. By now, you have probably heard about the cruise ship MV Hondius and the hantavirus outbreak linked to it. The reason this outbreak is attracting global attention is because of the specific strain involved, the Andes virus. And that matters because, unlike most hantaviruses, this strain has a documented history of human-to-human transmission and a high fatality rate. And here's the timeline of events. I want to give you an overview of the outbreak before getting to my analysis of China's possible role in this. All right, so April 1st, the MV Hondius departed from the southernmost city in Argentina. It's called Ushuaia. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. And on April 11th, the first death occurred on board. And on April 24th, the body of the first deceased passenger was removed from the ship on St. Helena Island. His wife also disembarked there. The next day, she flew to Johannesburg, South Africa, and died in a hospital. On April 27th, another patient had to be airlifted urgently to Johannesburg for treatment. And then on May 2nd, a German woman died on board, and becoming the third fatality linked to the outbreak. And here's the part that made the situation even more complicated. On April 24th, 13 days after the first death occurred on board, 29 passengers disembarked on St. Helena Island and then traveled onward to countries including the UK, the United States, Australia, Taiwan, and so on. At that point, the scale of the outbreak had not yet been publicly disclosed. Many passengers resumed normal life or returned to their life without realizing they might have been exposed to a virus with a reported fatality rate as high as 38%. Some reportedly traveled back to the US states, including California, Arizona, Texas, Georgia, and Virginia. And monitoring operations have now been launched in the US. Swiss authorities also confirmed that a passenger who traveled on the ship tested positive and is currently being treated in Zurich. Now, after multiple countries refused docking permission, the cruise ship spent days drifting at sea with 146 passengers and crew still on board. And it is now heading towards Spain's Canary Islands, where authorities and the CDC are preparing medical screening and possible quarantine operations. But local opposition has also emerged, with many residents worried about allowing the vessel to dock. Now, the biggest question is, where exactly did the dangerous virus aboard the MV Hondius, where did the virus come from? So let me give you the official explanation. Investigators found no rodents on board the ship itself, making it unlikely that the virus originated from infected animals already living on the vessel. And according to the WHO and other experts, the suspected patient zero in the outbreak was a 70-year-old Dutch ornithologist named Leo. Now, Leo and his wife were on a 5-month journey across South America. And according to reports from American and Dutch media, the couple returned to Argentina on March 27th and visited a landfill site outside the world's southernmost city called Ushuaia. I hope I'm saying it right. Although heavily polluted, the area was well known as a destination among bird watchers because it attracted rare white-throated caracaras. Argentina authorities suspect the couple may have inhaled virus-contaminated particles from the droppings of long-tailed pygmy rice rats at the site. So on April 1st,
So this couple went to a trash dump site to birdwatch. There's no fucking way I am going to a fucking dump site with full of rats to birdwatch. Oh my god! I cannot believe the things that people will do. But hey, this is how they believe that the virus got on the boat.
First, the couple, after their visit to watch the birds, they boarded the ship liner together with 112 other passengers. Then on April the 6th, Leo developed fever and gastrointestinal symptoms. 5 days later, he died, becoming the outbreak's first fatality and possibly patient zero. His wife later deteriorated during a flight to Johannesburg and died shortly after arriving at a hospital. Testing later confirmed that she had been infected with hantavirus. Afterward, more people on board, including the ship's doctor, began showing symptoms of infection. Now, let's briefly talk about the virus itself because expert opinions are beginning to diverge. Public health agencies have tried to calm fears by emphasizing that hantavirus is normally spread through rodents rather than sustained human-to-human transmission. They also stress that although the Andes strain can spread between people, transmission appears limited and relatively difficult. In other words, the fatality rate is very high, but transmissibility appears relatively low. However, some experts are raising more serious concerns. One of them is Joseph Allen from the Harvard School of Public Health. No, I have a picture of the ship. I'm not even showing the ship. Here's the ship. And this is tiny.
Now, when she shares the ship with you, you need to understand. Hey, Very Carrie, you need to understand that this was this was a ship that cost a lot of money. This wasn't this wasn't this wasn't a Carnival cruise price type of ship. This was a very expensive cruise that these people went on. These were people that had money. Everyone on that ship had money because this is very elite cruise line, as it were. So that's one of the things that you may need to know. It had no rats or mice on it. Like can you imagine what that ship had that Jay Wilson went on? Can you imagine with all the rust that you saw on the outside of that ship? What was scammering around that buffet?
Okay.
This ship doesn't have a buffet.
You know what? Let's make this bigger. Yep, that works perfect. So this is actually some a post by Professor Joseph Allen. He suggested that virus may have airborne transmission potential under certain conditions. Allen pointed to cases from previous Andes virus outbreaks where transmission appeared to happen without direct physical contact. And in one case, 2 individuals reportedly only crossed paths briefly and exchanged greetings. And in another, infected individuals were seated at separate tables that were about 1 to 2 meters apart. He also noted that one of the ship's doctor became sick despite using goggles, gowns, and hand washing protocols, raising broader questions about the virus' airborne quality and ventilation and air filtration in enclosed environments. And if the virus truly has airborne capability under certain conditions, then this becomes a very different story altogether. Okay, so now that you have a basic overview of the outbreak, let me move to the part that really caught my attention: Beijing's possible role in all of this. What triggered my curiosity was a post circulating from a pro-Beijing account on X. The post aggressively emphasized one particular point, saying that this time the West cannot blame China. All right, And the moment I read that, this one Chinese expression immediately came to mind. It's called 此地无银三百两. In other words, trying too hard to deny something can end up making people even more suspicious. And my first reaction was, oh no, not again. So I started looking deeper into whether there were any unusual links, coincidences, or historical connections between the CCP and this outbreak. To be clear, I'm not making any conclusions about the origin of this outbreak. I'm simply going to walk you through a series of known facts, strange coincidences, and events that many people are now beginning to connect together. You can decide for yourself whether there is a link.
I may have to hurry her along. What she has discovered, she's not saying this is what caused the passenger to get it. She did note that he went to a dump site to birdwatch. But curiously enough, there was a passenger that got on the train and departed not the train, the ship the day before this couple who were considered patient 0 got on. But there is no further information about the guy from China who departed the ship the day before patient 0 was found on the ship the next day.
So beyond what I want to say is beyond experts' explanations, there is a series of suspicious events that deserve our attention. So let me walk you through them one by one. The first one is from Australia. In or before 2021, a major incident involving missing virus samples reportedly occurred at a laboratory in, I think, Queensland, Australia. Someone said Brisbane. I saw an earlier post in the comments. Someone said Brisbane. I think it's basically a total of 323 virus samples. Yeah, this is the official Australian government's investigation notice. So a total of 323 virus samples, including hantavirus and rabies virus samples, reportedly disappeared. The loss was not discovered until an internal audit conducted almost 2 years later in August 2023, when investigators realized that hundreds of virus samples previously stored in laboratory freezers had somehow vanished. In December 2024, Australian media publicly reported the shocking incident. At the time, Australia's health minister acknowledged that virus samples had indeed gone missing and announced an independent investigation. However, investigators ultimately could not determine whether the samples had been lost, stolen, or destroyed. To this day, the incident reportedly remains unresolved. According to the investigation, the samples likely disappeared no later than 2021, when a freezer malfunction occurred, though analysts believe the disappearance may have happened even earlier, before the freezer failure itself. The question then becomes, where did those virus samples go? Australia's chief health officer pointed out that over the past 5 years, neither Queensland nor the rest of Australia had recorded human infections linked to those missing viruses. That statement indirectly ruled out the possibility that the samples had simply been naturally lost or casually got mixed up or destroyed. One of the biggest concerns is that the virus samples might have been stolen. As for who might have taken them, I do not know. But there are precedents involving individuals connected to the CCP stealing or transferring virus samples. For example, there's already a real-world precedent involving Chinese-linked scientists or virologists and the transfer of dangerous pathogens. In July 2019, 6 months before COVID outbreak, Canadian authorities suddenly escorted Chinese-Canadian virologist. I have their pictures. Her name is Qiu Xiangguo, and her husband, biologist Chen Keding. They were escorted out of Canada's National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg, the country's highest security infectious disease lab. At first, the Canadian government revealed very little about the case, which immediately triggered intense speculation. Later, investigations and media reports showed that the couple had maintained extensive connections with multiple Chinese institutions, including the notorious Wuhan Institute of Virology, and researchers linked to the Chinese military. What made the case especially alarming was that before being removed from the lab, Ms. Chiu had reportedly arranged shipments of highly dangerous pathogens from Canada to China. Now, officially, Canadian authorities said the shipment itself had gone through administrative procedures, but the real concern was broader. What exactly was the nature of the operation between the Canadian lab and the Chinese institutions? Who approved these relationships? And how deeply were Chinese state-linked organizations embedded inside Western research systems? In 2021, the situation actually became even more sensitive because later reports suggested that Chinese military researchers had also worked with the couple through scientific collaboration programs. And in 2021, Canadian intelligence agencies reportedly concluded that the couple had posed a potential threat to national security. And by 2024, partially unsealed intelligence documents and parliamentary investigations revealed concerns that sensitive scientific knowledge, classified procedures, and biological materials may have been transferred to China through the couple. And this is exactly why some people become nervous whenever they hear about missing virus samples, unexplained pathogen transfers, or unusual outbreaks involving viruses connected to past laboratory research. Again, to be absolutely clear, this does not prove any connections between the current hantavirus outbreak and the CCP, but it does establish something important. there is already a documented history of Chinese-linked researchers gaining access to highly sensitive pathogen research in Western laboratories, which means when strange events happen, people no longer automatically dismiss those possibilities anymore. Instead, let's continue with what happened after those virus samples disappeared in Australia. Now, here's where the story starts getting even stranger. Just 1 year after the virus samples went missing in Australia, on March 10th, 2022, Guangzhou Baiyun Airport in China suddenly carried out a special emergency drill specifically focused on hantavirus contamination linked to rodents. Yeah, this is the media report. Sorry, where did it go? Yeah, can you see? Should I make it bigger? Yeah, this is the media report. And according to reports published at the time by the airport's official WeChat account, the airport's environmental management department worked together with a disinfection company to stimulate a hantavirus outbreak scenario at the airport's wastewater treatment facility. The exercise reportedly included both indoor and outdoor decontamination zones. Now, here's the strange part. Today, that original article is gone. The WeChat account that posted it has also been deleted. However, on March 12th, just 2 days after the drill, someone had already taken screenshots of the report before it disappeared. It's as if people knew that it would disappear. And that immediately raised a question. Why would authorities treat what looked like an ordinary public health exercise as something sensitive or sensitive enough to erase later? And remember, this was not a general anti-rodent sanitation exercise. This drill was highly specific. It was specifically targeting hantavirus. So naturally, people ask, why was one of the busiest airports in China suddenly conducting a hantavirus-focused emergency drill out of nowhere? And why was it so sensitive that it was deleted? And the timing makes people even more suspicious because this happened only months or perhaps a little longer after hantavirus samples reportedly disappeared from the Australian lab. Now, there is a parallel from the past that we can draw. Remember before COVID outbreak, on September 18th, 2019, Wuhan Tianhe Airport also conducted an emergency antivirus drill that specifically simulated the response or the response procedures for a novel coronavirus or other respiratory infectious disease. The exercise reportedly created a real-world scenario in which airport authorities discovered a passenger infected with a novel coronavirus. At the time, Chinese authorities claimed that the exercise was conducted to prepare for the 7th Military World Games, which were scheduled to happen in Wuhan the following months. But what many people later found striking was how unusually specific the drill was. It was not a general infectious disease exercise. It specifically focused on a novel coronavirus outbreak scenario. And then only weeks later, between November and December of 2019, COVID-19 erupted in Wuhan. So that makes the Baiyun Airport hantavirus drill in 2022 eerily suspicious. Then, just 3 months after the Baiyun Airport drill, another bizarre event happened. A mysterious online account. Many of you, this one. You might have already heard about this. A mysterious online account posted what many people now call a prophecy. It was posted on June 11th, 2022. On an X account, back then it was called Twitter, posted a message consisting of only 2 short lines. COVID ends in 2023, hantavirus in 2026. What makes this even stranger is that the account has only posted 4 times since, I think in its history, and it has never posted then. It only has 4 posts. It doesn't look like one of those typical attention-seeking accounts chasing traffic and followers online. So people naturally wonder what exactly was the motivation behind that post in the first place. To this day, nobody really has an answer. At the time, almost nobody looked at it. I mean, nobody paid attention. People dismissed it as nonsense. But now, after the cruise ship outbreak, the post has resurfaced and gone viral again online. And what unsettles people is this: COVID did largely fade as a global emergency in 2023. So this prediction was, the first half of the prediction is correct. And so people are now asking, was the second prediction also pointing to something real? But what you just saw is not the only so-called prediction. Back on April 7th, 2020, during the height of the COVID outbreak, exiled Chinese businessman Miles Guo, I have a picture of him, said something unusual during a live stream. And he said, today it's called coronavirus. I mean, he basically was saying that there will be different kinds of viruses coming out. And so he said, this is what he said. He said, today it's called coronavirus. Tomorrow it could be called hantavirus. At the time, almost nobody paid attention to that remark. But now, after the recent outbreak, people have started digging the clip back up online. And what makes it strange is this. Now, Miles Guo is a businessman. He's not a virologist. He has no background in infectious disease research. Yet during a live stream back in 2020, he casually mentioned hantavirus by name, because hantavirus is not a common name, right? Unless you're in the field. But he nevertheless mentioned it by name years before the current outbreak. And the businessman claimed at the time that he had obtained internal intelligence and top secret CCP documents for him to say this. And this man reportedly has extremely deep political and business connections inside the CCP system. Now, whether his remarks meant anything or not, looking back today, many people find the timing unsettling. And this man, Bill Gates, also has repeatedly warned in recent years that the next global pandemic could be far worse than COVID. Now, individually, any one of those things might sound random, but when people see the scattered fragments across the internet, all pointing in a similar direction, it inevitably creates a strange sense of unease. And then comes another disturbing coincidence. On March 30th of this year,
now I ask you, do you think the head of the Secretary of Health and Human Services knows any of this information, especially since we pulled out of the World Health Organization? How come you are not getting any information about this virus is my question. I just was looking up some things and I ran across this, and I thought that this was so interesting. So interesting that they were signaling about this during the first pandemic, the COVID pandemic. Now, one of the things that I also noticed about the COVID pandemic is how easily people were shuttered inside their homes. Now, here we have the Hunter virus situation coming out. Here we have a president who is failing. Here we have a president who says he hopes everything is going to be all right. Saying you have nothing to worry about and what his hopes are, interrupting Robert Kennedy Jr. When he's trying to lie and say that they put out updates about this virus. Here we have someone trying to rig this midterm election by hook or by crook. Do you think there will be a stay-at-home order and the suspending of the election, the midterm elections? I'm just curious. I'm really just asking questions. Are all the ducks being put in a row for any type of outcome to make sure that the Republicans stay in power with or without any election? I just really want to know. We all know that Project 2025 calls for people to be locked down in their homes. What do they call it? Martial law. We do know that. Is this going to get to the point where if you come out of your home, you can be arrested because they're closing down all of the cities under martial law? I don't know. But long ago, when people were saying, it's okay, we're going to rectify it in the midterm elections. Remember how skeptical I have always been about there even being any midterm elections? I'm just giving you the information. Do with it as you will. I'm just checking a couple of things out. I'm just paying attention to a lot of stuff that is going on. Are you?
China's Air Force Medical University.
Hey, Nappy Chow. Hey, Miss Toby.
Better known as the Fourth Military Medical University, publicly announced that it had successfully developed a new hantavirus nucleic acid vaccine. According to the announcement, the vaccine achieved strong and long-lasting immunity in experiments and could serve as an enhanced booster for people previously vaccinated with older inactivated hantavirus vaccines. Now, it's possible that this is the vaccine China had developed for certain Asian strains that cause a disease called HFRS. But people can't help pay attention to the timing here. The Chinese Military Medical University announced its hantavirus vaccine breakthrough just 2 days before the MV Hondius departed from Argentina. About 1 week after that, the suspected patient 0 died on board. And shortly after, the hantavirus outbreak exploded into international headlines. I'm not saying these events prove anything. I have no evidence showing the direct links between them. I'm simply laying out the timeline and the sequence of events because, frankly, many Chinese find the pattern difficult to ignore. And the Chinese are really asking, what kind of vaccines did they really develop? And the Chinese just find the timing eerily suspicious. So if people think this sounds like a conspiracy theory or made-up story, that's fine. But the reason people are nervous today is because the early timeline of COVID has contained a long series of strange coincidences, warnings, denials, missing information, and unexplained events that people initially dismissed. And that's why people are paying close attention to anything they could find coming out of China. Now, the story doesn't end there. On April 28th, which is only two weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, the CCP's Politburo, its highest governing body, held its 25th collective study session, focused specifically on improving disaster prevention, emergency response, and crisis management capabilities. What many observers found unusual was this. At the time, China has a whole bunch of issues that need to be addressed. The economy, is the number one concern. But the regime is focused on disaster prevention, emergency response, crisis management. And also, China is not dealing with any major flood or wildfire. In other words, the high-level emergency preparedness meeting was held without any obvious ongoing natural disasters. Then, shortly after the meeting, Chinese authorities quickly appointed a new disaster management chief. And then, only days later, on May 6th, the WHO officially confirmed newly detected hantavirus infections linked to the cruise outbreak. Again, maybe all of this is just a coincidence, but when people place all of them side by side, the timing inevitably starts raising questions. Now, just as the world assumes that there was no Chinese nationals on that cruise liner, Chinese media reported a Chinese passenger on that cruise ship. He is, I actually have a picture of him. Where is he? Oh yeah, this is the Politburo meeting. Notice. Here's the man. There's a 52-year-old Chinese traveler. His name is Chen Yong from Sichuan, who's known for his global adventures. He had also traveled on that ship during an Arctic expedition from March 20th to March 31st. He spent 12 days on that ship. He disembarked on March 31st. What makes the timeline notable is that the Dutch passenger, who later confirmed positive for hantavirus, boarded the ship on April 1st, just 1 day later. The man said that when he left the cruise ship, the Chinese man, he did not have any known interactions with the suspected patient 0. But the Chinese netizens are still concerned if the man had brought the virus back to China. But I don't know. I don't know if he did or did not. But I just want to show you that this man was actually on the boat, on the same boat, and he disembarked the day before patient 0 boarded the ship. Okay, but I want to tell you, there was a suspicious hantavirus outbreak in China. I think during COVID. So there's a case that was widely reported by state media back in March 2020. China recorded a hantavirus outbreak in Yunnan province. And this is all over the Chinese media. You can still find it. So this is what the media reports say. In the early morning of March 23rd, 2020, a chartered bus transporting migrant workers from a town in Yunnan back to Shandong for work. There were 33 people on board. A worker surnamed, let me get rid of him. He's not related to this. There's a worker whose last name was Tian. He suddenly became ill on the bus. And a couple of others also got sick. They had fever. So 4 people were sent to a hospital. And then shortly after, at around 7 a.m. that same day, Tian died. Meanwhile, the remaining 29 passengers on the bus were immediately placed under quarantine. However, Tian, the one who passed away, tested negative for COVID, but positive for hantavirus. Authorities also stated that at the time, that samples from the other passengers were still being collected and tested. But after that initial report, almost no follow-up information could be found online regarding whether anyone else on the bus became infected, whether additional cases were discovered, or what ultimately happened to the quarantined passengers. In other words, deadly hantavirus outbreak had already appeared inside China in March 2020, right in the middle of the massive COVID outbreak. But I mean, this case was widely reported by Chinese media, but we know nothing more than what I just told you. So let's step back and look at the events. Maybe all of them are unrelated. Maybe every single one is a pure coincidence. But after COVID, people no longer look at strange timelines the same way. Because once trust is broken, every unexplained event starts raising larger questions. And
okay, so you can watch the rest of that video. There was a lot in that video. I just wanted to share with you because I thought that since no one else is giving you any type of information about this virus, I thought I would share with you some of the things that I found peculiar about this virus. Now, she talked about the strain that was found in 2020, and you can still find information on that. Here we are. This article is dated. This is the USA Today, March 24th of 2020. A case of hantavirus has been reported in China. Here's why you shouldn't worry. Understand that this is in the height of the coronavirus. A man who died in China on Monday reportedly tested positive for a hantavirus, but that doesn't necessarily mean you should worry another pandemic is coming. Hantavirus are a family of viruses that spread through rodents, according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Yunnan province. A man died on his way back to Shogun province, according to Global Times, an English language Chinese news outlet. Let me put my glasses on. He was tested positive for hantavirus. Other 32 people on the bus were tested, the news outlet tweeted. The tweet sent amid a pandemic caused by the new coronavirus have been shared more than 15,000 times. That's not a lot of times that was shared. Through countries across the globe are though countries across the globe are on high alert due to uncertainty around the coronavirus, there is no indication that the hantavirus poses a global public health threat. According to the CDC, hantavirus cases are rare and they spread as a result of close contact with rodent urine droppings or saliva. Certain kinds of rats and mice in the United States carry the virus, which is transmitted when someone breathes in contaminated air. So that makes you wonder if you are breathing in recirculated air, air that is recirculated on airplanes, where the flight attendant contracted hantavirus from a patient who was on the ship. Is your Health and Human Services secretary alerting you about any of these possibilities or probabilities? No. Okay. Let's see. The hantavirus that causes human illness in the United States cannot be transmitted from one person to another. So it can be spread via air. The CDC says on its website, rare cases in Chile, Argentina have seen person-to-person transmission when a person is in close contact with someone sickened by a type of hantavirus called the Andes virus, the CDC says. Now, have you noticed that they have not distinguished which type of hantavirus was on this ship? They just say hantavirus, like there is only one hantavirus. In the U.S., the virus can cause hantavirus pulmonary syndrome, a severe respiratory disease that can be fatal. Symptoms include fatigue, fever, muscle ache, headaches, dizziness, chills, and abdominal problems. Coughing and shortness of breath can occur later in the disease as the lungs fill with liquid and you die. Hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome, found mostly in Europe and in Asia, can also occur, which causes pains, fever, chills, nausea, and blurred vision. The CDC says more serious symptoms include acute kidney failure, which means that you would need a kidney transplant or you die. Causes in the United States have typically been concentrated in the western and southwestern states. But understand, this happened on the ship. And people were freely able to fly in aircraft, untraced, untracked. The people have freely been able to go about their lives once they got home here in the United States. God knows what is about to happen, but I'm just giving you the information. Let me go further. Do you guys want to hear any hearings? Do you guys want to hear be reminded of the idiots that we have in the highest places of government? I want to share with you what JD Vance has been up to before we go to the hearing. I think you need to understand what JD Vance has said about suspending enrollment in Medicare and about suspending help to those who are on hospice care, allegedly because of hospice care, he says, is one of the biggest places where fraud is being done in hospice care. So if you did not know that, while you're dying, if you die, JD Vance feels that, hey, it's better to have you die suffering and in pain than to give you hospice care, because our government is trying to stop waste, fraud, and abuse. So here we go.
And again, it is every single day I learn of something new. I learn about people who say that they're claiming for hospice services, but in fact, they're not providing any services, and they're making hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in the process. Talk about something that we've seen in Minneapolis, but also in Maine. We have seen people go out there and say that they're providing services to autistic children, when in reality, they maybe don't have any children at all, or they certainly don't have autistic children. So they get paid millions and millions of your dollars to provide services that they're not actually providing. And oh, by the way, what happened to the autistic children and their families who actually need those services and need a competent government to ensure that they're doing the right thing? My friends, this has gone on for far too long. You have been fleeced by your own government for far too long, and we are stopping it every single day.
So, JD Vance, how exactly are you stopping it every single day? So if you have seen this, you are reporting this to be a true fact. What has the DOJ done to bring charges against these alleged people that you say that are opening up hospice care facilities and not caring for hospice patients? What have you done to prosecute people who are alleging that they have children with children with, oh my God, I got Alzheimer's on my mind. People with autism. What are you doing to prosecute these people who falsely collect money under the guise that they have autistic children, but they don't? So your answer is what? Isn't that the obvious answer? Since you say you have found these cases, if you found them, why aren't you prosecuting them? But what are you doing instead of prosecuting? This administration, like Elon Musk said, that people who are 300 and something years old were still getting Social Security checks, when that was never the fact. That never happened. To under the guise to get his Doge boys to go into Social Security and pull off all the information of over 350 million people and put it on a unsecure server and then say that they were going to give it to their new bosses to go through your Social Security information to look for people who may have committed fraud in an election. And you notice what has not happened to those Doge boys? Those Doge boys are employed. Those Doge boys have jobs. Those Doge boys who did something illegal still have jobs. They have not been prosecuted for stealing Social Security information and outwardly saying that they're going to give it to their new employee who has no authorization to see your Social Security information under some grand thing. Well, we're looking for fraud in the election, so sure, we should be able to do something that is illegal. Your DOJ has done nothing about that. Let's see what JD Vance is going to do about this fraud that he's alleging that happens in what? Why are none of these states red states? Maine, we saw it in Minneapolis, and then we're gonna see what he's doing in California, because California is not. They're not. Researching fraud well enough to our liking, so therefore we're going to hold $1.2 billion from the state of California. Are we serious here? This is your government at work. And look at these lunatics behind. I hear the crowd, it looked robust. I hear there were about 125 people at this event. This event was so small that JD Vance fame that he cared about someone who was having a medical emergency. And I think that we need to respect the person that's having a medical emergency. And I'm not going to answer any more questions. Someone is sick in the audience. Motherfucker. The whole motherfucking stadium was empty. You could have pulled them 5 feet to the side, and she could have had complete privacy. This is your government at work.
Now, let me tell you about a guy, though, who did not stand for fraud. He did not stand for fraud when he was in the state government, and he will not stand for fraud in the United States House of Representatives representing you, and that's Paul LePage. Now, I hate to say this because I love this state. The first time I ever visited Maine, actually, was probably 4 or 5 years ago. Actually, it was exactly 4 years ago because I remember.
So, Paul LePage, he's running for, I believe he's running for Senate or Congress. I can't remember which one. No, he's not. He could be running for the second Senate seat in Maine. I know. See, I'm so concerned. Susan Collins is one of the senators in Maine, and Susan, I'm so concerned. Collins didn't even show up for this J.D. Vance. Susan Collins didn't show up for the J.D. Vance event in Maine. I'm so concerned. Susan Collins doesn't seem concerned about this fraud that J.D. Vance says is happening in Maine. Let's continue.
Our daughter, who's now 4, was probably 3 or 4 months old at the time. And we came up here and we stayed for a week. It was one of the most amazing trips I've ever had in my life because this is a beautiful state, as you all know, with incredible people, with good food. This is America. This is the very best of America right here in communities like this. And so I have a special...
Right here in communities like this. As you just said, that all of the autism fraud that is going on in Maine. All of the hospice fraud that is going on in Maine. You included Maine in a state that is committing large levels of fraud. But I guess this particular community, do I see any Black people in the audience? I guess that's what makes this particular community great in Maine.
Affection for this state, but I can't even compare to your great former governor. Because while I love this state as an outsider, he loves this state as somebody who has fought for it every single day. A guy who came to work every single day, protecting your tax dollars, protecting your essential services, protecting our local law enforcement, making sure.
Well, if he has protected their essential services, how is there any fraud going on in hospice and autism? If he has done all of this protection of services. And what about the families that do have children who really have autism? If he is such a great protective of services, that would include to parents who really, as you say, really have children with autism. It doesn't seem like he protected them very much if you came out there and the first thing you said is, what about the children, the parents who really have children with autism? As you set up a narrative about people defrauding the state government for money to help them with their children who are autistic. What about that?
Common sense that the government actually works for the people who deserve and have the right to be in the United States to begin with. Makes sense, right? That's what it should be.
Oof, this did not go well for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance just spoke in front of a very tiny crowd. There couldn't have been...
Here's the crowd. Here's the crowd that looked so large. Here's a J.D. Vance rally. They had less people here than were at that Turning Point USA. Oh, we got to talk about American Idol, too. We definitely have to talk about American Idol.
More than 100.
These links are in my description box about J.D. Vance under the title, J.D. Vance Wants You to Die in Pain. Let's continue.
150 people here. He spoke in Maine. He's traveling to so-called swing states to try to scare them into voting for MAGA Republicans. I'll show you what went down as J.D. Vance had to cut his speech early because he claimed that there was somebody who got sick at the event who needed a medical emergency evacuation. And so they shut down this press conference fairly quickly. The speech ended fairly quickly. Here, let's play this clip.
Guys, do we have somebody over here who's got an issue? Okay, let's.
Can we distract from my horrible speech and the fact that hardly nobody showed up and I'm ready to get out of this place? I'm so concerned. J.D. Vance is so concerned.
Let's get a doctor in here. Sounds like we got somebody who maybe fainted or. Got him?
You got him? You got him? If they don't have him, what you gonna do? What you gonna do if they don't have him? Steps away from the podium. Let's give him room. Let's give him room. Is he serious? These are unserious people.
Okay. All right.
What about voter fraud? What about it? I really want to know, what about voter fraud? See, they like to talk about voter fraud as if it's a big problem in the United States. What are the numbers on voter fraud? Less than 1%, a percentage of 1% of voter fraud that they have found. And most of it are people who are fraudulently filling out ballots and voting for other people to vote Republicans. That's what about voter fraud that they don't tell you, that they want to you to believe that it's running rampant and all of this and all of that. We have cleaned up all the immigrants off the street. However, the undocumented immigrants are voting in our elections, and they are voting for Democrats. How can they be voting for anybody? Y'all said y'all cleaned up all the undocumented immigrants off the street. Surely, these undocumented immigrants that you pulled up off their jobs are not going to be out here trying to commit a felony and happen upon ICE, the DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullins refused to say that if he will not have ICE stationed at our polling stations. So you mean to tell me an undocumented immigrant is going to risk their freedom in the United States to go poll and do a felony to vote for a Democrat? Okay. What about voter fraud? But he's not going to answer any more questions. He's out of here. He was looking for a reason. Give me the reason to leave this place. I don't want to be in this place. He's looking for a reason to leave.
So let's, if we would, ladies and gentlemen, if you would just make a pathway so the law enforcement and the doctors can get to that person.
The whole event is a pathway. If you guys didn't tell people to squeeze in together, it wouldn't look like it was a crowd. The whole event would be a pathway. Like they don't have a pathway. Can you please step a half inch to the side so we can open up and get this person out of here to the free area right behind you in this arena so they can be worked on? Look at him acting as if he has a huge crowd of people. Oh God! Oh, we need to get this person air. The lies.
We okay? We're good? She's got care? Okay, sounds good. Well,
she got care. Sounds good. She has care. It sounds good. So let's continue. Does that sound like what he would say next after all of this pausing and walking over and all of this shit? Oh, she said, oh no. She said, please don't call the ambulance because she doesn't have health care insurance and she doesn't want a $800 to $1,500 medical bill coming to her. Please don't call the ambulance because they are going to bill her. That's what she said. What do you got to say about that, J.D. Vance? Huh? Nothing? That bitch got up off the stretcher and said, y'all ain't taking me nowhere. I'm refusing service. You won't be billing me. That's what she said, JD Vance. What you got to say to her now?
I want to be respectful, so I'm not going to answer any more questions here. I'm going to let this.
You want to be respectful, so you're not going to answer any question because a woman who is getting care fell ill, possibly fainted. You're not going to answer any more questions because you want to respect her. And so therefore you would disrespect everyone else who came out to hear what you have to say to them. Okay, that makes sense. You want to respect this one woman, but you want to disrespect of all the 99 other people who showed up to try to make it seem like you had a robust crowd. You would disrespect them. Okay, we get it.
Let this person get the treatment and the care that she needs. Let me just say two quick words. Number one, let's all say a prayer for our friend.
You're not going to answer any more questions, but you still got more to say. You're going to close out. Let me say this. I didn't present this propaganda, so let me say these last two pieces of propaganda before I leave.
Here and make sure that God looks after him or her, looks after her health.
Now you were told she has help. She has help, and you still are unaware if it's a him or her.
Then you can just take a look at just what this crowd looked like, so you can see for yourself how small it is. Let's play this clip.
We love you too, and it's great to be in Maine today. Now, before we get started, I got to poll the crowd a little bit because, it's lunchtime. And so when we get back on Air Force 2, I told the team we need to get lobster rolls now that we're here in Maine.
You should have asked Pete Kegbreath. He spent up $93 billion on lobster and crab legs. You should have gotten a place from Kegbreath, a recommendation. That's the least he could have done.
So what is the recommendation to this Bangor crowd? Where do we get lobster rolls from?
Yeah, and so Susan Collins, the MAGA Republican.
He's so relatable. Isn't he so relatable?
Republican senator of Maine did not show up, which I think was kind of coordinated because she's trying to pretend that she's moderate. And then JD Vance was like, well, Susan Collins wasn't here. I wish she would work with me more. And it's like so obvious.
I'm so concerned.
But they're trying to play this clip.
Now, my friend and former Senate colleague, Susan Collins, was not able to be here. Susan is back in D.C. She doesn't like to miss votes. And here's the thing I'll say about Susan Collins is sometimes I get frustrated with Susan Collins. I almost wish that she was more partisan. But the thing I love about Susan is she is independent because Maine is an independent state. And frankly, if she was as partisan as I sometimes wish that she was, she would not be a good fit for the people of Maine. So let's give a shout out to Susan Collins, who's doing a great job.
And then when you go to okay, well, what's their message for this election? Because they're just so bad and they've harmed so many Americans. They've ripped healthcare away. The economy is terrible. People can't afford anything. So, what do? Their usual playbook. They go and they attack immigrants and they say, well, if you look, the illegal immigrants are festering in Maine. They're festering here. Let me show you what he said. Play this clip.
Because if you look at the fraud that has happened in this state, if you look at the illegal immigrant communities who have taken benefits that ought by rights go to the people in this room, what you have in Maine.
Okay. They always say illegal immigrants are taking benefits that they are legally not allowed to get and that they do not get. If they had so many illegal immigrants, as they say, taking benefits that they don't deserve, do you not think that they will be plastering these people all across your television screens? This is a talking point, and this is a lie that they continue to tell you that illegal immigrants are getting your benefits. That's why it looks like your government is not doing anything for you because the illegal immigrants are getting them. No, no one's getting any. No one's getting any benefits because they want to make sure that the rich billionaires continue to get tax cuts. And they don't want you to look at why you're not getting benefits, and thus you will complain about the policies that they have set forth to make sure that these oligarchs and billionaires tax cuts were deemed to be permanent in this big bloated budget bill that they signed on the 4th of July last year. But they want you to look at I don't know how many undocumented immigrants that they have had, if they have a big immigrant problem. I don't care. But what I do know that undocumented immigrants are not getting federal funding. Now, Chicago did some shit where they were giving undocumented immigrants apartments. They were buying them furniture for their apartments. They were trying to expedite work visas for these undocumented immigrants. And I told you how stupid that I thought that was, when they have so many people homeless in the city of Chicago to be giving this away to undocumented immigrants. Let's be real clear.
It is a festering problem where people have been taken advantage of and they've been stolen from, and your government hasn't done anything about it.
Then when talking about Medicaid and Medicare, he said, it's all the fraudsters. That's why we're taking it away from you. It's because of the fraudsters. Here, play this clip.
She has actually fought back against our efforts to identify fraud in the Medicaid and Medicare programs, which, by the way, not only does it steal from you, but it means that those programs are going to go bankrupt because all the money's going to the fraudsters. So let me ask you this simple question. Do you like having a government official who fights for illegal aliens over you? No! Do you like having a state governor who doesn't work with the federal government to fight against fraud? No! So let's kick Janet Mills to the curb. Yeah! And let's send Paula Page to Washington to help us fight the fraudsters and protect all of you.
Then he says, there's so much fraud right now in the federal government, so it's easy to find the fraud. Well, okay, you're the federal government, and Donald Trump is the fraud in the federal government. If it's so easy to find the fraud, how come you're not standing in the Pentagon? How come you're not standing on Donald Trump shoelaces to hold him in place? It's easy to find the fraud. All of this is lip service. Literally been found civilly liable for fraud. Also, Donald Trump is a convicted felon as well. And as Alex Cole said, Trump supporters watch their guy run a fake charity, fake university, fake election claims, then clap when J.D. Vance lectures America about fraud. Donald Trump was literally found liable for financial fraud. Here, play this clip.
And we're going to talk about that because everybody asked me. The president asked me. I hear from people all the time who say, is going after fraud hard? And I say, unfortunately, no. Because there is a lot of fraud in the federal government. It's like fishing in a barrel. There is always something. Every week, I get a report from these guys. We're going to talk about that in a second. But it's unbelievable how much you have been fleeced by your own government.
And this is, again, the message that
the audacity. The fucking audacity. Because they know their voters are stupid. They know their voters are stupid.
They say, I'm heartbroken by what's happened to the fraud being like, you're the fraudster. Like, your regime is the fraud. You are waste, fraud, and abuse, right? As Donald Trump's doing $1 billion ballroom and let's paint the reflecting pool blue and, and all the grift that he's doing.
And let's give a no bid contract to my pool guy, a $6 million no bid contract. And let's tell the public, not billion, million. Let's tell the public that it only costs 1.3 million. And when we have actually given this man a no bid contract for $6 million, which has more than doubled to 13 point something million dollars. A no bid contract that are only supposed to go through in states of emergency. There was no emergency anywhere about this reflecting pool. But they want to talk to you about fraud. Who you think playing for this shit?
There's here, play this clip.
But because I love the state, I can say I'm heartbroken by what has happened to the fraud that's being perpetrated on the taxpayers of this state. Because outside of Minnesota and California, which are probably number one and number two, if they're the gold medalist and the silver medalist, I heard somebody shout out New York. Maybe New York is the bronze medalist, but let me be honest, maybe Maine is the bronze medalist.
And then J.D. Vance continues down with the lie of, the Democrats are having dead people vote. That's why we need to send.
Maybe Maine is the brown statue holder of fraud. So when he go to the next state, maybe you are second in the people who are getting frauded the most by your government, and maybe you are the most. Maybe it's you, Texas. Maybe it's you, Arizona. Maybe it's you, Pennsylvania. Who is getting frauded the most? It depends on what city I'm telling this lie in. Let's be real clear.
The National Guard and the military at your election places, because dead people aren't voting. But it's the same routine, right? Here comes an election, scare people, lie. This is the MAGA playbook, while they're the ones who pillage, while they are the ones who steal from you, while they are the ones who destroy your life. They just want to divide us with these scare tactics. Watch what JD Vance says. Play this clip.
Call me old-fashioned, but I don't think that dead people eat, so certainly they don't need food stamps. Unfortunately, they vote for Democrats. They don't vote for us.
No, they vote for Republicans. The facts have already shown that the most voter fraud are dead people and dogs and things like that that are registered to and are voting for Republicans. Oh, and these people buy the Kool-Aid with zero actual facts. If a politician say it, it must be true. No curiosity about deeming the real facts. And it's everybody else's fault that your life is the way it is as you continue to vote against your own interests. Let's continue.
My friends. But why is it that we have people who are driving Lamborghinis? And that is true. People driving Lamborghinis who are getting low-income assistance that's supposed to go for housing and food for our people. Why?
And folks, we saw JD Vance also recently travel to Pennsylvania. It's part of this whole tour that he's going state to state, speaking in front of very tiny crowds, trying to scare communities into voting for an authoritarian. I don't think it's going to work. I want to speak now to Bob Harvey from Bucks County, because as goes Bucks, so goes the country. One of the swingiest counties in the swingiest states, Pennsylvania. Bob Harvey is running against MAGA Republican Congress member Brian Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick doesn't hold town halls, and he's one of these guys who pretends to be moderate, but then votes with Donald Trump all of the time. I want to speak with Harvey because people are saying this is an important seat that Democrats can flip to win the midterms. Let's bring in Harvey. Let's bring in my interview with Harvey. Now I want to bring in Bob Harvey, running for Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district. Now Bob sits on the board of Bucks County Commissioners. You flipped that board blue, that 3-person commission back in 2019. And we've all heard the expression, as goes Bucks, so goes the country, the swingiest district in a swing state. And so you kind of have the code of how you did it back in 2019 when lots of people were saying, could that be done? Your background is that you're a teacher. You've lived in Bucks County your entire life. You know the people there, and you're running against Brian Fitzpatrick. Now, if you look at Brian Fitzpatrick on Wikipedia, the first thing it says is moderate Republican. And that's his whole image that he portrays. I'm this moderate. I bring people together. And that's where he's trying to silo himself right now. Not too distant from...
Okay, this link is in my description box. Avail yourself to it, if you will. Let's get more from... Oh, I played that. Let me... Hold on.
And again, it is...
let me show you what... the Medicare and Hospice. Here we go. Let's get to his announcement about cuts to Medicare and hospice care. This is what I want to talk about right here. This is in my description box under JD Vance wants you to die in pain. All 3 of these clips of JD Vance. He thought, I feel like Macaulay Culkin. I was home alone. And here is what I want to announce about Medicare and hospice care. Let me share this link with you. Okay, I'm sharing it. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Good. Good to see you all. So as you know, the president just landed in China a few hours ago. I always, you may know that because of Secret Service protocols that I don't travel outside of the country with the President of the United States. So on days today, I sometimes feel like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. I walk into the White House and it's very quiet and no one's there. And it takes me a second to realize exactly what's going on. But we've got a very big announcement today, actually a number of big announcements. And looking forward to hearing from Andrew and Dr. Oz and Kim about that. But let me just say that we've been hard at work over the last several months trying to make sure that we take care of the people's money and trying to make sure that the services that exist for the betterment of our fellow citizens, whether they're low-income kids who need access to food resources, whether they're low-income families who need access to medical benefits, that those programs are protected for the people who actually need them, that they don't exist to enrich.
So that's why you cut all of those programs in the big bloated bill. Let's be real. Let's really understand. We want to make sure that children who are hungry, they get what they need, and we want to make sure that people who are eligible for health care, we want to make sure you get what you need. But that's why we cut the money that we're spending on it in the budget, the thing that we want to call the big beautiful bill, and deny that we cut Medicaid. To the point that 13 to 25 million people are about to lose their Medicaid. But we want to come out here and say bullshit to you. As if this is what we cut billions from school lunch programs, billions from the food stamp program. These things that feed these poor children and students. Let's continue.
Fraudsters, but they exist for the American people. Resources, whether they're low-income families who need access to medical benefits, that those programs are protected for the people who actually need them, that they don't exist to enrich fraudsters, but they exist for the American people for whom Congress has said they're entitled. And that's exactly what this fraud task force is about. One of the things that I thought going into it, but that I've learned about fraud, is that it always has two fundamental victims. The first victim is the American taxpayer, who is generously paid into these programs in an effort to give their fellow citizens a leg up. But it also has as its victims the people who are meant to benefit from these programs, who are not able to benefit, or maybe are benefiting less because of what a disaster some of the fraud has wrought in these programs. And let me just give you a few concrete examples of what we're worried about, of what we're targeting, and also what we're going to do to solve some of these problems. So first, we're announcing that the federal government is deferring $1.3 billion in Medicaid reimbursements from the state of California. And the simple reason is because the state of California has not taken fraud very seriously. And because of that, we see a lot of the consequences that I just referenced. And again, let me highlight the fact that this really is two separate victims. So there are California taxpayers and American taxpayers who are being defrauded because California isn't taking its program seriously. But also you have people who've been prescribed medications that they don't even need. Sometimes they've had drugs put into their bodies that they don't need because fraudsters have actually encouraged false prescriptions and false administration of medications. So think about this. You're just a person trying to go see a doctor. You assume that your doctor is doing the right thing, but these fraudulent healthcare providers are getting rich by giving people medications they don't even need. It's a defrauding of the American taxpayer, but it's a violation of the trust that should exist between every American and the people who prescribe the medications. That's one thing that we're targeting. And this is why we're taking this action, is because we want California to get serious about this fraud. The second thing I want to talk about, and it requires a little bit of background explanation, is that we are going to very aggressively encourage the states to take Medicare fraud more seriously. So I think a lot of you understand, but for those of you watching at home who don't appreciate this, the Medicaid system that exists in the United States is really 50 separate systems. The federal government pays most of the Medicaid money, but then each of the individual states actually administers the Medicaid program. Now, we have red states and blue states that go after fraud aggressively, but we also unfortunately have some states, mostly blue states unfortunately, that do not take Medicaid fraud very seriously. So you have what's called...
We have mostly blue states that don't take Medicare fraud seriously. Of course, it would be blue states. They don't take Medicare fraud seriously. California, with the fourth largest economy in the world, not in the United States, in the world, that relieves all of these red states that don't do anything for their constituents. So therefore, California have to foot the bill for these red states. Would that be fraud? Would you consider that fraud? That their elected official do absolutely nothing for them, so that they have to get money from this fourth largest economy, which is California? I think you're creating a fraud, committing fraud against California. But let's hear the rest of this bullshit.
Called Medicaid Fraud Control Units, or MFCUs. These Medicaid fraud units, unfortunately, that do not take Medicaid fraud very seriously. So you have what's called Medicaid Fraud Control Units, or MFCUs. These Medicaid fraud, these anti-fraud units within the Medicaid program, we generously, meaning the federal government generously gives these fraud control units many, many billions of dollars across the United States of America so that they can take Medicaid fraud seriously. But let me just give you an example to highlight how absurd some of these Medicaid fraud programs are, because they're not actually being used at all. This is a tool. This is a tool that we want the states to use, but unfortunately, a lot of states aren't using these tools at all. Let me highlight this with just a couple of separate statistics. So, the Hawaii Medicaid program has received billions and billions of dollars from the federal taxpayers. And of course, Hawaii taxpayers have paid in a lot of money into this program over the last years as well. Guess how many convictions or indictments has Hawaii had over the last few years in its Medicaid fraud program? The answer is 0. Not a single indictment, not a single conviction, because the administrators of the Hawaii program just don't take it seriously. They don't think that fraud is a big enough problem. They don't care about protecting resources. They don't care about protecting that Medicaid program. So what does that mean? That means that if you're committing fraud in Medicaid in Hawaii, at least up until now, hopefully now they're going to take it seriously, you have had effectively free reign from the government. They don't care about protecting not a single conviction from the federal taxpayers. The Hawaii Medicaid program has received billions and billions of dollars from the federal taxpayers. And of course, Hawaii taxpayers have paid in a lot of money into this program over the last years as well. So what does that mean? That means that if you're committing fraud in Medicaid in Hawaii, at least up until now, hopefully now they're going to take it seriously, you have had effectively free reign from the government of Hawaii to commit as much fraud as you want. That is.
Now you see how he keeps almost slipping up and saying Medicare, and he's talking about fraud in Medicaid. So how does Medicare get involved in any of this? Now I do that because I'm not looking at statistics and trying to separate what's being done in Medicaid and Medicare. I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs of Medicaid and Medicare, but he's on here presenting you with reasons why there are cuts in Medicaid. It's based on fraud that has not been prosecuted. But the fraud cases that they want to continue to put up in your faces are the fraud cases that were prosecuted under the Biden administration that they wanted to act as if were ongoing. When they were talking about these fraud cases, these people who had committed this fraud were already found guilty and being sentenced. Who should ride around in a Ferrari when they are committing Medicaid fraud? Well, ask Senator Rick Scott, who at the time he was found to be committing Medicaid fraud. That was the largest Medicaid fraud ever reported. Was he convicted of anything? You're talking about what's going on in Hawaii. But when one of your fellow senators, Rick Scott, defrauded Medicaid, what was he charged with? What was he charged with? And then went on to be elected as a senator of the United States. Is Florida a blue state or a red state? Oh, Florida's a red state, so we won't talk about that. We will pretend like that never happened. The largest case of Medicaid fraud at its time in the whole United States. A sitting Florida senator, a red state.
Is a complete disgrace. In New York, which does a little bit better, but not by much, New York has had 9 indictments over the last year. 9 indictments. That's a one.
Over the last year. So maybe the previous indictments over the past years have made people think twice about committing Medicare fraud. They did a little bit better. Now, you said that they did a little bit better, but you presented Hawaii. You said that Hawaii, in its whole history of having Medicaid, they have never had anybody brought up on any charges of Medicaid fraud. But in New York City, you said that they are doing a little bit better because in 1 year's time, they have brought 9 people up on charges, and you compared and contrast that. You compared and contrast that with a state that has never brought anyone up on conviction in the whole period of getting Medicaid. That's what you did. That's what you said. That's what you presented. So how many people did New York bring up in 2024, 2023, 2022? Have they cut down on the number of cases that they have to prosecute because they are fewer cases that they have to prosecute because they have set up guidelines that will not allow them to be cheated in the same ways after discovering a fraud in Medicaid? That's what you're not saying. The devil is in the details of why New York City in one calendar year only had 9 cases. How many cases did they have before they put in precautions in safeguards to prevent prior Medicaid fraud? That's what he's not telling you. Let's be real clear.
$100 billion Medicaid program just in New York, and you've had 9 indictments. Indiana, which has about a third of the population of the state of New York, has had more than 4 times as many indictments over the same period. So do we think,
So what is it? So you would think you need to see how many they had the year before that, the period before that, Indiana. How many did they have the period before that? How many cases have Indiana prosecuted in the prior years? And in these prosecutions, have they done anything to prevent the people in Indiana, these druggies, these heroin addicts in Indiana, these poor white trash in Indiana, to continue to commit fraud in Indiana? What precautions have they put in place to stop the fraud in Indiana, who has by far fewer people? Have they been proactive in preventing Medicaid fraud? This is what we need to know. So no, what you're saying doesn't mean anything. I can cherry pick numbers too, but I need more information. Let's continue.
Anybody here seriously think that the good people of Indiana are 12 times more likely to commit fraud than the people of...
If you've been to Indiana, yes, you would think that. Yes, you would think so. Just because who here would think the fine people in Indiana would commit more fraud than in this New York City? You know, New York City, this urban city with the blacks and the Puerto Ricans and all the immigrants. Who would think that Lily White in Indiana would create more fraud? Anybody with sense? Anybody that been to that broke ass state, Indiana? Anybody that seen the dredge of meth use, of drug use, of all of the fucking ills that poor ass state Indiana suffers from. Anybody that see that poor white trash that live in Indiana, they would see that. But all of a sudden, who would think that anybody would think that Indiana, the great people of Indiana, are you fucking kidding? Are you fucking kidding me? Let's continue. With all them rundown, rat-infested houses in Indiana, are you fucking kidding me? Let's continue.
New York? No, of course not. That's absurd. What is happening is that the the leadership in New York are just not taking the fraud issue seriously. They're not using these anti-fraud control units to actually investigate and indict the fraud. So what are we going to do to fix that?
They're not using the instruments to investigate and indict the fraud. But you don't know if their fraud cases have indictments of their fraud. These 9 fraud cases has diminished because they have been using the tools that when they found fraud in previous years, and thus the fraud has decreased. Isn't the whole point of you using the tools of protecting against fraud? Shouldn't that decrease the fraud in the system? Isn't that why these fraud units are giving money to make sure that the fraud in Medicaid is decreased? Does that make sense to anybody? Does that make sense to anybody? And this Indiana that you speak of that have 12 more cases, I would like to see their data as well. I would like to see if they are using the tools that they are also giving in this fraud identifying stuff. I would like to see, are they putting tools in place to have the number of fraud cases that they have? Are they putting the tools in place? Are the tools being put in place for them to have almost twice as more cases than in New York City, smaller state, far smaller than New York City? I want to know, have they been using the instruments that they need to use to prevent fraud in Indiana as well? Are they having the same amount, or is their fraud increasing in Indiana because they are not using the tools? Maybe you need to look at Indiana and tell us, how was the fraud the year before this? See, information matters. You just can't give me some motherfucking numbers and maybe Indiana is the place that are not using their tools that they have set up for fraud. So because New York City only have 9 cases, that is indicative of them not going against fraud and trying to root out fraud in the system. Wouldn't rooting out fraud in the system cause you to have more instances where you're charging people with fraud? Isn't that the whole point? Is not that I forgot. The Trump voters are ignorant. They don't have a critical thinking skills. They go off of whatever is laid out by this administration. This is bullshit.
Today, we are sending across 50 Medicaid programs. We are sending letters that will require them to show that they are effectively and aggressively prosecuting Medicaid fraud in their states. And if they do not aggressively prosecute Medicaid fraud, we are going to turn off the money that goes to these anti-fraud units. And I would say a couple things about this. You may think, obviously, this is a Republican administration. We're all proud Republicans up here. You may think that this is purely a red state or blue state issue. That's actually not true. We see Medicaid fraud issues.
That is actually very true, because of all of the states that you named out. You named out things in blue states that you don't approve of, while whitewashing over shit that goes on in red states. This is exactly what this is. This is some partisan BS. This is exactly what this is. You're going to withhold the money from them to prosecute and investigate and put up procedures to prevent fraud in states where you don't feel like they are fighting fraud aggressively enough. You're not kicking enough people off of Medicaid in blue states. This is what you're not sending enough. You're not looking for bullshit reasons to prosecute people in blue states. This is what you're saying. He is on the fraud task force. This is what he's doing with his new position on the fraud task force. We're going to take money away from you to actually discover, investigate, and fight fraud. If we tell you that you're not being aggressive enough, what are the parameters of being aggressive? Are we putting what do they call that? Are we putting quotas in of a number of fraud cases we feel that you must prosecute? So therefore, you're going to try to meet your quota to get your money to fight against fraud. You're going to be accusing people and charging people with fraud to meet a quota? Or are you going to be fighting against fraud in a way that prevents more people from committing fraud, so you have to prosecute less people because less people are committing fraud? Which one is it?
Ohio?
I thought the Republicans hated quotas. The Republicans hate quotas when it benefits people who are not white. That's the only time Republicans hate quotas. So California is not doing enough because they only prosecuted 9 cases. How many must they prosecute? Because Indiana, that small town butt fuck state of Indiana, got people abusing Medicare left and right. But what have they done to stop the abuse of Medicare in Indiana? To see that these are important things that you need to know as they present one thing as, oh, see, look at this. This is what it is. Let me close the book. You can't examine the history of what goes on in these states. We're going to give you 1 calendar year. And we're going to give you no more information. And see what we said? See what we said about these blue states? They got way more people. But what has Indiana done with their money to fight fraud? See, if Indiana has been doing money and the fraud cases have gone down, then that would make sense. But if Indiana has not done anything in Medicaid to make fraud go down, then Indiana is the one that needs to lose their money. See, we need all the facts. See, what he's presenting here is some bullshit. And he's doing it on purpose because he know the Trump voters are dumb. Just like Trump says he likes them. Real mealy and dumb.
The state that I used to represent in the Ohio in the United States
And
Senate.
we're not going to talk about butt fuck Ohio. We're not going to talk about, ain't you from West Virginia and Ohio? We're not going to talk about them poor ass states. And there's a reason they're poor. There's a reason they're poor. Now you want to represent Ohio. Now you want to represent Ohio as you wrote a book talking about how tricked out your mom was on meth. Come to find out your mama was allegedly stealing medication from a hospital that she worked in. But you wanted to make it appear like you were some hillbilly and she was rinsing her needle out in the toilet in toilet water and all that old shit when you was a kid growing up in West Virginia. Found out your mama wasn't nothing but a thief that was stealing patients' medicine. If you want to hurt hospice people, put people like your mama over them that will steal their medicine. They'll die in pain. Let's continue.
We also see Medicaid issues, fraud issues in a state like Maryland, which is obviously a very blue state. But both Ohio and Maryland have worked with us to take this issue seriously. They've worked with the guys behind me. They've worked with our entire team to make sure that they take fraud seriously. Again, this does not have to be a red state or.
So what it has to do, what they have to do, they have to work with you. States do not have to work with you. States do not have to work with you. There are a whole lot of southern states that didn't work with President Obama. They didn't not sign on to get more Medicaid in their states. They would rather let their people suffer. But now all of a sudden, people have to work with you. No, states don't have to work with you. The states have their own Medicaid program. It is not your program. States are allowed to conduct their Medicaid programs. If you want to take money away that you say that we're giving you billions of dollars to fight fraud, Medicaid, that is a state program. What happened about all of these states' rights? Where go all these states' rights? Did Obama say that these states don't want to work with me and they don't want to expand Medicare? So I am going to reap some retribution on these states? No, you say okay, well, fuck it. If your constituents like it, if they keep voting you in, oh well, that's on them.
Or a blue state issue. This is just basic good government. However, team to make sure that they take fraud seriously. Again, this does not have to be a red state or a blue state issue. This is just basic good government. However, states like California, states like Hawaii, states like New York have completely not taken the fraud issue seriously in the Medicaid program. And so for those states that refuse to get serious about fraud, we are going to turn off that anti-fraud money. And if we continue to find problems, we can turn off other resources within their state Medicaid programs as well. Our goal here is not to do that. We don't want to turn off any money. What we want to do is ensure.
If they don't work with us, we can turn off more of their money. If they want to do things that Medicaid and Medicare, the federal government does not run Medicaid or Medicare in your state. These are state programs that get subsidies from the federal government, not under the guise that the federal government is allowed to tell the states how to run their Medicare and Medicaid programs. Are we clear on that? See, first of all, you have to understand how it really works, and you have to listen to what this fool is telling you. This is another way where this administration plans to go in and throw people off of their Medicare and Medicaid. The big, beautiful bill wasn't enough. The Gavin Newsom insulating people in California was a step too far. No, now J.D. Vance has discerned a way. J.D. Vance, who never got a job that Peter Thiel didn't hand him on a silver platter, never got a position in government that Peter Thiel didn't finance. This same Peter Thiel who is all in your health care. All of a sudden, J.D. Vance has a criteria of how he's going to affect change and throw people off their Medicaid and Medicare in blue states like California. And if you do not bend your knee to the federal government that has no place in anything that has to do with the states run Medicare and Medicaid, or we're going to claw back more federal dollars. And we're going to take the taxes that come from the largest economy in the world, and we're going to continue to give the California dollars to these red states that can't afford to sustain themselves, though. But we're going to take your tax dollars away, and we're going to take Medicaid away and Medicare away. from California, because they're not doing what? They're not a healing. They have not come to heal. So therefore, this is what we're going to do to California as we continue to collect their dollars for these backward red states. They can't produce enough money to sustain themselves. We're going to continue to use the California tax dollar. Are we clear on this? Okay, let me let this run.
Sure that people are taking fraud seriously. We want to protect Medicaid. We want to protect Medicare, but we can't do that if the states that are administering those programs are allowing those programs to be fleeced by fraudsters. So we encourage, whether it's California or New York or Maryland or Ohio, we encourage people to work with us. We want to help you use technology and other tools to get rid of the fraud, to get to the root of the fraud. We want to help you. But we can only help these state programs if those state programs are willing to help themselves. So these letters are the first step, the first effort to try to force these states to get serious about prosecuting fraud, and that's exactly what we're doing. Let me just talk about one final issue here. We see a lot of fraud in the home health care and in the hospice care system. I think Dr. Oz will probably talk a little bit more about that. But again, you have to appreciate that this fraud issue is fundamentally theft from the taxpayer, but also theft from people who need these programs. Just last month, a California psychotherapist, a woman who had spent 40 years treating patients, helping people deal with problems, found out that her Medicare program had been turned off, that she did not have access to the resources that she had been paying into for her entire life. Why? Because a fraudster had stolen her identity and signed her up for healthcare services that she didn't need, and so she had been turned off of the healthcare services that she did need. This happens way too much in the United States of America, and it happens because until recently, we did not have a government or an administration that actually took the fraud program and took anti-fraud prevention seriously. So let me just close with one final observation here. First of all, why are we doing this now? Why weren't we doing this 2 years ago? And the simple answer is because we didn't have a president and we didn't have an administration who took fraud seriously. So I want to thank the President of the United States, though I know he's busy in China. All of these efforts, all of these things that we're finding are because we have a president who has told us, take the fraud issue seriously, get to the root of it, and turn off the money when we find out that money is going to fraudsters. So that's exactly what we're doing. But I just want to say that for me, and I think for a lot of people who are involved in this effort, this is very personal, because I'm not just the Vice President of the United States. I come from a family, and I grew up in a family where we sometimes benefited from these programs. The generosity of the American people is one of the most amazing things about our country. I think all of us, of course, just passed tax day. None of us like paying our taxes, but we do it. And why do we do it? Because we know that it goes to give a bite to a low-income family that can't afford food. We know that it goes to pay the military who keep us safe. We know that it goes to some essential services. But that trust in our government, that trust in our institution, it depends on us taking that trust seriously. How long are people going to pay into programs if they know that that money doesn't go to a low-income kid who needs health care, but that money goes into a fraudster getting rich? This doesn't work, and this doesn't make sense unless we take fraud seriously. So I'm proud to be part of an effort in our government. I'm proud to lead the effort in our government to finally take fraud seriously. We want to protect these programs for the kids and the families who need them. We want to ensure that the American taxpayer isn't getting fleeced. And I'd say just a few months into it, gentlemen, we have done a very, very good job. Let's keep it up. So let me turn it over now to Andrew Ferguson, who's the executive director of our anti-fraud task force. Andrew has done an amazing job, but I have to give a special shout out, not just because she's my fellow Ohioan, to Kim, who has probably found more fraud and has saved the American taxpayer more money than any single official within the government over the last 3 months. Kim, you have been an all-star. We're proud to have you on the team. Thank you, guys.
Wait a minute. I thought Elon Musk did that.
Well, I couldn't have put it better than the vice president did. The only reason that what happened today happened is because President Donald Trump took this issue seriously that has plagued this country for decades and is committed to an all-of-government approach. And so to him is who the credit goes. But the vice president deserves tremendous credit here. It's hard to get the whole machinery of government moving. You need someone with the vice president's abilities, with his gravitas, and with his determination to drive at these issues. That's
Medicare War Room started on March 31st of last year. We have stopped over $2 billion from going out the door just by targeting those high-risk providers. Recently, a couple of weeks ago, we've decided to take it a step further, and we're now doing a Medicaid war room. And what's unique about this is it's the first time that we've ever partnered across the board with our law enforcement partners, the HHS OIG, DOJ, the states, the MFUCAs, the Medicare Fraud Control Units, all working together for the first time to look at Medicaid claims in real time and be able to determine how we can stop those payments from going out the door, to stop the instances of an 89-year-old woman who had over 5,000 skin substitutes, or to stop the types of things that are just really aberrantly ridiculous. So what we've done is we have data analysts, we have...
So you, a non-doctor, is standing up here saying because a woman is 89 years old, she shouldn't have skin substitutes. But here I am thinking, why is she having skin substitutes? You're not a physician. You don't know. You want to cut her off of Medicare because she needs a skin substitutes. Is that what I'm hearing? Could she need skin substitutes on her buttocks, on her thighs, because she have a skin that is not healing because she's in one of these state-run convalescent hospitals, where she is always, her skin is always getting bed sores? Could this be the reason? Do you know that people who get constant bed sores also get other infections to their bones? They can get parasitical infections to their bones. But your fat ass, she can take some of that skin off your motherfucking chin and have enough skin to get 100 more skin grafts. But you have something against somebody, you presenting something about a woman who's 89 years old who's getting a skin plants. Are you kidding? Is this bitch serious? Is this bitch serious? Okay, let's move on. I want to get to the hospice shit.
Forensic auditors, we have law enforcement people all coming together from those back in meeting.
One of them called the government and said, hey, you're a fraudulent. So Dr. Oz, I want to make sure I understand this well. So you're saying that we kicked off 800 fraudulent healthcare providers off of the Medicare system, and not a single one of them called the government and said, hey, you made a mistake.
We've had a handful of calls. We're not sure they're legitimate yet, but it's less than 20 out of 800, and we're auditing them.
Unbelievable. So at least 780 are not even...
Dr. Oz is such a fucking loser. Dr. Oz has no ability to be embarrassed. He is absolutely shameful. This motherfucking quack, he has turned himself into a full quack to pursue his heights of being some type of government official. He has given up all of his medical insight, medical knowledge to sit up and nod his head and bite his tongue as all of this bullshit comes out of this administration. Dr. Oz, can we get a list of those 800 facilities that you have cut off of Medicare? And you say that none have got, a handful. And we believe those are fraudulent. Well, what makes you believe that they are fraudulent even when they call back? You wanted to present that these 800 were obviously fraudulent because they didn't call back. So therefore, the ones that call back are fraudulent too? Okay. Dr. Oz, can we get a list of those 800 proprietors that you cut off from being Medicaid providers, please, sir? We'll wait.
Trying to claim that they're not fraudulent. And again, those are businesses that we were giving hundreds of millions, in some cases billions of dollars to. not to provide services, but to make a fraudster rich. It's just completely insane. Drives home the scale and scope of the problem. Okay, we'll take a few questions.
Actually, it does not drive home the scale of the problem because we have no corroborating information about any of those things that Dr. Oz said. And he doesn't look confident in his lie as he stands there looking stupid.
We'll say the ground rules are, I will take the easy questions. Any hard questions are for Dr. Oz. Yes.
Alva with NBC News. I want to ask you first on the issue of fraud. As you're saying, if the administration is calling to specifically withhold Medicaid payments, why should the people who rely on those payments suffer the consequences for a state's failure to go after bad actors? And I have another question for you.
So I want to be clear here. We're talking about withholding the Medicaid fraud enforcement payments that go to the state bureaucrats. We're not talking about withholding people's benefits. We're talking about turning off the resources that the state government should be using to police fraud. And then instead, we're going to use those resources ourselves because we're actually taking the fraud issue very seriously. But I do think it raises a very important issue. There are going to be some, I'm sure,
we're going to use those resources ourselves because we're taking this fraud issue very seriously. Nobody believes this administration is taking fraud issue very seriously. Most of the people believe the only seriousness that this administration is taking as it pertains to fraud are being fraudsters themselves. And you're going to take the money back. Why would it cost you money? Why would you need the money that you're giving states to fight fraud? And you deem that they are not fighting fraud. So therefore, you need to take the money back because you are going to fight the fraud for them. So therefore, you need the money that was allocated to them. So obviously, you already said that they are not fighting fraud properly. So obviously, you already got the information about what they are not prosecuting properly. So why do you need their fraud money to then go in and fight fraud? So what is this? Exactly what is this? Are you saying that if they don't do a certain amount, if they don't, this is about numbers. This is about, you haven't filed enough cases. So if you don't file 112,000 cases in the state of California, if you don't file 1,200 cases, this is a quota system that you want to say because of the number of cases, not because of what these cases entail as being fraudulent. You don't like the number of cases. Let's be real clear. So you're going to take their money back that they have to fight fraud, and you're going to do it yourself because you're about fighting. What denotes that you are really fighting fraud? The number of cases that you present, or the number of cases that you can successfully prosecute? We know this administration love to talk about lawsuits and bringing people to court, only to let these cases wane and do nothing with these cases and secretly drop these cases. We know that this administration is famous for that. Look at how many cases that they have lost about immigration and all of these other, and I'm going to sue a newspaper for defamation, and all of these cases that just simply secretly and quietly disappear. This is the Flash. Yeah, Flash, baby. Look at the Flash.
Politicians who say what you're doing here is harming the Medicaid program. We're trying to save the Medicaid program from dysfunctional state bureaucrats. If you allow hundreds of millions, billions, even more money to go out the door, not to healthcare services for low-income families, but to fraudsters, you eventually are going to destroy the Medicaid program. So this is why we say red state, blue state, this does not need to be a political or a partisan issue. We want to work with you to eliminate fraud and make these programs last longer for the people who truly need them.
Thank you. And can I ask you, Mr. Vice President, when approaching the war with Iran, do you agree with the president's position that Americans' financial situations should not be a consideration in that decision-making process?
Well, I don't think the president said that. I think that's a misrepresentation of what the president said. But look, I agree with the president that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We're obviously engaged.
You're not sure? All these days later, you're not sure? Let me make sure you're sure of what the president said. Since you're not sure, let's make sure the people in this chat are sure of what the president said. Shall we? Shall we? Let's make sure. Oh no, that's hold on. Let's make sure. Okay. Oh God. Oh. Let me make sure you're safe. You are sure of what President Trump said. Here we go. Here we go. Since JD Vance is not sure, I want to make sure you're sure. Okay? Since JD Vance is lying to your face about something that can so simply be proven, I'm not sure he said that. Well, I'm sure.
Go ahead. When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far, including whether our stock market, which by the way is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about the pressure on Americans and prices right now?
Every American understands.
Americans, how they're feeling about
every American. Are you listening to me?
The only financial situation that he cares about, he came back and corrected, is the stock market. Do everyday Americans even are even in the stock market? No. People with income that they don't have to live off of. People are in the stock market who have extra money to be in the stock market. Everyday people are not in the stock market. In the United States, more shit. It is so many people who have nothing to do with the stock market. That's all he cares about. But JD Vance don't believe he said that.
Every American understands, and they just had a poll, like 85%, which is surprising. It's only that they understand that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
That link is in my description box. It's
Donald Trump and his bunch of thugs working as cabinet colleagues have just learned about their real worth in China.
It's the first link in my description box. We're going to go back to this one, though. Let's get back to JD Vance and finish this up. I want to get to the hospice patients. Here we go. Here we go.
Engaged in a very aggressive and very engaged.
Should not be. And can I ask you, Mr. Vice President, when approaching the war with Iran, do you agree with the president's position that Americans' financial situations should not be a consideration in that decision-making process?
Well, I don't think the president said that. I think that's a misrepresentation of what the president said. But look, I agree with the president that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
So that J.D. Vance is a fucking liar. So if you believe any of the other shit that he said, you're a fucking fool.
And we're obviously engaged in a very aggressive and very engaged diplomatic process to try to ensure that that doesn't happen. And the president has a lot of options, as he said repeatedly. There are options diplomatically, there are options on the military side. But the fundamental goal here is the president wants to make the world safe, but particularly the American people safe from Iran having a nuclear weapon. And one final point I'll say on that is nuclear proliferation is one of those challenges that people don't realize. It's the biggest threat to America's national security, and it's not obvious until it is. Because what happens if Iran gets a nuclear weapon? Then multiple Gulf Arab countries are going to want to get a nuclear weapon. Then multiple countries from there are going to want to get a nuclear weapon. The goal of preventing nuclear proliferation.
Okay, couldn't. Enough of. Oh, damn.
Good afternoon, everybody. With the federal government to identify who those are, to kick them off.
Reasons why it might be a benefit.
Than a person who's barely been in one office for a year and a half, who's angling for a job 2.5 years down the road. I love Marco. I think he's a great Secretary of State. I think there are a few
reasons why it might be a benefit, might be a feature of the way they're running Medicaid. The same way we had to stop legalized money laundering through state-directed payments and provider taxes and the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, we are concerned that some governors see these programs as jobs programs. And their downstream impact of that resembles political patronage that we're very serious about.
Mr. Vice President, thank you so much. Leonardo Feldman with Newsweek. Can you tell me a little bit about, the president has been toying this idea of a joint ticket between you and Rubio. What do you think about that?
Oh, man. What I think is there are a few topics that I want to talk against the fraud, and that's what's changed.
Mr. Vice President, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. What's your reaction to the alleged home health fraud in Ohio, and why do you think this is happening in a red state? And just a question of clarification.
Oh, look at your face now. Well, we're talking about sweet Ohio home health care fraud.
You mentioned that some states aren't cooperating. What does that look like? Are they not responding to your calls? Are they stonewalling you guys? If you could expand on that.
So I'll let Dr. Oz go into the details a little bit, but
you don't have nothing to say about the home health care fraud in your home state of Ohio. You wanted to talk about Ohio, but when it comes time to talk about the home health care fraud that has been discovered in Ohio, you don't have nothing to say. You're going to let Dr. Oz talk about that.
The Ohio issue in particular, look, this happens everywhere. We're a big country. Hundreds of billions of dollars goes out the door every single month from the federal government.
Oh, now all of a sudden, hey, look, this happens everywhere. But when you talk about Ohio specifically, it happens
and inevitably
everywhere.
You're gonna.
But when you want to present something negative, it happens mostly in blue states, unfortunately. You notice that? You notice the bullshit? You notice the bullshit that this motherfucker puts down? Let's look at his face drop once
if you count what's going to people, fraudulent businesses, if you count what's not going to the people who actually.
On fraud, the savings that you find among all of these states, what impact would that have on a federal deficit?
Nothing.
Well, I think it'd have a very big impact, but a lot of
nothing, because if whatever impact it has is going in their pockets.
It does depend on how well the states work with us. We think we're going to be much more effective if we're working with California as opposed to fighting California over every $1 billion of Medicaid fraud that exists in their system. I mean, there could be tens of billions, hundreds of billions of fraudulent payments within the California system. If you count what's going to illegal aliens, if you count what's going to people, fraudulent.
There's no Medicaid going to illegal immigrants. This motherfucker is just a fucking blatant liar.
Businesses, if you count what's not going to the people who actually need it, but going to fraudsters, we would find that money a lot easier if California was working with us, which is why we've taken some of these steps. I mean, the letters fundamentally are outreach. we're going to the states and saying, here are the things that we can do to work on this issue together. And of course, if they don't work with us,
they don't want to work with you. Next.
There are going to be penalties. We don't want to get there. We want to work with you.
Oh, so he's going to make it, you must work with them. You have no more states' rights. You know those things that Republicans always want to talk about. What about states' rights? So they're going to make it that you must work with them. Okay.
These guys. You heard Dr. Oz say this earlier. I've looked at the numbers myself. It's true. If you just deal with the fraud issue, you can prolong the Medicare and Medicaid trust funds well into the future. So it does have a significant budgetary impact, whether that's hundreds of billions of dollars or maybe even more. We're not going to know until we do the work, but we're going to do the work.
Yeah, if I could on China,
He asked you, what are you going to do with the money? You have no idea. You are talking about all of this fraud, and we could save X amount of dollars that we could put to what?
Question from each person. Go ahead. We can do both, you guys. You guys can fight for who goes first.
Sure. Mr. Vice President, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. What's your reaction to the alleged home health fraud in Ohio, and why do you think this is happening in a red state? And just a question of clarification.
What happened to that big old smile? Where's that big old smile? This is just such a jovial conversation we're having too. Dr. Oz still got his big old smile on.
You mentioned that some states aren't.
Because Dr. Oz don't know you're going to throw this question over to him. Look at Dr. Oz back there smiling. And now you with this look on your puss, trying to figure out a way to backpedal and pussy pop out of this question about a red state, your state.
Operating. What does that look like? Are they not responding to your calls? Are they stonewalling you guys? If you could expand on that.
So I'll let Dr. Oz go into the details a little bit, but on the Ohio issue in particular, look, this happens everywhere. We're a big country, hundreds of billions of dollars goes out the door every single month from the federal government, and inevitably you're going to have people who try to take advantage of it. What bothers me is not that you have a few fraudsters out there, it's that the government hasn't taken seriously pushing it back. You're always going to have bad people.
So what bothers me is not that we have a few fraudsters out there. That doesn't bother me. A few fraudsters, when it's only a few fraudsters when it comes to talking about them being in a red state. So that doesn't bother me. I created a whole task force that if they don't work with me, then I am going to take their fraud funds away from these states. But it doesn't bother me when we're talking about a red state. You notice? You notice? Did you notice? Did you notice? Did you notice? Dr. Oz, you're not smiling. Where's your smile, Dr. Oz? Oh, he told you that you're going to have to answer this question. And all of a sudden, the smile got wiped off your fucking face.
You're always going to have a few bad apples try to take advantage of the system. What's so unique about this country until recently is that
a few, but you're always going to have a few bad apples. It's just a few bad apples. When you're talking about Ohio, it's just a few bad apples. You notice anything about this?
We didn't take that seriously. We didn't try to push back against the fraud, and that's what's changed. When I talk about cooperating with these various states, and again, we've had some good cooperation with both red states and blue states, it's very context specific. But for example, let's say that we know we have a number of fraudulent Medicare or Medicaid providers working with.
For example, let me give you a hypothetical bullshit, and let me frame this away from the fact that this was a specific fact about Ohio. Now I'm gonna have to create something that has nothing to do with Ohio. I'm gonna let Dr. Oz answer this question, but I have to get it far away from what you initially asked about the fraud going on in home health care in Ohio.
the federal government to identify who those are, to kick them off the rolls so that when those companies, those fraudulent companies submit a reimbursement, they don't actually get any money in return. Now, sometimes the federal government has a better perspective on that. Sometimes the states do, but that's one example of ensuring that local providers that are fraudulent are not able to get reimbursed or not able to get access to the resources. That's just one example. Dr. Oz, I'm sure you probably have 100 more in that brain of yours.
Very succinctly, Minnesota, which we announced the deferment there when the vice president and I were in this room several
We're not
months.
talking about Minnesota, bitch. We're talking about Ohio. The fuck you coming up here and a second word out of your motherfucking mouth is Minnesota.
Ago sued us. And we're trying to get them to wake up to a problem. The amount that we deferred was a small percentage of their rainy day fund. They sued us and sought a temporary restraining order. That's not what a partner does.
They're not your partners. They are a state. They are a state that have their state's rights, and we just took a small part of their funding and we froze it, and they took you to court, bitch. What they supposed to do? Why are you talking about Minnesota anyway? We're talking about Ohio. What do you have to say about Ohio having cases being brought up about home health aid care fraud? Let's talk about Ohio.
The judge did not give them a temporary restraining order. We're going to California now in part because we couldn't get them to respond on things that we think they should have taken proactive steps on. If they've been warned for at least 4 years by their own auditor general that there's a massive problem with hospice and they don't deal with it, it pollutes the entire ecosystem. It creates corruption that rots the foundation of who we are. So on the 19th of December, after it had gone through all the different processes, the State Department of Health in California was going to mandate.
Now we're talking about California and hospice care, but I do want to talk about this hospice care, what they're doing about hospice care, but nothing about Ohio yet.
By the first of the year, that you cannot have more than one hospice per provider. This is a red flag issue. Why would a doctor need to have 20 hospices? Have one hospice, do it right. They do 20 hospices.
You cannot have more than one hospice per provider. So what if this one provider who has one hospice care person, what if this is a nursing home and you can only have one hospice care facility per provider? Why do you need more? Because the hospice center could be full. Are we serious? Are we serious? Are we pretending like these hospice care facilities are some huge facilities that can take in hundreds and tens of hundreds of patients?
Just because they're taking bribes, they're selling their license and their soul for reasons we don't understand.
Now, that's what you call defamation. You are someone who has see patients, and some of your patients may need a hospice care provider, and so the hospice care provider that you gave the information to your last patients, no, they have a waiting list. So therefore, when your new hospice patient comes to you and you need to put them in hospice, you only have that one provider that already has a waiting list. So therefore, what does this new patient that needs to go in hospice have to do? They have to stay in the hospital until the hospital throws them out because their insurance coverage has ended for the type of care that they need, and they don't do hospice services. So then what does that person have to do? That person has to go home, if they have a home to go to, be treated by their family members, if they have families members that can treat him. Is because Dr. Oz wants to say if a healthcare provider has more than one hospice person, they're selling their license and they're creating fraud. And this is a fucking medical doctor that they wanted to make a whole reality show out of him working in I think some big hospital in New York City. And then they found out, oh no, this ain't gonna fly with him because he tried to pretend like he Mr. Wonder Doctor, but he's really not that. It really don't show good to have him in a Dr. Oz reality show. Did you guys know that? It really doesn't sound good when Dr. Oz is doing experiments on dogs. That didn't go over well with the public. Dr. Oz want you to believe that people are selling their medical license for bribes. He said for bribes. To have the ability to refer someone to a hospice facility if one of the ones that you use is full. It's not like there are hospice facilities all over the place. It's not. Let's keep it. If you haven't had anyone in your life have to go into hospice, you would know what I'm talking about. But if you don't, go ahead and believe this bullshit that Dr. Oz is talking about. That's why the only job that Dr. Oz can get is to sit up and lie.
And I'd love to pose that right here to the state of California.
Did he say anything about Ohio yet? He said a whole lot of dumb shit. What he said about Ohio yet? Let's hear that again.
20 hospices. You have one hospice, do it right. The different processes, the State Department of Health in California was going to mandate by the first of the year that you cannot have more than one hospice per provider. This is a red flag issue. Why would a doctor need to have 20 hospices? You have one hospice, do it right. They do 20 hospices because they're taking bribes, they're selling their license and their soul. For reasons we don't understand, and I'd love to pose that right here to the state of California, someone very senior in their government pulled down that rule, never let it issue, and we never got help from them. That's why we went out the first week of January to say, what's going on here? And we find out that, as Vice President mentioned, the Medicare fraud detection units sometimes are not being enabled to do their jobs. These are the kinds of behaviors that people take when they're trying to hide the ball.
No.
And question I love to ask
the vice president said that they weren't doing their job. He didn't say that they are sometimes not doing their job. He said they were not doing their jobs. What does this have to do with Ohio? He's talking about everything but Ohio. You see how these fraudsters, and they're talking to you. They talking to you about fraud.
Yourselves, we're debating it as a task force, is do the governors always feel that fraud in Medicaid is a flaw? Or are there sometimes some reasons why it might be a benefit, might be a feature of the way they're running Medicaid? The same way we had to stop legalized money laundering through state-directed payments and provider taxes in the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, we are concerned that some governors see these programs as jobs programs, and their downstream impact of that resembles political patronage that we're very serious about.
Mr. Vice President, thank you so much.
I thought he was going to be answering the question about the in-home health care fraud that they found in Ohio. He came on, his second word was Minnesota. And his ending soliloquy was about the state of California. Did you hear anything said about the fraud that they found in Ohio? That JD, well, you know, there's a bad apple in every bunch. We're really not concerned about all that fraud. But you hear Minnesota and California talked about in the question about the fraud that has been brought up and found in Ohio. You see how that works? You see how they're not really concerned about that red state? It's just a bad apple. And they want to pontificate to you about Minnesota and California. Are you fucking serious?
With Newsweek. Can you tell me a little bit about, the president has been toying this idea of a joint ticket between you and Rubio. What do you think about that?
Oh, man. What I think is there are a few topics that I want to talk about less than what office I'm going to run for years down the road when I'm having a good time and trying to do good work in the job that the American people already elected me to do. Look, as I've answered this question probably in any number of ways. I love Marco. I think he's a great Secretary of State. He's become a very, very dear friend. But I think both of us are very much focused on accomplishing the American people's business right now. If I was the American people, there are a few things that I would hate more than a person who's barely been in one office for a year and a half, who's angling for a job 2.5 years down the road. Let's do a good job now. We just got to keep at it. Go ahead. Oh, God.
Just quick, I have a fraud question. This is Kit with CNN. It's not us who are bringing this up. A couple of days ago, Trump made this statement to people in the Rose Garden. Why do you think he does that? Do you think it's a little bit of toying with you both over your succession? Why do you think he brings that up? Just number one.
Well, I just don't think it sounds like the president of the United States to have a televised competition for who would succeed him as his apprentice. I just think that's not at all what you would expect the president to do. But no, I think the president, he's always been fascinated by politics. If you talk to him, he was fascinated by politics 30 years before he ever ran for office. So I think it's natural for him to, joke around with us a little bit, to play around with the idea. But I can tell you the president is as focused as any of us on making sure we do as good of a job now for the American people.
What are you going to be announcing, and are you engaging in good faith with the governor there about efforts? She said that she responded to a CMS letter. Just curious if there's any back and forth between you both.
Yeah, there's been some back and forth. We'd love to have a better conversation, a better relationship, and work very deliberately on this question of fraud. And certainly have an open hand, have an open heart in this White House to working with anybody, including the governor of Maine. I'm not going to tell you everything I'm going to say tomorrow in Maine, because if I did that, why would I go to Maine tomorrow? But I'm looking forward to it. It's a beautiful time of year to be in the state of Maine. We're going to campaign a little bit with Paul LePage and talk about the fraud efforts that we have going on, and talk about a few other things as well. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, this is Elizabeth Mitchell with the Daily Signal. The Fraud Task Force and ICE identified more than 10,000 alleged cases of fraud in the optional practical training program. Some Republicans have been calling for this program to end in light of this. Is the Trump administration looking into changes to this program in light of the fraud?
Sorry, changes to which program in particular?
The optional practical training program.
Yeah, so we're looking into a lot of this stuff. And, the fundamental question, obviously, is we want to save the American people money, but we're also trying to preserve programs that exist for the benefit of the American people. We're also trying to make sure that we do this in a way that's defensible, that's not going to get challenged in a court, or if it does get challenged in a court, where we can defend things. So, Dr. Oz, do you want to say anything about that particular program? We're looking at everything. I will tell you that once a week, I get an update from Andrew and from the team on the number of things that we found in the anti-fraud task force. And it's kind of shocking. People, I go on the road and talk to, lot of folks out there. I was in Iowa last week, and one of the most common questions I got was, is the anti-fraud thing, is it hard? And I'm almost confused by the question, because unfortunately, there's so much fraud in the federal government. There was so much that we allowed to accumulate over the 4 years of the Biden administration, and frankly, probably over 40 years of bad American governance. There is so much fraud for us to go after. What we're trying to do is go after the highest value targets and the things that preserve these programs for the American people. Yes, sir.
Federalist. Thank you. You said that administrators they don't care, or that they're neglectful with the funding, but does your team think that there are bureaucrats in federal or state governments who are actually complicit in helping fraudsters?
Well, we think it's possible, right? I don't want to prejudge these things, but we've certainly seen reports of, for example, Gavin Newsom in California or Tim Walz in Minnesota getting these reports that there were fraudulent activities happening in their states and then looking the other way. Whether that rises to the level of criminal conduct, I don't know, but we're certainly looking into it, because as much as we care about protecting these programs, we also care about ensuring that federal and state officers aren't violating the law. And if they are violating the law, then of course we have to prosecute them. That's an important part of equal justice under law. So we're looking into this stuff, but I can't commit to it, because unlike the last administration, we tend to only prosecute people when they've actually violated the law, not just because they have the wrong political affiliation. Yeah, go ahead.
Dead Americans on food stamps. I'll do this again. Dead Americans on food stamps. You mentioned the other day, 186,000 dead Americans, to your knowledge, are receiving food stamps. Are you confident that you can get that number down to zero?
Well, I want to be clear. I don't actually think 186,000 dead Americans are receiving food stamps, because that would be impossible. I don't think that we have 186,000 ghosts walking into the grocery store and achieving benefits. I think that we have people who are claiming that they are getting food stamp benefits. They're using the identity of a dead person. So it's very much a living person. It's a living fraudster who's stealing the identity of a dead American. I just want to be very clear about that. But look, we know this is happening. We think that it's costing the American people hundreds of billions of dollars. By the way, another hidden cost of fraud is that it drives up the cost of goods for everybody. Because if you've got hundreds of billions of dollars chasing food that is going to dead Americans, living fraudsters, that's going to raise costs for everybody. So it actually is one of these things that has multiple victims, including the fact that it's driving up the cost of good for others.
Hold on. There's someone in the chat. Frenchie Manfi Studio. I didn't find that, Frenchie. Look up Cincinnati, $31 million missing in veterans funds. But Frenchie, while I was looking for that, Frenchie, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will continue to seek that out. But let me share something with you that I did find while I was looking for that, Frenchie. Interesting. And you will, you can try to doubt where I found it. This is exactly where I found it. The link will be in my description box under Vance. JD Vance wants you to die in pain. Okay. Here is what I found when Frenchie talked about the $31 million missing in Cincinnati's veterans funds. This is what I found. And where did I find it at? It is in my link right now. I found it on military.com. This is a military website. Cincinnati Judiciary pled guilty to stealing more than $158,000 from elderly and ill veterans using their benefits for personal spending and travel, and now faces up to only 5 years in prison. Cincinnati Judiciary admits stealing more than $158,000 from elderly and ill veterans. A guilty plea in federal court. A Cincinnati woman has admitted in federal court that she stole more than $158,000 from elderly and medically vulnerable U.S. military veterans whose finances she had been illegally entrusted to manage. Ishwara Rivers, 46, pled guilty to misappropriating funds while serving as a fiduciary for 4 veterans, according to a public announcement from the United States Attorney's Office of Southern District of Ohio. What is this dated? When did this article come out? I don't see a date on this. Updated February 5th of 2026. Here we go. Rivers entered her guilty plea on February 2nd, 2026 in U.S. District Court in Cincinnati before Judge Matthew W. McFarland. Federal law provides a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison for misappropriating funds as a fiduciary. How the scheme works. So you can see how the scheme works and all of that stuff. Let me see if I can find what I don't see. I only see the guilty plea from the fiduciary. I don't as far as taking money from veterans in Ohio, Cincinnati specifically. That's the only thing I see about taking money from Ohio. Yeah. No, I see nothing. I see nothing about $31 million. This is what I see. Okay, let's continue. Let me go back to what I was sharing.
Other Americans.
And on the
Yes,
China
all the way in
summit,
the back. No, sorry, man. You got two, I think. I really like your jacket, but still only one question. I'm going to stick to.
Spoke a little bit about states cooperating, and that was a big theme the first time you and Dr. Oz came here and spoke to us about the Minnesota Medicare payments.
Sure.
You referenced Maryland as a blue state that's cooperating. You mentioned red states that were cooperating. Have you guys been successful in putting up any guardrails with states that have cooperated thus far, and what do those guardrails look like?
Well, the biggest guardrail is the one that we announced today, which is that if you have all of this money that's going for Medicare fraud prevention or Medicaid fraud prevention and you're not actually using it, we're going to take that money back and use it with our prosecutors and our investigators to ensure that we're actually looking at fraud. And then what that would do eventually is it would allow us to actually engage in some other enforcement actions. If they're not taking the anti-fraud stuff seriously, then there are some additional steps that we can take beyond that. I think the approach that we've tried to take really has been collaborative. We've tried to identify to fix it. Here are some ways that we're willing to use our resources to help you. And again, most states have been pretty good. There have been a few, unfortunately, very large states that collect a lot of money in federal revenue. And I think a lot of us know why that is. You have
I think all of us know why it is they want to interject the federal government into Medicaid because the reason why they want to interject, we have some resources. The resources that JD Vance is closely connected to is Palantir. They want to put Palantir into any medical decisions that are made for you when you are on Medicaid. Let's be real clear about why these other sources we have. What is Palantir and billionaire Peter Toole are going to do to you? Palantir, whose CEO Alice Karp says that, hey, we have these a mechanism, they can scare you or they can kill you. So are we clear on what JD Vance wants to put into Medicaid?
Regardless, red state or blue state, we're going to go after it. We have to. This is so important. We are not going to have.
This is so important. But he said no, nothing. He had nothing to say with what was going on in his actual state. He gave you a whole lot of theories and what ifs and look at what would happen if and all of this bullshit. This is just to get these billionaires and their AI and Palantir into all of your medical services, into all of your records, Social Security. This is about data collecting. This is what all of this is about. We must do it. It's just imperative that we do it, as they ignore all the fucking cryptocurrency scams that has been that has happened in this administration, as they ignore all of the pay to play pardons that have been gone on in this administration, as they ignore all of the fucking starving veterans in this administration, when our Pentagon has $1 trillion budget, but they don't want to look for fraud in any of that. They want to act as if people who are so poor that they are on Medicaid, that is where the fraud is. That is where the fraud is. In health centers that protect people who are most vulnerable, poor people who have to get their health care through Medicaid. This is the fraud that he is looking at. And it is so imperative. It is so much. We spend billions of dollars to fight fraud, and they're not doing anything to show us any fraud. Maybe they have left fraud than they had last year because of what the guardrails that they put on their own states the last year, the year before last. Maybe the guardrails have been doing what the guardrails supposed to do, making instances of fraud fewer and fewer. I thought, isn't that what you want? Oh, but no, they want to see mass amounts of fraud. Is that you must see mass amount of frauds or you won't get money to fight fraud? This is bullshit. Let's continue. I thought that there was more about hospice.
A generous country
Hospice.
if Americans think that they're paying their taxes not to needy people but to fraudsters. That's fundamentally what we're trying to fix, is rebuilding America's trust, that when you pay your taxes, when you send money to a program, it's actually going to the people it's supposed to go to. It's a fundamental principle of good governance. It shouldn't be anything Republican or Democrat. It's just good government. Yep. Go ahead.
Taylor with Spectrum, good to see you.
Good to see you.
You've emphasized a lot how you want this not to be partisan, and you're going to look at red and blue states. The president, when he posted about you becoming the fraud czar last month, he wrote, the focus will be everywhere, but primarily in those blue states where crooked Democrat politicians have had a free-for-all. I'm curious, as you guys have been trying to interact with these states, do you worry that the president's remarks like that undercut the efforts for this not to be partisan and that could lead to resistance?
No, I don't worry about that because he's talking about crooked governors. And of course, if you have a crooked governor, they're not going to work with us and we're going to have to use other tools to ensure that they do. But I think that there are a lot of governors, Democrat and Republican, who recognize that this is a very serious problem, that we're offering resources to try to help solve that problem. And I think a lot of them recognize that, yeah, they've got maybe a few crazy people in very far left states, but most people, most Americans want to solve this problem. And I've actually been gratified by the fact that we've gotten a lot of cooperation from across the political spectrum. One other point about cooperation, we're not there yet, but one of the things we're going to do on the fraud task force is, look, we're learning. We're learning a lot about the way the government operates. I mean, Andrew I almost feel bad for him sometimes because he comes to me once a week and says, here's this bureaucratic hurdle, or here's a wall that I'm running into that I would have never known even existed until we started to take this fraud stuff very seriously. So we've learned a lot over the last 6 months. We are eventually going to realize that there are tools that we do not have, that there are things that we need to do that Congress is going to have to step in and cooperate on us. I think that's going to be a big question of bipartisanship and common sense, is when we identify some tools that we need to more fully go after the fraud problem, is Congress willing to play ball, or are they going to fight us every step of the way? I hope they play ball. Partisanship is crazy in this town, but again, this is such a common sense thing that I would hope that everybody would want to protect the American tax.
Bitch, bye. Okay, let me share this with you. He is such a fucking tool. Let me share this with you. JD Vance, the tool. Ozempic face Vance. Let's get into this.
Up the Trump administration imposing a nationwide. If you are eligible for Medicare, listen up, the Trump administration imposing a nationwide 6-month freeze on some new Medicare enrollments. It's all part of Vice President JD Vance's anti-fraud initiative. Scripps News senior White House correspondent Haley Bull is live on our North Lawn. And
6 months fraud in a new Medicare enrollment. Now, this is not about Medicaid. This is the Medicare part. 6 months freeze. What's wrong with her ears? Okay, let's continue.
The administration taking a close look at hospice and home health care, which it claims is ripe with fraud. What steps are they taking?
Now, here we get to hear about steps they're taking about hospice and home health care. If you know anything about hospice and home health care, here we go. These are the steps that they are taking. They couldn't answer a question about the home health care fraud in Ohio.
Now, it's part of a...
It seems like they have an agenda, but they don't want you to know that it has been highlighted in Ohio. You know how they tried to pretend like that Minnesota Medicaid fraud was brand new and happening, and they were doing something to stop it, when in fact those people had already been arrested, prosecuted, and were being sentenced for these crimes. They were arrested and investigated and arrested under the Biden. They didn't tell you that they were arrested under Biden administration and that they were being actually sentenced during the time that they had this big old blitz behind this slow YouTuber who acted as if he was going to child care facilities and there were no children there. They didn't tell you that Biden was the one, his DOJ was the one that investigated and prosecuted these cases. But the Trump voters are the dumb voters. They don't even care about that. Let's continue.
Wider crackdown on fraud they believe is in healthcare benefit programs within the federal government. And officials today announcing that they are aggressively encouraging, in their words, states to take fraud more seriously. And those steps include the deferral of $1.3 billion in reimbursement for the state of California. Officials describing this as money from the federal government that went to state-level anti-fraud task force. Vice President J.D. Vance saying that is because that California didn't take it seriously. Officials also noting that they are sending letters to programs to show that they are aggressively prosecuting fraud, and if they don't, could face money turned off to their anti-fraud units. As you mentioned, they also announced a moratorium nationwide for 6 months on new hospice and home health care programs. Dr. Mehmet Oz describing a concern that programs that have been shut down are seeking to move to other places. Additionally, officials announcing the launch of what they are calling a Medicaid war room to look at claims in real time, similar to what they did for Medicare. This is part of a broader effort we have seen from the Trump administration to crack down on what they believe is waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, but also comes down as Americans have persistent concerns over affordability and the economy.
Haley, Dr. Oz saying, as you just mentioned, the subtext is affordability. How is the vice president addressing the current state of the economy?
He's ignoring
Vice President J.D. Vance telling Americans that it takes time when he was pressed on this very issue. The vice president saying that they know they have work to do, but also sought to blame the previous Biden administration for inflation after a report yesterday in which he conceded wasn't great. The vice president framing, as we have seen the administration do so in the past, that it is a hole that they are digging out of. At the same time as the administration,
it is not a hole that they were digging out of. The inflation when they took office was 1.3 or something like that. And the numbers that came out said inflation is at 6%. There's no hole that they're digging out of. This is their own inflation. Let's be real clear.
Has also framed higher gas prices and that
the simple fact that she is just a voice. Well, he says this and does no fact checking instead of, in fact, when they took office, the inflation of, I think it was 1.3. No, she's just spilling out exactly what he said. Of course she would. This is the Scripps Network.
Increase in inflation Americans are now dealing with as a short-term disruption they expect to come down when the conflict with Iran ends.
They're digging themselves out from Biden's, but when this is a short-term thing because of the war, and when the war is over, you will see things change. Well, then how does it have to be about you digging yourself out because of Biden?
Timeline for that has not been made clear, though, Del. President Trump suggested yesterday when pressed by reporters that he was not considering Americans' finances in his considerations for negotiations with Iran. And the vice president was pressed on those comments today, saying this.
The goal of preventing nuclear proliferation is probably the single most important thing that we can do to keep our people safe for the long term. It's absolutely a worthy goal. But of course, the president and I and the entire team, we care about the American people's financial situations. It's one of the reasons why we passed the Working Families Tax Cut. It's one of the reasons why we're so focused on fraud. We care about how the American people are doing economically.
And a spokesperson today telling us, Dell, that the, quote, Trump administration remains laser focused on delivering growth and affordability on the home front while working to eliminate the Iranian nuclear threat. And on that front, Vice President Vance saying today the president has options diplomatically and militarily. He said that they are making progress in negotiations, but described the question being is if that progress is enough to satisfy President Trump's red line, that there are enough protections to ensure Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. He indicated he is receiving updates from Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law Jared Kushner, who have been key on the negotiating team, as well as speaking with Arab countries earlier today, Dell.
Yeah, and the vice president not on that trip to China, joking that he felt like Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone because he would wander through the White House and there was nobody there. Interesting to see whether or not he looked in any desk. Scripps News senior White House correspondent Haley Bull for us. Haley, thank you very much.
You could do something comparable for us.
Don't have time. Got to save tomorrow.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, do you guys want to watch some of the hearings? I have a couple of these hearings. Hold on one second. I apologize for that. Let's Joyce Holmes, you're living in La La Land. I feel sorry for you and your kids. In 1921 in Germany, the money printing machine was so busy, its paper money became worthless. I feel sorry for her as well. Golden Sorrow White. I do feel sorry for her. I want to buy a casino. DT has many in bankruptcy. No, he has none in bankruptcy. Those have been sold and resold and popped and repopped. And I think that Taj Mahal, I think it was renovated extensively, that it has no more of the gaudy appearance that it used to have. So he has nothing. He doesn't have bank casinos. Oh, let me see. Oh my God. Okay, thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like button. Please do not come in here putting your Bible verses in here. Save that for your personal time. This is not a church. The largest fraud being created by the current administration is starting from Trump and throughout his entire administration. That includes J.D. Vance, Ron DeSantis, Greg Abbott, Republicans in Congress. Yes, I concur. I concur. Because they keep him in power. See, what are you talking about? So why are they still open? What are you talking? No, whatever. Go ahead. Have at it. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. I am not talking about what you're talking about. If you want to talk to yourself, have at it. Hit the like button while you're in here talking to yourself. Let's I think I want to did you hear the gift that she gave to Donald Trump as a parting gift? If you did not hear, she gave Donald Trump some rose seeds. You know, for the rose garden that he no longer has, the rose garden that he tore down. She gave Donald Trump some rose seeds. Now, let's talk about the China trip, shall we? What did Trump pack in his suitcase for China? He packed whole lot of billionaires on the heels of saying he doesn't care or consider the Americans' finances at all when he is negotiating about this war. And let's not I would be remiss if you didn't we're going to pretend like Donald Trump didn't beg Xi to help him open the Strait of Hormuz while over in China. Are we going to pretend like Xi told Donald Trump in no uncertain terms, do not bring up Taiwan, and Donald Trump got a question about Taiwan, and Donald Trump looked like he was afraid, and he acted as if he did not hear that question. He was mute on the Taiwan situation. Are we going to pretend like Donald Trump wasn't told by Xi that, hey, if you bring up anything about Taiwan, it's gonna be a problem. He said it's gonna be some what is it? It's gonna be some what was it? How does it go? There's gonna be some severe what is it? Repercussions. There are going to be a whole lot of severe repercussions if you sit up here and think that you were going to lecture me on Taiwan. Do not say anything about Taiwan, or we are going to have some serious conflicts and confusion. Do you think that Donald Trump said anything about Taiwan? No. Donald Trump was over there kissing ass trying to get help to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Talking about his good friend Xi, while Elon Musk was over there tweaking. Elon Musk is over there tweaking. Marco Rubio over there spinning in circles, taking pictures of the ceiling. A whole embarrassment. This delegation was. And who did he pack along? A whole lot of tech billionaires went along. No representation, no serious representation, just Marco Rubio, Pete Kegbreath. I didn't see, you know who I didn't see? Howard Lutnick. Is Howard Lutnick out of the fold? Howard Lutnick was not over there. So let's get into this. This will be in the description box under China trip.
That's cool. The fat cats are getting fatter while you
Hold on. I got that going a little bit fast.
afford to eat these to keep up as gas and food prices rise. Even so, real average weekly earnings decrease. You are not alone. You're working more hours to make ends meet. You are bringing in less money when you adjust for inflation.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's JT Siskowski with Status Coup. The fat cats are getting fatter while you can't afford to eat. And all the while, the people's president, the anti-establishment pick, Donald Trump, is busy stuffing his suitcase on his way off to China with every CEO he can get his hands on. And those CEOs, make no mistake, will be the ones pulling the strings on Trump in China. We'll get to that in just a minute. But right now, the economy is cratering for working people. But the rich, the powerful, don't care because it couldn't be going better for them. I want to start here by highlighting this post from Heather Long, an economist who said, just in, inflation is now eating up all wage gains for the first time in about 3 years. This is painful for Americans and a true financial squeeze. Right below that, she cites the most recent inflation data for the last year is 3.8%, while wages have only gone up 3.6%. So if you have been working hard this time and you feel like in the last year you haven't been able to get ahead of prices, well, you're not crazy and you're not alone. The vast majority of Americans are feeling the exact same squeeze, where prices are accelerating faster than your wages are. So you are doing the same amount of work and falling even further behind. But don't worry, the White House's senior economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, says that's actually part of the system. Americans are paying more for gas and they're paying more for everything else as well. Isn't that fantastic? We've got people doing—
Oh, this goddamn Kevin Hassett is just disgusting in his lies and his smile and his chuckling as he saying these lies and this bullshit. Oh, he's disgusting.
all of this spending. This was him in his own words on Fox.
In fact, I had the head of one of the big 5 banks in my office yesterday going through the credit card data, and just as Secretary Bessent said, credit card spending is through the roof. They're spending more on gasoline.
Credit card spending is through the roof. And he trying to frame that as if that is a good thing. Credit card spending is through the roof because people cannot afford to pay for the simple things that they need in life without putting it on credit cards that they are going to pay high interest on. There's nothing good about credit card debt being through the roof. The only people that is good for is the people who own these companies, these banks. That's who it's good for. It's not good that the American people have to survive on credit card debt. Make this make sense.
But they're spending more on everything else too. And so in terms of the jobs picture for the rest,
they're spending more on credit cards, they're spending more on gas, they're spending more on everything else too. And he's making you he's making believe that this is a sign that the economy is strong. They're spending on credit card debt and they're spending more on everything else. They have to spend more on everything else too, because everything else too is has exploded in price, much like gas, you stupid fuck. And he's the economic chair or something. What is he? I forget. He's over the economic chair or something to that effect.
So the year, it's really hard to see having the unemployment rate go up, for example. It's probably going to drop a little bit, but it's already very close to full employment.
And don't worry.
Unemployment rates have skyrocketed. Black males are unemployment is twice that of white males. Black male unemployment is at 7%. And you have this man saying that this country is almost at 100% employment. I guess so, because they have laid off people and have not created any jobs for the people who are just getting out of school and the people who have been laid off and with no job creation. That's the only reason why employment is at 100%, because there are fewer places to employ American workers. He ain't telling you that though.
AI isn't coming for your jobs either. While I was prepping for this segment, I just at the very last minute found this story from CNBC. Hassett says AI isn't costing anybody their job right now, but tech layoffs keep coming. So don't worry, AI is going to take your job and you're going to keep spending more for goods, and the economy, meaning rich people's economy, will be doing all the better for it. So don't worry about it. Try not to think about it. In the meantime, Donald Trump isn't trying to address your concerns or your economy. He's busy trying to placate the billionaires and tech CEOs who he is off to China with right now. This is more reporting from CNBC, where they say President Donald Trump has invited executives for some of the biggest U.S. companies, including Tesla CEO Elon Musk, Apple CEO Tim Cook, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink, and Boeing CEO Kelly Oterberg, to join his trip to China this week, according to a White House official. Also expected to join Trump's delegation for meetings with Chinese President Xi Jinping are executives from Blackstone, Cargill, Citigroup, Coherent, GE Aerospace, Goldman Sachs, Illumina, MasterCard, Meta Platforms, Micron Technologies, Qualcomm, and Visa, just to name a few. Notice there that there is No representation for the vast majority of working Americans. Where is the representation from, say, a labor union that wants to try and fight to try and keep U.S. jobs in the U.S.? That's not there. Where is the labor secretary? Not on this list. Where is the person who is going to stand up for working Americans? I guess that falls to Donald Trump, a billionaire who has been enriching himself off of his own presidency while at the same time driving up all of these prices that we were just talking about. And we're going to talk about more here in just a second. But Elon Musk, Tim Cook, Larry Fink, Kelly Oderberg, and more are all going to be there fighting for what? Fighting for their corporate interests, trying to drive down the cost of labor for themselves, meaning offshoring more American jobs, despite what this president promised now in both of his administrations, which is to bring jobs and money back to the United States of America, while at the same time, all he has managed to do is wage a broad inflationary trade war with the entire world that has left you screwed over. And here is just one way that looks right now, again, from Heather Long. Americans are trying to work more hours to keep up as gas and food prices rise. Even so, real average weekly earnings decreased in April as inflation ate up all the wage gains and extra hours worked. Real weekly earnings for all workers was negative 0.2% in April, and real weekly earnings for rank and file workers, meaning the vast majority of us, was actually negative 0.3% in April. So you are working more. And she went on to just cite some stuff from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, so Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics, which would only want to warp these numbers in favor of Trump. But that aside, you are working more hours. If you have been working more hours to try and make ends meet, again, you are not alone. You are working more hours to make ends meet, and you are bringing in less money when you adjust for inflation. You are losing money, working more hours because of the way this economy is driving up the prices. And one of the ways that money is likely going out the door for you is spending on your car. You probably have massive auto loans, like a lot of Americans do. This is from Dominic Michael Trippi, who says new auto loan and credit card delinquencies in the U.S. reach an all-time high, while stock market also nears record highs, according to CNBC data. That is that two economies that I'm talking about. You have the all-time highs in the stock market for the rich, for the people who can afford to put real sums of money into the stock market. Your 401k, your pension, that is something else entirely. That is just for little old you. You are not going to retire any sort of billionaire because of the little amount of money you have been able to put aside for retirement, if you've been able to save for retirement at all. No, the billionaires, the multimillionaires in this world, the true 1% or 0.1% in this country are doing fantastic because they live off of generational wealth that they don't even have to work for. They can just let their money work for them in the stock market number go up, they're happy. Whereas you, the average working person, are facing record levels of auto loan and credit card delinquencies. And it's that auto loan figure that I want to talk about next, because this is reporting from Fortune magazine. Americans owe $1.68 trillion on car loans, more than credit card debt and as much as all federal student loan debt as well. Roughly 1 in 4 Americans are paying off auto debt, according to a report published Wednesday by the Century Foundation, a progressive think tank, and are overall on the hook for a record $1.68 trillion in car loans or outstanding payments. Those figures put auto loans on par with all outstanding federal student loan debt, $1.69 trillion of federal debt, and $1.84 trillion in total, and ahead of credit card balances, $1.28 trillion outstanding as of last year. It's the end result of years of rising prices for cars and items that has fast outpaced inflation since the pandemic. And you can't get by in this world without a car. We have built a country that is dependent on cars. You can't get to your job likely without a car because of the sorry state of public transportation in this country. So we're going to jack up the prices on something.
Because no one has concentrated on infrastructure. Let's be real clear. While he's over in China and they are amazed at China that put in so much into their infrastructure. But we're not going to put anything into infrastructure. We're just going to drill, baby, drill. We're not going to have any wind power, solar power. We're not going to put anything into getting the American art, the real Americans, not the Elon Musk type of American, the real American job companies to make EV cars. No, we're gonna poo-poo. Oh, who like all of these windmills? No one wants windmills. We're gonna drill, baby, drill. They have no idea, no plan, no anything for the future of this country. So let's be real clear about this.
That you need as much as a roof over your head to be able to keep your job and be able to afford the rest of your staggering bills that you face here in the US. We're going to drive up the prices on that so that way you have to struggle to make ends meet on everything else. And I want to point out that eye-popping figure here, the $1.68 trillion in car loans, President Donald Trump just proposed a $1.5 trillion line in the federal budget, that being for defense, not for debt relief for Americans. He could almost wipe out that entire figure on car loans, almost wipe out student loan debt. He could wipe out all Americans' credit card debt with the amount that he is proposing spending on America's military, going by more than $500 billion, increasing by more than $500 billion, that defense spending budget, more than a 50% increase. So much of an increase that the reporting is that the Pentagon doesn't even know how to spend all of that money. And he's going to funnel it into defense because he thinks it's a winning issue, that Americans just want to bomb more girls' schools overseas while they themselves drown here in credit card debt. But at least maybe you have a car. You can live out of that car because you're not going to be able to buy a house. Again, the vast majority of you are not buying houses. And that is belied by some of the home seller data, which I have right here. Breaking U.S. housing market. This is from Bar Chart. Home sellers now outnumber buyers by 630,000, the largest gap ever recorded since they've been tracking these metrics. And there you see on the chart here, I know it's kind of small on screen, so I'll read it off for you. There's basically 2 million sellers. There's only 1.3 million buyers. 630,000 gap between those two numbers, which is very different than where the housing market was just a few years ago, where there were many, many more buyers during the Biden administration than there were sellers. And that was a problem in the other direction, where home prices just accelerated because there were so many people looking to buy homes. And now everyone is finding themselves priced out and unable to save for a home because of all of these other costs that we have been talking about. And if all of this makes you feel very pessimistic about the state of the economy, again, you are not alone, because as much as the CNBC types, the Fox Business types, the millionaires and billionaires in this country want to point to things like the unemployment rate in this country, things like GDP or the stock market highs, these metrics that really don't tell the full picture. They tell the story of how corporate entities are doing right now in terms of the economy. Corporations doing swell. Don't tell you how workers are doing. One metric that I think does is the consumer sentiment index that's tracked by the University of Michigan. Well, guess what? It just hit an near all-time low. Americans have never been more worried about the economy. The consumer sentiment index fell by 1.7 points in May to 48.2, an all-time low. This comes as current conditions dropped 4.7% or 4.7 points to 47.8, also a record low. Furthermore, the perceived financial situation among Americans declined to the lowest since 2009. Since the depths of the financial crisis. As a result, the consumer sentiment index is now negative 13% below the 2008 financial crisis low. By comparison, during the 1980s recession, this metric bottomed at 52 points. Consumer sentiment is at crisis levels. And this is a chart of that consumer sentiment index. You don't really need to.
So go over there and check out Status Quo. The link is in my description box. The link is... Where is the link? It is in the description box under China trip. So we're going to move on and check out some more of this China trip that gave you a insight into who was invited on that trip. Who was invited on that trip, but let me share this with you, how the trip went. It seems like the only person that got anything out of the trip was the Boeing CEO. And even after she got a commitment that 47 that she would be buying some Boeing jets, the stock dropped in Boeing. That wasn't even good enough news because they were expecting more out of this trip and they got what they got. So here is, let me show you this. What's the name of this? Let's talk about the warning 4547 got. How it really worked out. How did the trip really go? Let me show you right here. If you don't believe me, let's go through it together. She warns Trump. She warns Trump a potential conflict over Taiwan in Beijing summit. Okay, he was warned. Shut your fucking mouth. Don't say anything smart, or you gonna get the what's for.
Now.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Narmeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. We begin today's show in Beijing, where Chinese President Xi Jinping and U.S. President Donald Trump are holding a two-day summit focused on the war on Iran, trade, technology, and Taiwan. The meeting comes 2.5 months after the U.S. and Israel launched an unprovoked war on Iran, triggering what's been described as the worst energy crisis in history, according to the International Energy Agency. Last week, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi visited Beijing.
You see all these children that he had greeting Trump. Do you think that was shade? I think that was shade. He had all of these children greeting Trump with these pom-poms and all of that. And Trump was so enamored with the children. You know, I respect everything, and everything is so beautiful. But the children. You think this administration give a fuck about the children? He probably had the children out here to remind him of all those children whose lives that they took in that missile strike in Iran. He cares so much about the children. Did you hear him bemoaning the fact about all of the schools that have been struck in this illegal war in Iran? But we are supposed to believe in his professing about these Chinese children, that he loved children so much. As he tried to keep you from reading everything that's in the Epstein files, we believe he loved children so much.
To meet with his Chinese counterpart. China has repeatedly called for the war on Iran to end and for the Strait of Hormuz to reopen.
During their meeting, Chinese President Xi Jinping reportedly warned Trump U.S. support of Taiwan could lead to conflict between China and the U.S. China's condemned a proposed U.S. plan to send Taiwan a new arms package worth around $14 billion. Congress approved the arms deal, but Trump has not yet formally moved ahead with it. In public remarks, Xi Jinping called for greater China-U.S. cooperation.
The common interests between China and the United States outweigh our differences, and each country's success represents an opportunity for the other. A stable China-U.S. relationship benefits the entire world. When we cooperate, both sides benefit. When we confront each other, both sides suffer. We should be partners rather than adversaries, achieving mutual success and common prosperity, thereby forging a correct path for major powers to coexist in the new era.
In his remarks, President Trump praised the Chinese President Xi Jinping.
You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked.
The longest relationship that any president and president has ever had. Really? Is that really? You've been a president a total of 5 years. I do believe President Obama was president for 8 years. Okay. But who's counting?
It out. I would call you and you would call me, and whenever we had
He sounds like a bitch talking to his high school sweetheart. Let's continue.
a problem, people don't know. Whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth.
President Trump traveled to China with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, along with a delegation of top U.S. executives, including Apple CEO Tim Cook, Elon Musk of Tesla, and Jensen Huang, the CEO of the chipmaker NVIDIA. Forbes reports the billionaires in President Trump's entourage have a combined net worth of $870 billion.
We're joined right now by...
He took $870 billion worth of people there. And you think this motherfucker gives a fuck about the Trump ignorant voter? He already told you he doesn't.
My two guests, Jake Werner's historian of modern China, director of the East Asian program at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. His new piece for Quincy is headlined "An Opening for a New U.S.-China Economic Relationship." Zhao Hai is director of international political studies at the Institute of World Economics and Politics in Beijing, China, opinion writer for the China Daily, frequent commentator for the China Global Television Network, CGTN, and China Radio International. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Let's begin with Zhao Hai. You're right there in China's capital in Beijing, where President Trump and President Xi Jinping have just had their state dinner. Can you talk about the significance of this meeting, the first of an American president in 9 years, when President Trump last went there in his first term?
Well, first, and what you're gonna also know that she has never came across the water to visit President Trump in the White House. However, he has come to visit President Obama and President Biden. But when they must meet up, it's like, come to me, my little sycophant flower.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I've been a follower of the program. Really appreciate this. And secondly, to answer your question, I think this is a very important bilateral summit because we've all seen what happened in last year and also the first Trump administration. China and the United States have been going through trade war, tariff war, all kinds of technology disputes, and also going to a geopolitical confrontation. So now I think both sides realize since last year, the Busan summit, that we need to pursue a stability and stable relationship. And this summit is the confirmation of that pursuit. So President Trump was scheduled to visit China at the end of March, early April. And because of the war in Iran, he delayed his trip, and China still welcomed him. So this is a sort of a long time coming, and we have put in a lot of preparation for President Trump's visit. And we all see it.
Okay, so let's hear more about the trip.
You know, Napoleon is famous for once saying, "Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake." And that is likely.
Now, this is also interesting. This is in the link under the China trip as well. Xi basically told Donald Trump that we are ascending as the new world power, and you are descending into a lesser power. He told him this to his face. If you look at the cover of that the Economist magazine that I showed you earlier, we talked about the predictions. If you look at the cover, there you see the dollar sign. We see a lot of lines drawn through our currency. We see our dollar sign being crushed and in shambles. So where is it? Where was it? Where was it? So Xi told him to his face that your empire is on the decline. And 45-47 kept his mouth shut and took it. If you are unaware about that, let's get into that part of the story of the trip.
the exact mindset that Chinese President Xi Jinping has as Donald Trump continues to pull the United States deeper into this Iran war, hurt our standing on the global stage, hurt us militarily and economically all at once. Every single missile that the United States uses in this Iran war is one less missile that Xi Jinping has to worry about if he wants freedom of action in some future military ambition, or as Trump calls them, excursions, for example. And listen, they talked about this during the meeting. Xi Jinping made a reference to Taiwan, which he very clearly wants to invade and take for his own, and even threatened Donald Trump that things could get messy and chaotic if the United States tries to defend Taiwan in any way. Now, we have a strategically ambiguous posture towards Taiwan. We won't directly say what we're going to do if they're invaded, but we likely would end up protecting them militarily. We'll get to that in just one moment. The video that you just saw on screen is Donald Trump awkwardly taking a sip of champagne while in Beijing for Xi Jinping. It is very well known that Trump does not drink, even though he is awfully, reckless and incoherent either way for somebody who doesn't drink. He quite literally struggles to get the sip of champagne down, and you can see him choke on it. It's actually kind of interesting.
Thank you, everybody. I see it.
I didn't know if I saw that right the first time, but watch how he chokes on the sip. Old president who does not know what he's doing. Continuing. Chinese children welcomed Donald Trump when he entered Beijing. I mean, I guess Xi Jinping really knows what Trump likes. Remember, Trump is famous for referring to Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un and how he wants the people to react when he lands in America. He wants people cheering and jumping. This take might be radical for some modern day Republicans to hear, but I don't think we should be more like China in how we treat our citizens on a day-to-day basis. There's a lot of surveillance, a lot of flaws. The United States is not perfect, but continuing on, I do want to talk about Iran for 1 second because it was looming over this entire meeting. Donald Trump was directly asking Xi Jinping to step in and help reopen the strait. And as I said before, Xi Jinping is very incentivized to let his enemy make a mistake. Let Donald Trump continue to hurt the United States militarily. In the name of making America more safe on the global stage, Donald Trump has left us all more vulnerable to some sort of attack or escalation. According to the CSIS, 1/3 to 1/2 of our various precision weapons and munition stockpiles have been used in our war with Iran. So if the Chinese want freedom of action in a military sense, if they want to move around, if they want to be able to start wars with Taiwan or wherever, then they are less and less afraid of the United States on a daily basis because every missile we use in Iran is one that can't be pointed at them either. And the entire thing that I want to point out is none of this had to happen. It didn't have to be like this. President Obama finally spoke out on the Iran war and talked about how he had a way better deal. This is worth watching. And by the way, if you want to boost this type of message in the algorithm, make sure you hit the like below. Subscribe to the Adam Mockler feed. We are one community pushing towards a better America. And that starts with hitting back against these MAGA lies. But as much, I absolutely love President Obama, but I wish he would speak out about things like this a little bit more. When Obama was the president back in 2012, Trump would literally commentate about everything Obama did. He would send out raging tweets about every single step that Obama made. And I don't think the former President Obama should have to do that about Trump, but I think a little bit more affirmative narrative control would be good. I mean, call it out. Say how dumb Trump's new strategy is. I understand that you don't want to undermine the current situation that we're in, but the way he puts it here is perfect. He says, we pulled it off without even firing a single missile. And the reality is now we are depleting our missile stockpiles as Xi Jinping is running laps around our president. Watch.
Without firing, we pulled it off. Without firing a missile, we got 97% of their enriched uranium out. They were able to maintain a modest civilian nuclear program for energy. And
so you think it was working?
Well, it's not only did I think it was working, even Israeli intelligence thought it was working. Even our intelligence services thought it was working. So there's no dispute that it worked, and we didn't have to kill a whole bunch of people or shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Now,
well, there was some dispute that it didn't work.
Well,
our present president believed that it didn't work, which
well,
is why he pulled out of it.
It's not clear that he didn't believe that it didn't work. He just said it didn't work.
Worst deal of all time.
Yeah, because I did it, which is fine. That seems to be a pattern. But there was no serious independent folks who would say that it didn't work with respect to the nuclear program. Now,
oh, it's so nice hearing somebody rational and smart and articulate talk about these things after years.
Okay, so this is in, there's a little bit more. Okay, hold on. Oh, no kiss, mama. My doggy's trying to give me a kiss. Hey, give me a kiss. Okay, let's get back to China.
Every single time Donald Trump uses a missile and F's up in this Iran war, it puts Xi Jinping in a slightly better position. This is just the reality. This is the cold, hard reality of geopolitics. Let's listen here.
How are your talks, sir?
Great.
We can talk about
Great place. Incredible. China's beautiful.
What do you talk about, sir? Can you tell us a little bit about Taiwan? Let's see if he answers these questions.
Did you talk about Taiwan, Mr. President?
And look at Xi sitting over there looking like a panda bear, like so mild when he heard that question, and just holding in his laugh as President Trump acted as if he didn't hear the question. Did you talk about Taiwan, Mr. President? And Trump says nothing. And Xi is over there looking all like, oh.
Very peculiar vibe right here that we'll get into in just 1 minute. But we then got news that the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning posted that Xi Jinping warned Donald Trump during their meeting. So, their spokesperson, Mao Ning, posted that Xi Jinping warned Donald Trump during the meeting that Taiwan is the most important issue in U.S.-China relations and that mishandling it could lead to, quote, clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. Let's read what the spokesperson said in particular. President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. So this is China immediately setting their narrative on what happened. Who knows how long Taiwan was talked for? It could have been a passing comment. It could have been a full conversation. But they are now immediately trying to plant the narrative that Xi Jinping did not back down and made it clear. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. Taiwan independence and even cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. Wow, okay, so they don't want an independent Taiwan at all. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the U.S. I mean, dude, that is incredibly, incredibly firm and assertive. They are saying that there will be war. If we try to protect Taiwan in any military manner, there will be war.
CNN footage of President Trump not responding when asked about Taiwan, uncharacteristically restrained. This is out of his character. Nothing. We seen him be quite freewheeling in his public appearances, even in the last week, going off script regularly. But really, in that situation, making clear that that he understands he is Xi's guest here, or just not willing to talk about it.
And we likely would. Again, we're rather ambiguous on what exactly we would do, but Taiwan is very, very important. Continuing here, when you see this meeting between Xi and Trump that I just played, CNN analysts were saying that Trump seems uncharacteristically restrained and quiet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. President, did you talk about Taiwan?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
You think that was killing him not to say something? In that scenario, he's trying to show some respect.
Just an uncharacteristically, uncharacteristically restrained President Trump there. Usually would have something to say on that subject, many others. And we've seen him be quite freewheeling in his public appearances, even in the last week, going off script regularly. But really, in that situation, making clear that he understands he is Xi's guest here, or just not wanting to talk about it.
Yep, just not wanting to talk about it.
Right, and there is.
So he is going to bend the knee to Xi. That's what he has done, because any other American president, Xi would have an understanding where he stood on the Taiwan issue, and therefore, it is what it is. Well, he could have said something. Well, I hope that we can work something out to keep Taiwan as a free, and we have a treaty that we are supposed to intervene if something is to happen to Taiwan. So, with that being said, your president had nothing to say. Nothing.
Also pressure from some of the Chinese folks that are used to handling media in a different way than maybe.
Okay, so that's it for that. There is something else. Here we go. My favorite.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. I have a wild show for you today. So in just a little bit, we will talk about how China is already checkmating Trump. They're currently engaged in talks and negotiations. Trump is in China, and they are rolling him over and over. It is total defeat for MAGA. It is ugly, so we'll talk about that. We also have secret MAGA racism backfire. I'm lying, or this sounds like you guys know the drill, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe. So support the show on Patreon. That goes.
If you are not a member of the Secular Talk with Kyle Kalinske, do yourself a favor. The link is in my description box under China Trip.
At her. I cannot wait to have that conversation. One of Elon's baby mothers, man. One of Elon's baby mothers is going to talk to me. You believe that? I can't believe that either. So we'll not.
She's talking to everyone. I cannot wait till Elon's baby mama comes on. I forget her name. She's been like a dog shit. She's been everywhere in the media lately, telling on how these married Republican sleazebag in the Congress and the Senate are out there whoring themselves around for these young MAGA influencer trying to get a side piece of ass. If you don't know, she will let you know. Let's continue.
Into that. And of course, everybody do me a favor and go sub to Corn's World, the YouTube channel, because we do live content. Total disaster. Look at this article here from Raw Story. Trump on verge of error of world historic proportions against AIDS advice. Okay. They say, always one looking to make a splashy deal, Donald Trump is giving serious considerations to allowing China to make a massive investment in the U.S. against the advice of some of his closest advisors. In a column for the New York Times, conservative economist Orrin Cass reported the president, quote, may be on the verge of tying the United States to China irrevocably. Mr. Trump and Xi Jinping are reportedly considering a deal to allow China to invest $1 trillion in the U.S., largely to build factories on American soil. Cass described this scenario as an unforced error of world historic proportions. So let me point out, Trump, as soon as he...
Let me point out, have we forgotten how the factories work in China? That they have to put nets at the windows of these high-rise factories to prevent the workers from jumping out of the windows and ending their own lives because the factory work in China is so brutal and unfulfilling and dangerous and just scary. They'd rather take their own lives. Is this what they want to build in America? Is this what your president is setting up to be built in America? Yeah.
Got in office, killed all of the Biden laws that were created as soon as described this scenario as an unforced error of world historic proportions. So let me point out, Trump, as soon as he got in office, killed all of the Biden laws that were creating hundreds of thousands of factory jobs. There were like 700 or 800,000 factory jobs that were going to be created here. Microchips, for example, that was a big deal, right? And so Biden exploded American manufacturing and American factory jobs. Trump comes in, kills those laws immediately. In his first term, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Then he gets in and kills all Biden's manufacturing stuff. So you're going to shut down basically.
And let's not forget all the clean energy jobs as well, not just manufacturing. The people, the electricians, all of those who lost their job as well. Let's continue.
Basically, U.S. factories, but turn around and say, yeah, China, go ahead, come on in. We'll let you, build factories here and get more control and more power and more sway in the United States.
And China, come on in here in the United States, because we have busted up all the unions. We have zero job growth in the United States. So you are going to get employees by hook or by crook. Come on in here, China. You are going to be the only employer in the United States. So hey, you can pay slave labor. We don't care about the American people. We just care that you are giving $1 trillion to the economy that we fucked up. And the $1 trillion that you're putting into the economy, shit, we don't give a fuck if that the American people are not going to see any benefit from that. They don't give a fuck.
Right, give you a foothold in the United States as we are waning and declining, and China is ascendant. China is rising. We're basically entering the Chinese century now, whereas we are falling apart at the seams and are quickly, rapidly losing our superpower status. This is what's going on here. So they say, Cass described the scenario as an unforced error of world historic proportions. The reported negotiations come as Trump prepares for a trip to China and seeks to cement his legacy as a deal maker, even if that deal undermines the very trade agenda he championed. While Trump's approach to China has frequently put him at odds with his own administration, his willingness to consider the investment stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of the relationship. Trump sees China as simply offering a bad deal and believes the remedy is negotiating a better one, Cass wrote. And he's proceeding despite concerns from advisors in the administration. Quote, I don't blame China. Trump notably told business leaders in Beijing in 2017, after all, who can blame a country for being able to take advantage of another country for the benefit of its citizens? I give China great credit. According to The Economist, this transactional worldview fails to account for the strategic reality that Chinese investment operates under fundamentally different rules than American capital flows. $1 trillion infusion of Chinese capital would exceed the total direct investment in the United States made by any other country since the Declaration of Independence, he wrote, before adding that even a fraction of that amount would devastate what remains of American economic defenses, weakening national security and supply chain resilience, while handing the Chinese Communist Party a powerful tool to subvert U.S. markets. So basically what they're saying here is, look, if you make this deal, then we aren't really an independent nation state anymore. I mean, I would argue we're already not really an independent nation state because we're basically run by the Epstein class, by the oligarchs, by the billionaires, by the military-industrial complex, by the Israel lobby, by the Saudi lobby, right? So that's what I would say. But this would make it so that now China has a foothold in this country, and would also make it so that they're as cooked as our supply chain is right now, it would get even worse. As cooked as our national security is right now, it would get even worse. All right.
So go over there and check out Kyle Kalinske. Let's see a little more about this China trip. Is there? I think it's one more. No, I guess that's it. Let's get to you guys. I want to see while he
So the Atlantic has
Stephen Miller is fucked. His life is falling apart. That's
a big and interesting piece in there that I want to talk to you guys about. So it's titled Stephen Miller in Retreat. The once powerful AIDS influence has quietly diminished by Michael.
Now, Stephen Miller did go to China with 45-47 and Stephen Miller got a real he was stared down by Chi. Chi, when he got to Stephen Miller, he really took him in. He shook his hand and he stood there for a second and he looked him up and down and gave a little head nod, like, let me take you in. If you didn't see that, I'll see if I can find it for you.
And Nick Miroff. So if true, that's kind of a big deal because Stephen Miller is like honestly one of the worst in the Trump regime. I understand that they're all horrible, they're all evil, they're all like the devil, but Stephen Miller really is the goose-stepping, zig-heiling, insane. He's a Jewish Nazi. Like, that's what he is. He's both Jewish and a Nazi. Make that make sense. But he is. And, he's the one who orchestrated all of the worst ICE crimes that we've seen. He's the one. He's the one who, like, leans into the depravity, leans into the pain and the destruction and the stripping away people's rights. Like, he's actually the worst of the worst. So they explain in this piece that for quite a while, Trump was like totally on board with everything Stephen Miller was doing. Like, basically, Stephen Miller had Trump wrapped around his finger. And a good example of that is that Stephen Miller secured a 50% cut in seasonal worker visas, which, typically Trump would be okay with those kinds of immigrants because it's like the sector that he's always been in, where he understands that, like, when it comes to hospitality, when it comes to hotels and casinos and things of that nature, like, you want immigrants to be able to come and work for you. And Stephen Miller was able to get Trump to agree, like, no, we got to cut those off. And at the last minute, just recently, Trump decided, no, we're going to go ahead and reverse that. We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to allow some of these people in. And apparently you had some of the, like, hotel leaders, people who were in the industry, the CEOs, they went to Trump and they were like, hey, dog, look, this is not going to work for us. Like, we need to actually allow in some immigrants because it's totally getting out of hand. So at the same time, he's reversing on stuff like that. We also learned that Stephen Miller has effectively been replaced by Tom Homan is one person, and there's another person as well who replaced him. Kristi Noem was sort of like Stephen Miller's right-hand woman, and Stephen Miller would bark orders at Kristi, and Kristi would carry it out. Well, as you all know, Kristi Noem got the axe. Now, my guess is Kristi Noem, I think she was like skimming off the top and not giving Trump his cut, so like the Mafia Don got rid of her. But having said that, he no longer has his person directly in power and directly in control. Miller also drove $175 billion in immigration enforcement funding, which is like the super funding of the ICE, Gestapo, paramilitary, secret police thugs. Like, now they're funded more than most militaries on planet Earth. And he's the one who got that done. He's the one who set the 3,000 ICE arrests per day number for about 1 million deportations a year. And he's the one who said, we're not going to worry about going after the cartels and the human traffickers. I want you to raid the Home Depot parking lot. I want you to raid the Lowe's parking lot. I want you to raid the local hair salons. I want you to go after anybody and everybody. We don't care about quality of who we get. We care about quantity of who we get. This is the guy who said, we don't care about, having a warrant. We have an executive warrant, and that's just as good as a judicial warrant, even though it's not, even though that's completely and utterly made up. And so now they brought in Mark Wayne Mullen. And like I said, they brought in Tom Homan, and under them, the arrests have dropped. So under the last month of Stephen Miller was 36,000 arrests. This month it was 30,000. A little drop, but it's still noteworthy in the context of how fascist these fuckers are. They also added 12,000 more officers and had fewer arrests. Detainees fell from 70,000 to 60,000. And so as all this is going on, Stephen Miller is behind the scenes, and he is desperate to get his way. He is plotting to get his way, and he's simply coming up short because there's some quotes of Trump in this piece where Trump's like, I know every now and then he goes a little too far. That Stephen Miller, he can go a little too far, and we'll make sure that we don't allow him to go too far anymore. Like, Trump is seemingly aware of that, mostly because he understands that his poll numbers are trash. He understands that, on immigration in particular, the American people now despise what the Trump regime is doing. Well, the fall guy for that is Stephen Miller, and that's why Trump is trying to create some distance from Stephen Miller. So he's basically cooked. He's basically on the outs right now. However, what they go on to say in no uncertain terms is that he's going to weasel his way back in because Trump.
Well, he was on the trip to China. So we'll see what happens with Stephen Miller. Put a pin in that. I talked to you about the J.D. Vance, Trump, Marco Rubio. Let me see. I showed you how he ended his thing. Oh, God. If you didn't hear the story about the rape culture that is going on with the Palestinian prisoners, you may or may not be mortified. But there are reports that they have even trained dogs to SA Palestinian prisoners. If you did not know about that, let's get into it.
Palestinians released from Israeli prisons describe systematic rape by Israeli prison guards, in some cases with sticks and in others by police dogs. One survivor, identified earlier as Ahmed, recounts being stripped, bound and raped in a barbaric way by Israeli guards before being forced to witness other prisoners subjected to the same torture. Acts, he said, were meant to destroy us as human beings. The report has documented 10 confirmed rape cases, but the Prisoners Club's director warns that the real number is far higher, since most survivors remain silent to avoid further retaliation. A Palestinian psychiatrist who treats these men tells the channel that even medical workers live in fear from retaliation and don't speak out about the documented patterns of degradation and physical and psychological torture employed by Israel. Researchers cited in the report attest that the Palestinian body itself has turned into a theater of colonial power, used to display Israeli authority through physical and sexual violence, and inflict pain as a demonstration of control.
The brutal suffering of Palestinians in the West Bank remains unchallenged, and the Norwegian Refugee Council has now exposed that for Palestinian women and girls, depraved sexual violence by Israeli soldiers and settlers is rampant. This is abhorrent. Can the Foreign Secretary tell us what she is doing to take a firm stand against this cruelty and commit to holding Israel to account for its heinous crimes against innocent Palestinians?
Well, I would say I know she has raised with me this the Norwegian Refugee Council report and also crimes around violence against women and girls. I can tell her that we have made tackling violence against women and girls, including violence against women and girls in conflict, a priority now for the Foreign Office. We will take this immensely seriously because this kind of, it is a crime. It is the most horrendous use of violence as a weapon of war when we have seen this in conflicts across the world, and will continue to pursue this.
All right. They really do not want.
And we also do know that this has been protected for many years. This has been known and it has been protected. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can find. Israeli protests the detention of soldiers over suspected Palestinian detainee. Now, this was allegedly caught on tape, where many, not one soldier, a gang of soldiers did this. And when it came time to arrest these soldiers, the Israeli people rose up. You have one of these guys who actually went on national TV and said that the Israelis can do whatever they choose to do to them, and there should be no reason for them to be arrested. Let's get into this.
to show my solidarity with the soldiers. I was soldier myself, and you know, when all the lawyers come and investigate you, it's not normal, it's not good thing. They're just doing their work. They work hard, they're in war. You know, it happens, it shouldn't happen. I won't say it's a good thing, but I think that as country that wants to live, we need to be more, we need to punish this terrorist more.
Palestinians released from Israeli prisons describe systematic rape by Israeli prison guards, in some cases with sticks.
It's I want you to be clear that they were protesting to not have the people who committed those crimes arrested. So I think we did this.
The brutal suffering of
did this one
the brutal suffering of
here.
All right, they really do not want us talking about this article from Nicholas Kristof, which is exactly why
Now, this is an article has recently been written in the New York Times about this subject matter. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu, for some reason, I think that he has a standing in a U.S. court to, I guess, since he cannot, in the IMF cannot take the life of this supporter, they're saying that they're going to sue this reporter in court for the reports that he's made about this.
All right, they really do not want us talking about this article from Nicholas Kristof, which is exactly why we're going to make an entire video talking about it. Everybody from Netanyahu himself to every single neoconservative in the right-wing media has been telling people to stop talking about the New York Times article that highlights the sexual violence, the rape of Palestinians committed by IDF soldiers and rogue Israelis. Male and female Palestinians describe brutal sex abuse at the hands of Israel's prison guards, soldiers, settlers, and interrogators. There seems to be almost a systematic allowance and cover-up of this type of sexual violence. We have seen multiple people who raped Palestinian prisoners then be released from prisons in Israel after people protest outside those prisons. I want to be very, very clear here. If you're somebody who condemned the horrific sexual violence that was committed against Israelis on October 7th, which you absolutely should have, then you need to have moral consistency and not suddenly pretend that there's not sexual violence going on the other side as well. This is very real. This is a very real situation. And Netanyahu is already talking about launching lawsuits against the New York Times. It's quite literally just the Trump playbook.
This is from Netanyahu. Today, I instructed my legal advisors to consider the harshest. To consider the harshest. Where am I? Today, I instructed my legal advisor to consider the harshest legal action against the New York Times and Nicholas Kristof. They defamed the soldiers of Israel and perpetrated a blood libel about rape, trying to create a false summary between the genocidal terrorists of Hamas and the Israeli valiant soldiers. It should be violent soldiers, in my opinion, and the Israeli valiant soldiers. Under my leadership, Israel will not be silent. We will fight these lies in the court of public opinion and in the court of law. Truth will prevail. You are already losing in the court of public opinion worldwide. So there you go.
Trump launched a massive lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal for their Epstein article, which he didn't like. It was a $10 billion lawsuit that ended up getting shot down altogether because it was bunk. Then Kash Patel got this alcohol article written about him in The Atlantic. He immediately launched a massive lawsuit. It will likely also be shot down in a very similar way. when Benjamin Netanyahu is writing crazy rogue tweets about how he might sue the New York Times and Nicholas Kristof, the journalist, I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. I do not believe a single word coming out of Netanyahu's mouth. And I do believe the 15 accounts that were, completely vetted in this story. So all of this is to say, I want to read through some really harrowing parts of this article. I want to highlight it and use my platform to talk about it. And I also want to talk about the reaction, the attempt to suppress it, the attempt to tell everybody to be quiet from Netanyahu and other neocons. If you appreciate this work, you can subscribe below and drop a like. But let's jump directly into Netanyahu's statement. He said, "Today, I instructed my legal advisors to consider the harshest legal action against the New York Times and Nicholas Kristof. They defamed the soldiers of Israel and perpetuated a blood libel about rape, trying to create a false symmetry between the genocidal terrorists of Hamas and Israel's valiant soldiers." Oh my God. Like I said, moral consistency is necessary here. When I read this New York Times article, I want every single person who's listening to understand that these are vetted sources. I want every single person who called out the horrific October 7th rapes to apply that same sort of moral consistency here. To continue. They defamed the soldiers of Israel, perpetuated a blood libel. Under my leadership, Israel will not be silent. We will fight these lies in the court of public opinion and in the court of law. Truth will prevail. Brian Stelter on CNN pointed out something interesting. In this last line here, Netanyahu puts the court of public opinion before and above the court of law. He says, we will fight these lies in the court of public opinion and in the court of law, almost showing that he values the propaganda victory more than ever actually launching a lawsuit. In fact, he only said at the top he's going to consider the harshest legal action against the New York Times and Nicholas Kristof. He's trying to create the same type of chilling effect that Donald Trump creates when he threatens the media, threatens colleges, threatens law firms. All of this is now translating over to Netanyahu, which he does in his own country as well, but he's now attacking the New York Times. Mehdi Hassan quote tweets this and says, "A government that ludicrously tries to sue a foreign paper rather than grant unfettered access to foreign reporters and UN investigators to its prisons, or even launch its own internal investigations to clear its innocent troops." This is a very good point from Mehdi Hassan. There has been a systematic repression of certain journalists in Israel, whether they're foreign journalists or domestic journalists, an inability to actually cover what's going on in the West Bank, in Gaza, and in these prisons. There have been journalists who have not been allowed into these prisons, not been allowed in certain areas, which should hint towards a lot, right? So rather than actually allow transparency and oversight, the Israeli government decides to attack the press. It kind of reminds me of the detention centers that were being used to hold migrants. And the government would attack the press rather than actually allowing oversight into these detention centers. Let's jump over here to the actual article itself from Nicholas Kristof. I'm not going to read the entire thing, but I think it's worth really diving into the article that Trump does not want you to read. And then we'll talk about the attacks on this article more. It's a simple proposition. Whatever our views of the Middle East conflict, we should be able to unite in condemning rape. Supporters of Israel made that point after the brutal sexual assaults against Israeli women during the Hamas-led attack on Israel on October 7th. Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Benjamin Netanyahu, many U.S. senators, including Marco Rubio, condemned that sexual violence, and rightfully so. Yet, in wrenching interviews, Palestinians have recounted to me a pattern of widespread Israeli sexual violence against men, women, and even children by soldiers, settlers, interrogators, and the Shin Bet internal security agencies, and above all, prison guards. There is no evidence that Israeli leaders order rapes, but in recent years, they have built a security apparatus where sexual violence has become, as the United Nations report put it last year, one of Israel's standard operating procedures and, quote, a major element in the ill treatment of Palestinians. A report out last month from the Euromed Human Rights Monitor, a Geneva-based advocacy group often critical of Israel, concludes that Israel employs, quote, systematic sexual violence that is, quote, widely practiced as part of an organized state policy. This is monstrous. This is disgusting. What does a standard operating procedure look like? Sami Al-Sai, 46, a freelance journalist, says that as he was being taken to a prison cell after his detention in 2024, a group of guards threw him to the ground. I should have issued a trigger warning a few minutes ago, but from here on out, a major trigger warning as I continue to read. Quote, they were all hitting me. and one stepped on my head and neck, he said. Someone pulled my pants down. They pulled down my boxers. And then one of the guards pulled out a rubber baton used to beat prisoners. Quote, they were trying to force it into my rectum, and I was bracing myself to prevent it, but I couldn't, he said, speaking with increasing anxiety. It was so painful. The guards were laughing at him, he said. Then he heard someone say, give me the carrots, he recalled, adding that they then used a carrot. It was extremely painful, he said. I was praying for death. Al-Sai was blindfolded, he said, and heard someone say in Hebrew, which he understands, don't take photos. That suggested to him that someone had pulled out a camera or a phone. One of the guards was a woman, he said, who grabbed him by the penis and testicles and joked, these are mine, then squeezed them until he screamed in pain. Guards left him handcuffed on the ground, and he smelled cigarette smoke. I realized it was their smoking break, he said. After he was dumped into his cell, he concluded that the spot where he had been raped had been used before, for he found other people's vomit, blood, and broken teeth crushed into his skin. Like when he realized into his skin there was like vomit, blood, and broken teeth. Al-Sai said that he had been asked to become an informant for Israeli intelligence, and he believed that the purpose of his arrest and imprisonment under the administrative detention system was to pressure him to agree. Because he prided himself on journalistic professionalism, he said, he refused. It says, I've had a career covering war, genocide, and atrocities, including rape, sometimes in places where the scale of sexual violence is far greater than anything committed by either Hamas militants or Israeli guards or settlers. In the Tigray conflict in Ethiopia a few years ago, 100,000 women have been raped. Mass rape is now unfolding in Sudan. Yet our American tax dollars subsidize the Israeli security establishment. So this is sexual violence in which the United States is complicit. I became interested in reporting on sexual assaults against Palestinian prisoners after Issa Amro, a nonviolent activist sometimes called the Palestinian Gandhi, told me when I previously visited that he had been sexually assaulted by Israeli soldiers and that he believed this was common but underreported because of shame. By one count, Israel has detained 20,000 people in the West Bank alone since October 7th, and more than 9,000 Palestinians were still being held as of this month. Many have not been charged but are still being held. Israeli forces systematically employ rape and sexual torture to humiliate Palestinian female detainees, the Euromed report said. It cited a 42-year-old woman who said she had been shackled naked to a metal table as Israeli soldiers forcibly had sex with her over 2 days while other soldiers filmed the attacks. Afterward, she said, she was shown photos of her being raped, and they said they would be published if she did not cooperate with Israeli intelligence. It's impossible to know how common sexual assaults against Palestinians are. Nicholas Kristof says, my reporting for this article is based on conversations with 14 men and women who said they had been sexually assaulted by Israeli settlers or members of the security forces. He spoke to family members, investigators, officials, and others. Save the Children had commissioned a survey last year of children aged 12 to 17 who had been in Israeli detention. More than half reported witnessing or experiencing sexual violence. Save the Children said that the true figure was probably higher because stigma left some unwilling to acknowledge what happened to them. The Committee to Protect Journalists, a respected American organization, surveyed 59 Palestinian journalists who had been released by Israeli authorities. 3% said that they had been raped. 29% said they had endured other forms of sexual violence. At this point, I want to jump over to some of the statements that the New York Times communications have made to follow up with this article after this entire backlash from right-wing neocons. They said yesterday, quote, Nicholas Kristof's deeply reported piece starts with a proposition to readers. Whatever our views of the Middle East conflict, we should be able to unite in condemning rape. He draws together on-the-record accounts and cites several analyses documenting the practice of sexual violence and abuse conducted by various parts of Israel's security forces and settlers. The accounts of the 14 men and women he interviewed were corroborated with other witnesses whenever possible and with the victims confided in. People the victims confided in. That includes family members and lawyers. Details were extensively fact-checked, with accounts further cross-referenced with news reporting. More people began to cast doubt on it. David Shuster said, I'm hearing from longtime friends that they're thinking about retracting the story. So the New York Times had to come out themselves and say, there is no truth to this at all. Nicholas Kristof is a two-time Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who has reported on sexual violence for decades and is widely regarded as one of the world's best on-the-ground reporters documenting and bearing witness to sexual abuse experienced by women and men in war and conflict zones. He traveled to the region to report firsthand on the stories of Palestinians who suffered abuse. And his article collects accounts in the victims' own words, backed by independent studies, as we've been reading thus far. The Israeli government rejects suggestions that it sexually abuses Palestinians, just as Hamas denied raping Israeli women. Israel's Ministry of National Security declined comment on this matter. The Palestinians he interviewed recounted various kinds of abuse beyond rape. Many had their genitals yanked or were beaten on the testicles. Handheld metal detectors were used to probe between men's naked legs and then smash into their private parts. Some men had to have their testicles amputated by doctors after beatings, according to the Euromed Monitor. What an absurdly horrific, monstrous story. One reason these abuses don't receive more attention is threats by Israeli authorities, who periodically warn prisoners on release to keep quiet, according to Palestinians who have been freed. Another reason, Palestinian survivors told me, is that Arab society discourages discussing the topic for fear of hurting the morale of prisoners' families and undermining the Palestinian narrative of defiant and heroic detainees. It actually makes sense. If there are currently thousands of Palestinians still being held in Israeli prisons, you don't really want to come back and talk about how much rape is happening, especially when you're talking to the families of these people. So there is a stigma or a sort of, morale aspect to this. Conservative social norms also inhibit discussion. 2 victims told me that a prisoner who acknowledges being raped would harm the ability of his sisters and daughters to find husbands. One farmer initially agreed to let me use his name in the article. Released early this year after months in the administrative detention with no charges filed, he related what happened to him one day last year. A half dozen guards immobilized him by holding his arms and legs while pulling down his pants and underwear and inserting a metal baton into his anus. The rapists were laughing and cheering, he said. Several hours later, he said he fainted and was taken to the prison clinic. After he woke up, he was raped once more, again with the metal baton. Quote, "I was bleeding," he recalled. "I broke down completely. I was crying." After being returned to his cell, he said, he asked a guard for pen and paper to write a complaint about the assaults. The request was denied, and that evening, a group of guards came to the cell. "Who is the one that wants to file a complaint?" one guard jeered, he said, and another began pointing him out. The beating started immediately, he recalled, and then they raped him with a baton for a third time that day. He recalled one saying, one of them said to him, "Now you have even more to put in your report." A few days after I interviewed him, the farmer called me to say that he didn't want his name used after all. He had just been visited by Shin Bet and warned not to cause trouble. He also feared that his family would react badly to the attention. Rampant sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners is a thing. It's been normalized, says Sari Bashi, an Israeli-American human rights lawyer who's the executive director of the Public Committee Against Torture in Israel. I don't see evidence that it has been ordered, but there's persistent evidence that authorities know, aren't stopping it, and then cover it up. Another Israeli lawyer, Ben Marmarelli, told me that based on the experiences of Palestinian detainees he has represented, rape of Palestinian prisoners with objects is going on across the board. Okay, I'm going to leave the rest of the article in the description below. There's still a lot more to cover, and maybe we'll make more videos and more live streams about this, but this is a very heavy topic. It's a very heavy article to read, and this is very, very...
Another instance of making the abnormal seem normal. It's a lot of this going on nowadays. Excusing things that is just abhorrent, that should be ridiculed, that should be rejected. They are normalizing some of the most grotesque things in the world nowadays. You think that we would have evolved into better people, but we are devolving into some of the worst creatures on this planet. For what? For what? Benjamin Netanyahu has a warrant out for his arrest. All of this, we follow these. Well, you guys, some of you guys support all of these people with criminal behavior to the extent that you are brutalizing other people. You are committing criminal behavior. This war on Iran. This is criminal. This is an illegal war, but we have so many of you dummies out here supporting all of this illegal stuff. all of these children that lost their lives. And what did Keg Breath tell you? Oh, we're investigating it. We're still investigating it. Here it is. Here we are in the middle of May, and he still has no answer about these children that lost their lives in some bogus ass attack from America on the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu telling your stupid president to go to war with Iran. And you still have you idiots in here supporting this bullshit. Not all of you. You still have idiots. It's just, I would be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed to feign that I support anybody who is doing such things. But you have these people loud and proud coming in here talking about MAGA this, MAGA that. Nobody gives a fuck about you or MAGA. The only thing that you denote when you come in here talking about Trump and MAGA and all of that shit is that you're a sick ass puppy. That's the only thing that you are saying when you come in here with all that MAGA dumb shit. You just saying you're a fucking idiot. That's all you're saying. So let's get to speaking of MAGA idiots. Can we get to? Let's get to a couple of these hearings with these MAGA idiots in power that the idiot put in power of your government. Let's get to some of these stupid people and their bullshit and lies. And let's get to the leader of sitcom, who is going to tell you that in fact there has been no investigation opened on the strike that killed those 160 something Iranian children. While Pete Kegbreath says that is under investigation, the leader of sitcom is going to tell you there has been no investigation opened about that at all. As you come in here talking about what somebody been doing to America for 47. They say death to America. Iran did nothing to America to start this war. All of this for 47 years, all of this bullshit. Is it your job to get retribution for 47 years worth of anything? Well, if that is so, if it is America's job to get retribution for shit that happened 47 years ago, I hope my mic is not off. If it is America's job to get retribution for shit that happened 47 years ago, how come America isn't striking Israel for striking that boat that Israel struck and pretend like they didn't do it? That America, what's the name of that? I think it was I think it was the Abraham Lincoln. Let me see. Hold on. Come if that is our job, the USS Liberty. How come if it's our job to get retribution for shit that happened years ago, why is it that we are allies with Israel, who struck the USS Liberty? Y'all know anything about that? Nobody's up in arms about that. Let's get into that. And since we are rationalizing what we should do about shit that happened years and years ago. The day Israel attacked America.
Early June, 1967. The six-day war in the Middle East between Israel, Egypt, Jordan, and Syria is underway. A spy ship, very lightly armed, but bristling with antennae, steams into the Mediterranean to eavesdrop on the conflict. It is patrolling in international waters off the Egyptian coast. At 2 in the afternoon, on June the 8th, with the war reaching its climax, Israeli jets and motor torpedo boats launch an unprovoked attack on the ship. They drop napalm and strafe its decks with rockets, cannon fire, and armor-piercing rounds before trying to sink it with torpedoes.
We had no way to defend ourselves, and we were just slaughtered.
And they shot up the life rafts that were put into the water, and they shot the ones that were still on board the ship.
Bullet holes, shell holes everywhere, blood. The forecastle, the front part of the ship, was just red with blood.
Throughout the attack, the ship flies the Stars and Stripes, the flag of Israel's closest ally, the United States of America. Its name, the USS Liberty, is freshly painted on its stern, and the bow carries the distinctive numbers of an American naval vessel.
Out of a crew of just under 300, there were 34.
Oh no, but they pretend like it was something obscure about this boat. They did not realize this was an American boat. Sounds familiar? Does it sound familiar? How Iran had a non-military ship that was doing some exercises with India for some competition in India, and you have Pete Kegbreath laughing about this was the first torpedo strike from a submarine in decades, and they deleted their target. This wasn't even a ship from Iran that was out there to fight. They were on their way back home from something else, a competition or something that they had in India, and they're bragging about striking a ship that couldn't defend itself. Isn't that ironic? Isn't it ironic that the people that had a genocide put on them, and because of who they were, turn around and want to be expect you to excuse them as they do a genocide on another group of people? Isn't it funny how people, if you don't remember history, you're doomed to repeat it? Isn't it funny while this administration wants to erase the history of the Black Americans, of African Americans? You should be very wary about why it is that this administration is trying to pretend like the history of the Black American citizens never happened. But too many of you are raccoons, so you don't even acknowledge that it happened yourselves. They're not trying to erase this history for anything. You think they're trying to erase history for just no good reason? They don't have nothing better to do. Let's erase a little history around here. They're trying to hide their hands. Okay.
Were killed and 172 injured in varying degrees to
painted on its stern, and the bow carries the distinctive numbers of an American naval vessel.
Out of a crew of just under 300, there were 34 killed and 172 injured in varying degrees to life-threatening, life-debilitating injuries. So that was more than 2/3 of the crew.
This audio tape, which has never been broadcast before, was recorded in real time by the Israeli military during the assault. The woman's voice in the background is counting down the seconds. It proves that Israeli commanders knew all along that they were attacking an American ship. For the first time, this and other evidence allows us to reveal the true story of what happened that day and what came after. When a deadly assault by one ally on another was covered up, and an American president was manipulated by the secret agents of a foreign power. Events that have shaped US-Israeli relations ever since.
So you're more than welcome to watch that video. So are we talking about what Iran did something for 47 years? This clip is under in my description box under USS Liberty. So you can peruse it on your free time. Okay? Okay. We're not going to play games like we don't understand what really goes on. Now, let me...
All right. They really do not want us talking.
Let me get to these hearings of these idiots that they have in this government. So you want to get upset about what was done centuries ago? You want to pretend like this... Okay. If you want to pretend like you really believe that this is about something that happened 47 years ago, no, this is not about any of that. You see that even after the strikes out, they had the Israeli government, who were our alleged allies, in there lying and talking about, oh, we didn't know it was you. We ain't know that was you. That was you. We ain't even know. We ain't even know that was you. You're playing dumb. Okay. So let's get into these these oversight hearings you may or may not have heard about that were going on. Head of Central Command, this is luscious.
Threats from adversarial nation states like China and Russia, radical Islamist terrorism and instability driven by weak comes in. The continent is not a distant concern for American national security. Rather, it is an arena of growing strategic consequence, defined by converging threats from adversarial nation states like China and Russia, radical Islamist terrorism and instability driven by weak governance. China and Russia recognize the strategic importance of Africa. China is leveraging economic coercion, debt diplomacy, and military basing to support President Xi's global ambition. Through its mercenaries and other proxies, Russia is destabilizing fragile states and extracting resources in order to bankroll its malign activities in Ukraine and elsewhere around the world. I look to General Anderson to provide his assessment of Chinese and Russian objectives in Africa, and to update the committee on how Africa Command is addressing the threat posed by these nefarious actors. The terrorists. Okay,
we're gonna, you know how we listen to these hearings? We're gonna skip through the Republicans because we know the Republicans are only going to lick ass and make excuses. We're gonna skip through the opening statements. This link is in my description box if you would like to watch the whole thing. I just want to see people get their asses in a twist for coming up here talking dumb shit and lying. That's all. That's the only reason I watch these for. If there's some reason I need to go back to a Republican, I'm pretty sure Republicans are just going to do softball questions, but sometimes I'm wrong, and I have to come back the next day. So let's get into the questioning. Here we go. Right here. We start off right here with Senator Reid. That's great questioning.
To win. Every member. Amber Cooper, we are 75 days into this war with Iran, and I am concerned the president does not have a credible strategy to win. Every member of this committee shares the goal of preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon, but there is no purely military solution to this problem. Instead, every president over the past 50 years has used diplomacy, sanctions, and international cooperation to this point, successfully prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. President Trump tore up the Iran nuclear deal, and instead of negotiating a new deal, unilaterally took our nation to war. More than a dozen service members have lost their lives, and hundreds more have been wounded. We have suffered a significant damages to our bases, dramatically expended our munition stockpiles, and sustained billions of dollars of damaged equipment. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, despite attempts to escort commercial ships. While Secretaries Hegseth and Rubio have said Operation Epic Fury is concluded, it is unclear what objectives have been accomplished. Iran's regime is intact. Its nuclear material remains in place. The majority of its missiles and launches have reportedly been recovered. Iran has demonstrated its ability to shut down the strait. And most importantly, or certainly of equal weight, American families are bearing real costs at the gas pump and the grocery store for a war they did not want and Congress has not authorized. Admiral Cooper, the military forces under your command have performed with exceptional skill and bravery, and that is attributable to your leadership and your chain of command. The firepower that we have brought to bear in Iran has been formidable, but we have not yet, I think, articulated a clear strategy going forward, and this is continuing to hamper our objectives. I think everyone on this committee would love to see these peace negotiations succeed. And I'd be the first one to applaud significant results achieved through diplomacy. But one of the issues we're facing, and we've talked about it in the closed session, is at every term, we are not receiving the information that we are legally entitled to. We've not seen the legal justification for this operation, nor the execute orders, and the administration's explanation for cost and the path forward have shifted constantly. This week, the president said that the ceasefire is on life support, and it leaves us a fundamental question. Where are we and where are we going? And I hope you can touch on that, Admiral Cooper. There's two other concerns in CENTCOM I'd like to address. First, we withdrew all of our troops from Syria, and this has created some adverse consequences in my view. Our modest military footprint there produced significant returns, including a very reliable partner in the Syrian Democratic Forces, a sustained counter-ISIS mission, which we conducted, and a degree of leverage in strategically important area of the world. And we gave that up very quickly when we withdrew. And if you could provide some understanding of the current situation, I'd appreciate it. Second, the ceasefire in Lebanon is fragile, and Israel's continued airstrikes and demolition operations to the south are eroding it. The Lebanese armed forces are one of the few genuine stabilizing instruments we have left in the region, and we should be seriously investing in it. And again, Admiral, I'd like to know what resources you need to make this partnership successful, our partnership with the Lebanese military in displacing Hezbollah and establishing a reliable government. General Anderson, I'm concerned by discussions about whether AFRICOM should be maintained as an independent combatant command, the same concerns I believe the chairman has. That fight should be not necessary. And it really, I think, reveals a misunderstanding of the continuing importance of Africa in so many different ways. If we were to merge AFRICOM with EUCOM, I think that would be a mistake. It would signal to our allies and adversaries that Africa is not a priority for the United States. Russia and China are not making that mistake. Russia's Africa Corps has expanded steadily across numerous countries, and China continues to build ports, infrastructure, and relationships across the continent. Both nations are filling a space that America has created for them. By our disengagement. In general, I would ask you to share your views on the current security situation and how you are working with allies and partners to address the political and economic instability in Africa. Finally, I would note that the dismantling of USAID has made this situation worse. More than $12 billion in annual assistance to sub-Saharan Africa is largely gone. This has translated directly into instability, radicalization, and openings for our adversaries. The administration's From Aid to Trade slogan in Africa may be a reasonable long-term aspiration, but it's not a near-term substitute for what has been lost, and our partners on the ground know it. I'd like to know what authorities and support you need from this committee to effectively partner with vulnerable nations in Africa to keep us from losing more ground to China and Russia. Admiral Cooper, General Anderson, thank you for your leadership, your outstanding service, and I look forward to your testimony. Thank you.
Admiral Cooper, you are now recognized for your opening statement, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity. Al-Qaeda's rebuild for 5 to 10 years, but the large-scale volleys that we've seen over the last couple of years.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Cooper, is Iran militarily still able to inflict significant damage on infrastructure of the surrounding countries in the Persian Gulf?
Senator, in this environment, what I would tell you is their capabilities have been dramatically degraded. That certainly doesn't mean that they don't have anything left, but the large-scale volleys that we've seen over the last couple of years, Iran is no longer capable of executing those.
This would be less large-scale volleys than directed attacks on critical infrastructure, which would set back petroleum production, even if the Strait of, or petroleum distribution, would say, even if the Strait of Hormuz is open. Does that capability still exist?
Capabilities across the board inside of Iran still exist at a degraded scale. We've also planned accordingly for each of these scenarios, if necessary, to deal with them from a defensive perspective.
So would you characterize Iran as no longer a threat?
Iran has a significantly degraded threat, and they no longer threaten regional partners or the United States in ways that they were able to do before. Across every domain, they've been significantly degraded.
But they can still threaten their partners.
It's a very large country. They retain some mineral capability. That's correct, and that's accurate.
Thank
and
you,
of course,
sir.
we've accounted for that from a defense.
Okay. We're just hitting some high points on this. We're not listening to all of the other stuff. We'll see what type of capabilities that they have. Because it appears like your president is insistent on staying in Iran because Benjamin Netanyahu has said that we are not done with Iran. So therefore, it appears that Benjamin Netanyahu is your daddy's daddy. And your daddy's daddy said that we are not done in Iran. So it appears that we are going to be in Iran doing some more maneuvers.
Sense of perspective.
General Anderson, what's happened is that the administration recalled over 30 career ambassadors in Africa, over 30 career ambassadors overall, 12 in Africa. The United States has only 14 confirmed ambassadors. In other words, 40 ambassadorial posts in Africa are vacant or filled by charge d'affaires. Is it essential to your work to have fully functioning embassies with ambassadors?
Senator, we work very closely with all the embassies across the continent to pursue and further American interests. And so that relationship with these embassies is critical for AFRICOM's effective engagement.
But what about the ambassadors?
That's not what he asked you. He asked you about ambassadors, bitch.
Yes, sir. So the ambassadors do enjoy access. I think that that's important to have ambassadors in place because the hierarchical nature of many of the African countries is that if you're not an ambassador, you don't always get access. And so there is obviously benefit to that.
But you got 40 open positions. So obviously you don't care about the benefit of that.
We coordinate with them quite closely when we engage.
Thank you very much, sir. You are combating one of the most sophisticated information warfare operations we've seen in a long time from Russia. What can we do to improve your ability to withstand this information operation and also to engage in something on the same level by the United States?
Yes, Senator, I appreciate the recognition of this concern because our adversaries are very active in the information domain. As you highlighted Russia, I'd also say China is also very active in these domains. They use this to undercut not only our interests, but undercut and disrupt the democracies that are in Africa. And this is an area that I've talked to several of the leaders across, especially coastal West Africa, that are very concerned about the Russian propaganda that is destabilizing their democracies. For me, we have a limited budget that we are mostly in a reactive mode to respond to issues. What would be beneficial as one of the few entities that looks across the entirety of the continent is a consistent budget that would allow us to campaign in the information space. We coordinate very closely with State Department and others on this and work with the embassies, but our ability to look across the continent and highlight these things, I think, is an area where we could be of benefit to the American interest.
Thank you, sir. Admiral Cooper, one more question. Do we still maintain a relationship with the Syrian Democratic Forces?
Senator, we do have a nascent relationship with them in the context of evacuating the more than 5,700 ISIS prisoners from predominantly northeast Syria to Iraq. A small number of prisoners, mostly chronically ill and with multiple amputees, stayed in the primary prison known as Hasaka, and SDF is today serving as the guards.
Just a follow-on question. Do you detect any sort of kind of resentment or to our rapid departure from SCF?
I think, Senator, we've had a long standing relationship with the SDF. The ceasefire that they have in place today with the Syrian government remains in effect, and we remain engaged.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Admiral. General, thank you for your service. Admiral, what did the Iranians' attempted missile attack on the island of Diego Garcia tell us about the ballistic missile program and their intent to use it? Did it come as a surprise?
Senator, appropriate to talk in this forum, because there's clearly a classified component to this. I think we've all heard publicly what Iran described as their self-imposed limitations on their missile force. The execution of that particular attempted strike, which failed, was twice the distance of what they previously advertised, that they said that they would self-constrain themselves to.
Thank you. And as you look at the total operation, the conflict there, what lessons have you learned from that? And how have you used those lessons thus far to ensure that your command is prepared for the fight that we have today?
Yeah, Senator, thank you very much for this. It's fair to say that we have captured thousands of lessons, mostly tactical. I think there's no military in the world that makes adjustments as well as the United States military does. And whether they were in stride tactically with a lot of support from organizations back in the United States, or they're more at the operational level, we took a very hard look inward to see where can we improve our defenses. Force protection and protecting our people is my number one priority. We focused on that first, made a significant number of adjustments to enhance what was already a very effective air defense umbrella. And that's where we are predominantly focused, as well as putting ourselves in a position to meet a wide range of contingencies going forward.
Thank you, sir. General Anderson, ISIS is on the rise in Africa, and you've been very, very clear about that. How is your command working with our partners in order to address that?
Senator, you are correct. ISIS is putting a concerted effort in this establishment on the continent. We have been working very closely with willing partners who have been willing to address this threat. So 2 examples of that in northern Somalia, working with the Somali and the Puntland forces there to go up into those mountains. What has been key there to putting pressure and isolating the ISIS leadership there is the partner.
Weren't you just striking Somalia So now you're helping Somalia fight ISIS. So do you think that's the Somalian people trust you? How can you be doing both? You're striking Somalia, but then you helping Somalia when ISIS now comes and strikes Somalia. You're also Somalia. ISIS is also taking a foothold in Burkina Faso and Niger. What do you have to do with that? It's funny that you want us to believe that you're helping uh, these African nations. What has when have you ever helped African nations? From the second month of that this administration was in office, you were doing strikes in Africa, but now you're helping Africa. Oh, okay, yeah.
There's ability to stay in those mountains. And so our partnership to provide them the intelligence, some training, and some limited logistics that allow them to stay is helping isolate that leadership node in Somalia. We've also been working very closely with Nigeria, who is in the last few months opened up with a very positive engagement with intel sharing and ability to go after and target some of these terrorist threats that are.
Oh, now you're working with Nigeria too. You know the Nigeria that you just bombed on some fake guys as now they're taking the lives of Christians. Muslims are taking the lives of Christians in Nigeria, and nothing is being done to protect the lives of Christians in Nigeria. So now they have turned a new leaf and they are helping you. Were not the strikes in Nigeria to produce this help that you say you are getting from Nigeria? What about the Christians? Surely you are not working with Nigeria when you felt that you had to go and bomb Nigeria multiple times over the Christians who were losing their lives, as well as the Muslims who were losing their lives in the same attacks that you didn't want to talk about, but you wanted to pretend like the Muslims were killing the Christians in Nigeria. Therefore, the United States government had to strike in Nigeria. But miraculously, they have come around and they are helping you out. That's why you can't even say it quickly. That's why you have to watch your steps and take your hand and go step by step to remember the bullshit that you're about to lay out on this table.
Few months opened up with a very positive that leadership node in Somalia. We've also been working very closely with Nigeria, who is in the last few months opened up with a very positive engagement with intel sharing.
Why would they open up in the last few months with positive engagement sharing with you? That makes no sense. See, because they think that most Americans are stupid and are not paying attention about what's going on. And unfortunately, they really are correct about this. But understand, this is a play. Y'all know what those are.
And ability to go after and target some of these terrorist threats that are in northern Nigeria. And so that has been a positive area that we've seen as well. We would like to reestablish some pragmatic relationships in the Sahel, where ISIS also has a stronghold, where they are currently holding an American hostage.
In the Sahel is Burkina Faso, Niger, and what's the other one? What is the Sahel? It's 3 countries in Africa. The Sahel is Burkina Faso, what 3 nations are in this Sahel? Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. All of these regions that did what? They threw their colonizers out of their country. All of these neighboring states that threw their colonizers out of their country. And now there was a big, I talked to you, a coup in Niger, where they took the life of the defense minister, where they are trying to get in and really put in puppet government in these nations. Why? Because these nations have taken the colonizer out, and these are gold-rich nations, and they have leaders that are making sure that their gold really grows their own country. Not like before when France was taking all the raw gold out of the country and said that they had to take it to France to put it through a refinery, and therefore they got pennies on the dollar, penny on the pound for the gold that France was stealing from the Sahel region of Africa. If you don't know about that, we talk about that type of stuff over here. So, what do you say, sir? Sir, what are you talking about?
In order to gain better access.
You're trying to gain access to their rare earth minerals and their wealth. Is that what you're saying? The wealth that that France was stealing for centuries. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Hold where they are currently holding an American hostage ahead of these terrorist threats that are in northern Nigeria. And so that has been a positive area that we've seen as well. We would like to reestablish some pragmatic relationships in the Sahel, where ISIS also has a stronghold where they are currently holding an American hostage in order to gain better access. And that's an area we need to continue to improve, to work with those partners for a...
Well, ISIS is an enemy of the Sahel. So it kind of sounds like you're trying to imply that ISIS is a part of the Sahel region or government. No, the Sahel region of Africa is trying to keep ISIS from attacking them. So why did you kind of make that seem kind of cloudy there, sir? Because that's what all of the colonizers always do. It's not the Sahel Africans that have a hostage. It's the ISIS fighters. You know, these same ISIS fighters that you wanted to prop up in Syria as, what was that, ISIS or Al-Qaeda? Is there a difference? These same fighters that were fighting our soldiers in the Middle East, and then you clean them off and brush them off and put them in a puppet government in Syria, and then have them visit the White House of these same fighters. But you're trying to make it appear like these ISIS fighters are Africans from the Sahel. No, they're not. They're not from the Sahel, and these are people that the Sahel is trying has to fight against. Are you sending any help in for these African nations to fight against these ISIS fighters, to have an American kidnapped? You know, are you sending in weapons to the Sahel to help them fight ISIS, like you sent in weapons to help the quote unquote people in Iran who wanted to protest their government? So therefore you bought in guns to Iran, and to be able to say that Iran killed their own people with the guns that America brought in? I'm just curious.
Intel sharing and understanding of what that threat is there, but we are working very deliberately with our partners to address these common threats.
Do you feel that
you're working? You can't say very carefully. You can just say deliberately. You're not being careful. You're being deliberate. Thank you for clearing that up. There is a distinction in that.
you're appropriately resourced to address these threats?
Is there, but we are working very deliberately with our partners to address these common threats.
Do you feel that you're appropriately resourced to address these threats?
We have the minimum necessary resources in order to address the threats. In order to do this, because of the size of the continent and the complexity of those attacks or of those threats, in order to thwart these, we have to shift resources, and that entails taking some risk in those other areas in order to address the primary efforts.
I'd like to have you address some of the connections that we see with the drug cartels, with the terror groups. Can you elaborate on those, especially with regards to the Central and South American cartels?
Yes, Senator, that's an area that is emerging that is causing us great concern. So 2 points to that. Recently, there was a interdiction based on some intelligence that we were able to provide that the Spanish interdicted a shipment of cocaine that was 35 tons of cocaine. We believe that's about $1 billion of street value. We believe that's the largest interdiction in history. That came out of South America. It was transiting along the west coast of Africa towards another location that I could talk about in a classified environment.
What you mean to tell me? You trying to tell me that now Africa is trafficking in cocaine? It came from South America all the way to Africa to go where, sir? Now, are we going to use the narco drug state on Africa? Are we trying to set up a drug theory about Africa? Is this what we're doing, sir? You don't seem very confident.
That's about $1 billion of street value. That's an area that is emerging that is
on those, especially with regards to the Central and South American cartels?
Yes, Senator, that's an area that is emerging that is causing us great concern. So 2 points to that. Recently, there was a interdiction based on some intelligence that we were able to provide that the Spanish interdicted a shipment of cocaine that was 35 tons of cocaine. We believe that's about $1 billion of street value. We believe that's the largest interdiction in history. That came out of South America. It was transiting along the west coast of Africa towards another location that I could talk about in a classified environment. And so we're seeing more of that drug trafficking coming in, and the terrorist organizations are helping transit that. They're getting payments through that, and there's a symbiotic relationship that money then comes back to our hemisphere, to those drug cartels, but also helps provide fuel for those terrorists. Another area that I think is important to highlight is that in the last 18 to 24 months, we have assisted in, or at least tipped off many partner nations to drug activities and labs in their country. In this time, 11 of the 12 drug labs that have been interdicted have had Mexican cartel members on site, to include the largest drug lab that had ever been disrupted in South Africa, that there were Sinaloa cartel members on site. And so they are actually doing production now in Africa, as well as the transit of that across the continent. So we're watching this develop, and it's of concern as this.
You mean to tell me the Sinaloa cartel is now trafficking in Africa? How interesting. Would that be the same 17 family members from the Sinaloa cartel that our DOJ allowed into the United States with their suitcases and told reporters they could not ask about these Sinaloa cartel family members that were allowed into the United States under the DOJ escort? So we're supposed to be afraid of the Sinaloa cartel at some points, and we're supposed to ignore them when they are escorted into our very own country by our very own government. Okay, I got you.
Fuels both the terrorists and the cartels.
What's the destination of those drugs?
Those drugs are destined for the Middle East, for Europe, but we're also seeing them then come in through the northern route back into America. As we have applied pressure on the southern border, they're finding other means to bring those drugs into our nation.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are getting drugs sent to America from South America that are going all the way across the continent, all the way to Africa, to be brought back down into our country from Africa, and the starting point has been South America. Who believes this dumb shit? Who believes this dumb shit? And they have no shame of telling you something that sounds so stupid as they excuse all of the drug traffickers that pay off 45, 47 for pardons. But now we have to denote Africans as being part of a passageway for drug cartels to traffic drugs to the United States. So therefore we can have a cause to say we're striking these African nations because they are not doing anything to stop the drug transport through their continent. So anytime we see somebody who we think, not who we prove, who we say is trafficking drugs, we're going to be doing strikes where? In Africa. Not to help the Africans with Al-Qaeda. No, we're trying to designate Africa as a drug transporting continent. You see this bullshit? That's why it is kind of good to watch this shit. He said it. I didn't say that. He said that.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for your extraordinary service in a difficult time. General Anderson, I want to express my condolences to you and your team and the families of Lieutenant Kendrick Lamont and Specialist Maria Collington. The Army's lost 2 young patriots and dedicated man and woman, and I'm certain that the recovery mission was difficult. And I want to commend your team for bringing closure to their families. Admiral, there's been public reporting that Iran continues to have as much as 70 to 75% of its missiles and launchers available to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Does that reporting conform roughly with your estimate as to Iran's continuing strength?
Senator, thank you for the question. And first, thank you for your time these past few days. It's been meaningful and very much appreciated. I think it's appropriate in this forum not to discuss specific intelligence assessments. What I would say from my perspective is the numbers that I've seen in open source are not accurate. I think what also is not taken into consideration, it's more than just the numbers. It's the command and control that's been shattered. It's a significant degradation in capability, and it's the lack of any ability to then produce any missiles or drones on the back end. I think we have to take a holistic look at that, and that's what we've done.
But regardless of what the numbers are, Iran continues to pose a significant threat to shipping because it has missiles and fast boats and other assets that are available to attack shipping in the area, correct?
Senator, in each of those cases, their capability have been significantly degraded. If I just use my own professional experience, in 100 transits through the Strait of Hormuz, you would typically see 20 to 40 fast boats, and lately we've seen 2 or 3. So the degradation means it's been significant, but some residual capability does exist.
With respect to the threat that remains, your forces were successful in Project Freedom in enabling ships to go through the strait, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And Project Freedom was stopped for what reason?
So I think I'll look back a couple of days ago on the chairman of the Joint Chiefs testimony before the Senate Appropriations Committee. I think he characterized it well. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz is rather complex these days, and I would offer just these quick points. First and foremost, the United States controls via our blockade, which I'd be happy to talk about, the overall flow of commerce going into and out of Iran. The Iranian capability to stop commerce has been dramatically degraded through the straits, but their voice is very loud. And those threats are clearly heard by the merchant industry and the insurance industry. Those are factors. There's certainly factors in energy.
But
and
project,
on top of all
project, I apologize for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time, as you understand. I think the point that I want to make here is that Project Freedom could be started again, and the voices of the Iranians, large as they are, could be contradicted or reduced in impact if Project Freedom were ongoing and the world could see that shipping was going through the straits. Am I off base in that view?
Senator, there's a wide range.
No, you're right on base with that view. He's trying to blow smoke up your ass. Their voices were so loud that we had to stop the ships that were passing through the Straits of Hormuz that we have opened up. Get the fuck out of here.
Range of contingencies that we are prepared to execute. I would defer to the policymakers on anything having to do specifically with the Strait of Hormuz, particularly during this time of sensitive negotiations where it's front and center in the negotiations.
Who's negotiating? Who's negotiating with whom? What negotiations do you speak of, sir?
And have you seen any progress in those negotiations?
No.
Senator, I'd refer to the diplomats and the team engaged in the negotiations.
No.
Let me ask you, in the time that I have left, one of the objectives that President Trump articulated at the beginning of this war, which in my view could not be accomplished with bombing, was to secure the enriched uranium. Would you agree that taking possession of that uranium would require boots on the ground and significant?
I cannot say because I'm not ready to retire yet. I have a couple of more things that I want to set up. And if I tell you the truth, that we cannot effectively get the uranium without boots on the ground, I'm going to defer to people who make decisions once again, sir.
And casualties for United States forces.
Senator, in this particular forum, I think it would be highly inappropriate, given the classified nature of any contingencies, to talk about the nuclear program.
Well, let me just finish by making the observation that you have, I think, sought to be forthcoming to the committee in the classified setting where we had an earlier conversation with questions and answers. My view is that the vast majority of what you told us should also be told to the American people. They deserve to know. And our adversaries know a lot of what we know. The ones who really don't know are the American people, and they deserve more information, which is not a criticism of you. It is of the system which causes the withholding of this information, and the administration, which has refused to provide figures as to the costs of the war and other details that are relevant and important for the American people to know. So I'm hopeful that we can have a way to make more information available to the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Admiral Cooper, during the brief time of Project Freedom, before it was closed.
The brief time, 15 hours. Let's go to the next person. Oh, this dingbat here.
They have contributed to every line of effort, and we appreciate them contributing to our successes.
Okay.
We can't overstate.
Real question.
Some targeted programs to work.
You and I have gone back and forth about unfunded requirements. And so I guess your testimony is of relationships.
The funding that we would ask for that would help targeted programs, ability and capacity to do. Now, I don't.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our witnesses.
Real
President
question.
Trump's decision to unilaterally take the United States into a war with Iran is deeply unpopular in Virginia. We are a very pro-military state, a very pro-military state. And as I've traveled around Virginia and talked to Virginians, the unpopularity sort of gets crystallized into, have we learned nothing from 25 years of war in the region? 14,000 American troops and contractors died in the war on terror in Iraq and Afghanistan, more than 65,000 injured, $8 trillion spent. And Virginians who've watched their friends and family repeatedly deployed over the last quarter century have grave concerns about what was accomplished and was the sacrifice worth it. Our troops sacrificed so bravely. Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzon, one of the 14 who have died in Epic Fury, Spotsylvania County, Virginia. Our Ford Carrier Strike Group just returned the longest post-Vietnam deployment of any carrier. Our folks sacrifice. They want civilian leaders to make the right decisions about whether and when and how they should sacrifice. And there's deep concern that in this instance, the decision is a wrong one. Part of it is a failure to really grapple with history. In the hearings in this committee, I've heard over and over again, and I've heard the President, Secretary of Defense talk about Iran's bad actions since 1979. And everything that's been said about Iran's bad actions are true. But there's a lot of the story that folks don't talk about. History didn't begin in 1979. Iran and the United States were allies in World War II. One of the pivotal events in World War II was the Tehran Conference, where President Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, Joseph Stalin met in Tehran to guarantee Iran independence, stable borders, and sovereignty. Iran loved the United States. The United States led a coup to topple the democratically elected government of Iran in 1953 during the Eisenhower administration. The United States propped up a dictatorship, the Shah of Iran, trained the secret police, the Savak, that tortured, exiled, imprisoned, killed Iranians by the thousands. And 26 years after that, there was a revolution, 1979. And yes, then it was death to America. The U.S. funding a dictatorship and toppling a democratic elected government led to an Iran that has been very hostile. And all the events my colleagues have talked about since then are accurate. But just as Iran seized our embassy in violation of international law, then the United States funded Saddam Hussein for Iraq to wage war against Iran in the 1980s, killing hundreds of thousands of Iranians. And just as Iran funded proxies that bombed a Marine barracks on our embassy in Beirut, the USS Navy shot down an Iranian civilian aircraft in 1989, killing 290 civilians. And the U.S. invaded Iran's next-door neighbors to topple their government. And then, yes, Iranians attacked U.S. troops arrayed near their border, and we've attacked and killed their leadership. I'm not saying that Iran is good. Iran is horrible. Horrible to its neighbors, horrible to people outside its borders, and even worse to its own people. But if you ignore the history of the back and forth between the U.S. and Iran, you will not get this right. If more war between the U.S. and Iran were the answer, we would have found the answer sometime between 1953 and now. Here's something I think it's important for my colleagues to know. We did look for a path, a diplomatic path, to end this hostility that's been going on since 1953. And President Trump tore up a diplomatic deal over the advice of his Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State. And many of us said at the time, if you do this, it is likely to lead to Americans dying. If you make diplomacy impossible, you will make war inevitable. And I believe the troops who have been killed in Epic Fury would be alive today if the United States had not decided to abandon a diplomatic deal. Admiral Cooper, and to my colleagues on the committee, here's something that's pretty amazing that we shouldn't settle for. The administration is refusing to allow members of this committee to see the OLC opinion stating the legal case for war. We've always had the ability. We're armed services members. We're being asked to fund a $1.5 trillion budget, but our request to the DOJ to see the OLC opinion justifying this war, they have refused to allow members of the Armed Services Committee to see it. U.S. senators, appropriators, we're not allowed to see it. What are they hiding? If they will not allow us to see the legal rationale for the war, what are they hiding? And Mr. Charles just conclude and say, I hope we might, as a committee, whatever our agreements about the wisdom or the legality of the war, I hope we might, as a committee, agree that we should at least, in a classified setting, be able to read the legal opinion upon which this entire 76-day war is based. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Senator. You have
Act Americans or their service members 350 times. Does that surprise you that I would say that? That I don't believe the everyday American going to work knew that?
It's disappointing, but between the actions of proxies in throughout the region and being a regional power to have from a military
continent, they are much reduced from what in order to give.
Hold on.
but have been supplemented elsewhere.
Building 5 million drones.
Corporation with the U.S. Trade Development Agency, military grants, training.
With a very small footprint and very small amount of resources, punched way above their weight class and have outsized impacts on the continent. What we just did in African Lion in Morocco was significant in our largest exercise on the continent of bringing over 40 nations together to include over 36 African countries and nations as far away as Brazil and Japan. That ability to convene is one of the great powers of the United States, and it differentiates us from many others. So I am proud of the fact that we can do that and that we can not just pursue our own readiness, but actually bring multiple nations together to address common threats.
Thanks, both of you, and thanks to all the men and women that work for you.
Thank you very much, Senator. We have Shaheen and then Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you to both of you for being
can't
here
wait for her.
and for your service. I wanted to pick up on Senator King's questions about the closing of so much of our foreign assistance in Africa, General Anderson. And Senator Wicker asked what we're seeing in terms of China. I have a couple of examples that I think are worth pointing out how much that has meant in terms of China's ability to make inroads, because China has actually eclipsed Russia as the largest weapons exporter to sub-Saharan Africa, which I'm sure you're aware of. And 70% of all African armies now operate vehicles from the PRC as opposed to the United States. Beijing's looking to expand military grants, training, and joint exercises between the PRC and African countries. And we don't have the kind of foreign assistance soft power that we did before the elimination of USAID. But you mentioned General Anderson.
You would have had better soft power if you hadn't just wanted to go in and rob and steal from Africa. If you just didn't want to do that, if you wanted to make investments into Africa, we may have had more power. Thank God you did.
That you've taken on a foreign commercial service officer, which I think is a really interesting idea. And as you're aware, I'm sure, at INDOPACOM, Admiral Paparo has really used this to good advantage, coordinating with the State Department, with the Development Finance Corporation, with the U.S. Trade Development Agency, and the Millennium Challenge Corporation to identify potential projects to work on in that AOR. So can you talk a little bit more about how you're identifying development projects and whether you need any other authorizations from Congress or support for this effort from us so that you can help implement the kind of coordination that's going on in INDOPACOM?
Senator, yes, I very much appreciate your interest here, because this is an area I think is emerging on the continent with just the demographics of the continent and the growing economies. Being able to identify the intersection of security and economics is absolutely vital. All of the agencies you mentioned are ones that we are coordinating with to make sure that those investments go into the continent and have the greatest effect, but they're also informed by what are the security implications. So sometimes it may not have the same economic return, but that return may come in security. And that's where we come in, is being able to convene some of these different agencies as well as private industry to be able to articulate what those security concerns are, what those implications are, and then also the fact that we are able to execute exercises and other things around the continent helps go into the calculus of those investments and buy down some of that risk. So that is what we're looking to develop.
So do those agencies routinely check with you if there's a major project that they're looking to fund in Africa?
So historically, no, and that's why we're standing up a very small unit within the headquarters in order to have that point where they can help facilitate these discussions, because often they didn't know where to have them.
And is that something that Congress can be helpful with in terms of trying to encourage that sort of coordination?
I think there are ways that encouraging that coordination would be very helpful in being able to articulate this across the committees that oversee these various agencies and understanding how that interrelation of national power can come together, that it's not always the military lever that produces a security outcome, but being able to have that dialogue, I think, would be critical. The other area that I think would be very helpful also is incentive structures that help energize our industrial base to help produce the equipment that our partners want. They would much prefer to buy U.S. equipment, but often our systems take so long and are so long to deliver because often the incentive structure is not there, that they turn to China out of necessity, not because of desire. They often see that as inferior equipment, and they would much prefer to buy American. We need to incentivize our industrial base to meet that demand.
Yeah, I agree. And as you know, it's an issue, not just in that respect, but in a whole lot of other.
Time's up, Gene. Time's up. Time's up.
Ukrainians have passed us that have helped us.
Whether our allies and partners find that kind of support helpful from the Ukrainians?
Senator, I think most significantly, we adopted a large number of tactics, techniques, and procedures that the Ukrainians have passed us that have helped us defend Americans. And all of our partners are working with Ukraine in some way, shape, or form. I'd really defer to them, let them talk about it. But are they more effective as a result? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I want to again take a moment to highlight the true costs, both for the military and everyday Americans, of the president's illegal war with Iran and summarize how we got here. 13 brave U.S. soldiers have been killed and more than 400 have been wounded. The DoD is now estimating that this war has cost over $29 billion and costing more every single day. The continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which somehow caught the president by surprise, is directly contributing to the growing affordability crisis that Americans are facing. And negotiations are at a stalemate, but it's becoming clear. This president's plan is to attempt to secure an agreement that looks very similar to the 2015 JCPOA, which my colleague, Senator King, referred to.
I would be remiss if the last agreement that J.D. Vance made before the strike in February, J.D. Vance had made a deal that he was going to return $8 billion back to Iran. So the next time you hear 45, 47, talk about the JCPO deal that President Obama made, and talk about all of the airplanes full of money without telling you this was Iran's own money that the United States had held up in sanctions. The amount of money that they got back during the Obama administration, which was their money, was $1 billion. J.D. Vance was negotiating a deal that would have given them $8 billion of their own money back. So let's call a thing a thing. They tried to have you think that Obama paid them your tax dollars, like Obama did what they have been doing with Israel, paying them in your tax dollar. No. So let's get back to this.
Which is to attempt to secure an facing. And negotiations are at a stalemate, but it's becoming clear. This president's plan is to attempt to secure an agreement that looks very similar to the 2015 JCPOA, which my colleague, Senator King, referred to, which this president recklessly tore up in 2018. As you recall, the JCPOA, which was an agreement that also included countries, not just us, it included France, the UK, Germany, China, and Russia. And the JCPOA put limits on Iran's nuclear program with a rigorous inspection and monitoring program run by the IAEA, all of which was tossed out by President Trump. And while that agreement did have a sunset clause, what we should have done was work diplomatically with our allies to extend it. Instead, here we are, engaged in another endless war in the Middle East, no end in sight, that is driving up costs, undermining military readiness, and alienating our allies with neither a clear rationale for starting the conflict, which the president originally said, oh, well, then maybe there'll be regime change. And now he seems to have landed on preventing a nuclear capable Iran, which was exactly what the JCPOA was intended to do. Admiral Cooper, did the president ever explain to you why he tore up the JCPOA?
Senator, that's a policy matter that I would have expected anyone to discuss
He never
with me.
explained to you why he tore up the JCPOA. He either explained it to you or he
Senator, I
didn't.
was
I'm
in
not
a-
asking you for the actual conversation, but did he happen to explain to you why he did something which led to the very nuclear crisis that we're now confronting regarding Iran and their enriched uranium?
Senator, I was in a completely different assignment when this occurred 8 years ago.
So apparently the president didn't have a discussion with anybody. In fact, it was a unilateral decision that he made. Now, you have vast experience, Admiral, and the Navy, et cetera. And before we attacked Iran, did it cross your mind that Iran may close the Strait of Hormuz?
Senator, as you know, one of my responsibilities as a combatant commander is to generate a wide range of options with associated risks and opportunities, present those to the Secretary and the President. I think it'd be inappropriate to talk about what those specifically
Well,
are.
I'm just asking
but we
whether
always make them very comprehensively.
Excuse me. I'm asking whether with your experience, the thought that should we attack Iran, that they would close the Strait of Hormuz, did that cross your mind?
Senator, I've transited
or no?
through the Strait about 100 times. I think of the Strait of Hormuz virtually every day.
So is that a yes?
I
That
think-
you
I think
are
it
very
has-
aware that the Strait of Hormuz, the very thing that happened, that is something that you contemplated happening. I hope that is the case because with your experience, I have to conclude that you contemplated that possibility. So you did mention that our diplomats are engaged in the negotiations. Well, who are those diplomats?
Senator, I really would refer to the White House, who specifically is engaged.
Well, apparently the diplomats are Jared Kushner, who I don't think even works for our country, and Mr. Whitlock, Steve Whitlock, who happens to be I don't think he has a lot of experience engaging in these kinds of negotiations. So here we are.
He doesn't.
The JCPOA, which was a very intense, the results of very intense negotiations among many countries. And for us to act as though the idea of a nuclear Iran is
Kushner and Whitcroft, they're looking for a handout, this class of people usually do. It's in their culture to look for handouts and free shit and be able to enrich themselves. They're not looking out for this country. They're looking out for themselves.
just something that occurred to President Trump and not to his predecessors is pretty ridiculous. And in fact, we had in place a regime that was intended to do that very thing, which was to prevent a nuclear Iran. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. Senator Cotton.
Gentlemen, thank you for your appearance and your service to our nation, and many thanks to all the troops that you represent in the United States and our.
Get out of this.
Good one.
I'm going to give a good
one.
Or the Houthis, Chapter 2.
Are we gonna talk about
There's been
Houthis
zero
again?
trade going into or out of Iran.
What the blockade,
going back,
and just finally ambitions.
It since to be seen of what Iran, but
they're years and years away from reconstituting, if at all, rebuilding their navy. Barack Obama.
thank you, gentlemen, for being here, and thank you for what you're doing.
What does Barack Obama have anything to do with this other than you're a white nationalist? Cotton? What does Barack Obama have to do with any of this other than y'all throughout his successful agreement? and that you're a white nationalist and you're mad about it. And let's look at the chest of this commander. How do you think he feels every time he has to report to this fool, Pete Kegbreath, with a desecrated American flag in his pocket square to emulate some type of stripes that he got in the military, and all it is a folded up, desecrated American flag. And look at the chest.
I'm going to direct my questions to General Cooper. I'm sorry, Admiral Cooper.
30 months preceding Epic Fury.
Compare this to the pocket square that Pete Kegbreath has in his pockets. And this man has to report to Pete Kegbreath. This is how much of a joke this administration is. This is who's reporting to Kegbreath with a folded up American flag in his pocket square to make it seems like he has some military authority. Are we watching this? Do we see what we see here? Let's continue. Let's get back to her. She usually does a great round of questioning. Not this buffoon. Here we go.
I'm going to give a good pass to my fellow Michigander from Ypsi, Michigan. We're happy to see you in service. Thank you for what you're doing, and you're always welcome back home when you retire. I think I feel like whatever feelings I have about the imminence of the threat from Iran or not, we want our military to come through this war as successfully and safely as possible. I am interested in making sure we get out of this quickly and safely. And I have actually no doubt that with all the firepower we've used in this war, that we've degraded their nuclear capability, their ballistic missile capability, their terrorism capability. And as someone who served 3 tours in Iraq, I saw that terrorism up close and personal. But it is hard to say, sitting here with the Strait of Hormuz closed and every American feeling a deep, deep spike in the price of gas, and that we're only in the beginning of that we can't say we are overall better off until that strait is opened. And while I believe we could militarily open the straits, it seems to me that the Iranians have strategic geography. They have the ability, even though it's degraded, to project power onto things like the oil infrastructure in places like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or anywhere they want, further hurting the world economy, the United States. Do you believe, is that correct, that while militarily we may be able to physically open the straits, that they still retain the ability to affect infrastructure in the region and therefore kind of have a veto power over the world economy right now?
Keep them honest, girl.
So from a military perspective, I would characterize Iran as having a remnant capability across multiple domains. In terms of veto power, I'd really would defer to policymakers for that characterization.
But sorry, can they strike oil infrastructure across the Persian Gulf?
They have a very moderate, if not small, capability to continue strikes. And we, of course, have accordingly prepared for such a contingency.
The answer is
okay,
yes.
But if we have the power to militarily open the straits and their threat is, quote, moderate or small, why wouldn't we just do it?
So I really would defer to policymakers in this particular matter. And the strait clearly is in the middle of the negotiation being undertaken now.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to me that they still certainly have, it may be diminished power, but if the United States military is not physically opening the straits right now, it's because the Iranians do have the real capability to affect strikes in or drone strikes into the Gulf countries, affecting their oil infrastructure and sending the price of oil worldwide even higher.
know
So,
what you mean,
it
girl.
may be diminished, but it's real capability unless I'm missing something.
We know what you mean, girl.
Can you describe for me, I'm very sensitive
does
about the way that countries like Russia or China may be enabling the Iranians to target and kill American forces or to provide intelligence on their locations in real or near real time. Is it fair to say that the Chinese are providing intelligence to the Iranians to help them target U.S. forces?
Not only is it
So I
fair,
think best
it's
to talk
factual.
about anything regarding intelligence in a classified manner.
Not only
What I
is
can
it
say
fair,
is
it's
the Iranian military is largely made up of Russian and Chinese equipment.
Okay. I think, it feels like either Chinese government and or Chinese companies are helping and aiding and abetting the Iranians in providing that information. I understand we don't want to go into the details, but some of this is like out in open press. I would just say I personally feel like that crosses a Rubicon.
It's obvious.
Anytime we have another country providing that kind of intelligence to an adversary, I think that should play very heavily in our calculus and our conversations. I know the president is with the Chinese government right now, but I hope that no matter what party we're from, that's just a Rubicon. We all believe once you cross it, we're in a very different conversation. And I hope that's playing out in Beijing. I yield back, Chairman.
No, it's not.
Thank you, Senator Banks.
Beijing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
all.
Admiral
Not
Cooper,
one
any update at all on activities in Afghanistan? Increased activity from ISIS or any other groups that concern you? Anything at all that you can tell us?
Senator, just thank you for the question. Afghanistan remains on the forefront of what we're watching in terms of terrorist activity. I think best to address that in a classified forum. For right now, our partnerships in the region are suppressing that threat.
Can you give any update at all
of capability
from their jobs?
They're
Now, we're in the middle of a fucking war with Iran, and this Republican shield wants to talk about any updates on Afghanistan. This shield wants to talk about everything except the facts of what is going on here and today. Imagine that.
Integrated in other capacities. They retain other capacities.
What did those 9 individuals?
Looks like there's a larger component.
My
beginning of this.
Well put. Thank you very much. That's all I have. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kelly, and then Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Cooper, General Anderson, thank you both for being here today. Admiral Cooper, I want to start with you. I've got questions for both of you, but I want to talk a little bit about the civilian harm mitigation team at CENTCOM. My understanding is that you've gone from 10 down to 1 as part of a department-wide reduction in Chimmer, that their role is to try to minimize harm to civilians when we're conducting combat operations. Is that correct? You've gone from 10 to 1?
Yes, sir. That's the billet. There's a larger component to this. Over a course of years, we've gone from compliance to civilian casualties and risk mitigation being just part of the culture. There are dozens, if not hundreds of people who are involved in this process.
What did those 9 individuals do who were removed from their jobs?
They're now integrated in other capacities. They retain other capacities in the joint, what we would call joint.
But what were they doing when they were part of the civilian harm mitigation team?
They're playing a key role in helping us move from compliance to culture on CIFCAS, focusing on it every day, which they continue to do.
So by your estimates, how many civilians have been killed or injured over the course of this war?
The investigation on the one incident that we've had after more than 13,000 strikes is still underway. We'll certainly be transparent, release that when we can. This is a matter that I'm passionate about. I'd like to use the occasion to invite you, other members of the committee, and your staffs to Tampa to take a look at what our targeting process looks like.
If you were to find out that there was an error in the targeting process. Would you reinstate some of those people that were removed from that team?
Sir, it's a hypothetical. I think I'm always looking to organize to purpose, and we'll just see what the investigation.
Are you taking any additional steps now because of the civilian casualties to date?
We have taken additional steps. Our additional steps have been very.
Okay, so here we are. We are getting to the moment where you are about to understand that strike on that girls' school, that they pretend like they don't know what happened, what is going on. It is being investigated, and we're trying to find out. That was day one of this illegal war that happened. Now, it is also being said that was done with a Tomahawk missile. The only person in that region, people in that region who could have hit with that missile is the United States. That is also being reported. Now, you heard Pete Kegbreath say we're investigating it, and we recently had a budget meeting where they again asked Kegbreath about that, and he once again said that they were still investigating it. That was about 2 weeks ago. You are going to find out right now that there is, in fact, no investigation upon any of these strikes, these bad strikes. There is no investigation, including on this girls' school.
Proactive throughout Epic Fury. Our staff specifically warned the Iranian people more than 100 times about the threat of them being used as human shields. I personally warned the Iranian people on March.
We warned them. We said don't use any human shields. You struck a school. You struck a school. Now you're talking about human shields that you warned them. You struck a school.
March 8th, 11th, and the 23rd, that they were typically warned the Iranian people more than 100 times about the threat of them being used as human shields. I personally warned the Iranian people on March 8th, 11th, and the 23rd that they had the potential to be human shields, and that communication was very effective. So again, we're moving not just targeting, but a proactive measures to minimize.
All right. Well, thank you for doing that. General Anderson, so China and Russia continue to expand their influence across Africa. We discussed this with misinformation, disinformation across many African countries. You requested $94 million for information operation activities. You were promised, and this is in fiscal year 26, you were promised $25 million from the department. You ultimately received only $19 million. Can you talk about the difference between having $19 million to do that job and $94 million? Like, what are you able to do if you were fully funded? General Anderson, I get it. I mean, we see this stuff all the time. The amount of misinformation that comes from the Chinese and the Russians, it is a huge problem. But if you could just explain to us a little bit about what you could do if you had the full request.
Senator, I think the key point there is right now we are in a reactionary mode to propaganda and to other information operations to what we can do at the moment. What the fuller funding would do, especially if it's consistent over time, would allow us to build an information campaign and address these issues across the continent. We're one of the few organizations that looks across the entirety of the continent and can understand how these propaganda and misinformation play across borders. We work very closely with the State Department and U.S. embassies on this to make sure our messaging is key, but this would allow us to do is help coordinate that messaging across regions and across the continent to highlight the issues that come with this misinformation, especially as much of it is destabilizing the democracies across the region.
Do you ever feel like we should be countering some of their disinformation with disinformation of our own?
Sir, I think the most powerful tool we have is the truth. What America brings is very unique. We're still a beacon of hope and light in the world. And I think we should be willing to talk about who we are. This is America's 250th anniversary. There's a long history on the continent that is, I mean, it's good and bad, but there's a lot of good that we can talk about of what America brings. The fact that John C. Robinson founded the Tuskegee Airmen, 2 years later founded the Ethiopian Air Force, and then went on to found Ethiopian Airlines, which is now the pride not only of Ethiopia, but Africa. It's not a story that's well known, but that is a tie that we have had between the aviation communities for years. There are multiple stories like that across the continent that we need to propagate and talk about. So I would say we should focus on the goodness and the positivity of engaging.
Pete Kegbreath will not allow you to talk about it in his white supremacy Department of Defense.
With America and worry less about the disinformation that our partners put out, but we have to engage in this environment. We have to be active in the information space.
So you got about 25% of the requests. So if you got the full amount, you could put more out there, positive stuff that the United States is doing. And I know these are, challenging times with resources, even beyond what DOD has, USAID and others. But do you think that would be sufficient to counter Chinese and Russian misinformation?
Senator, I think information operations is one of the lower cost investments that we can make that have outsized return and help amplify the limited resources we have in the military side and highlight the benefits that those provide. And being able to talk about that broadly, I do think has outside proportion. So small investments can have large impact. And this is an area of information where I think we can make a lot of gains, even despite our smaller physical presence, that can highlight the totality of what the United States brings.
I 100%.
Y'all, man. Hit the like button while you're here. Double tap your phone. Hit the like button. Subscribe, if you will.
I agree with you, General. And we should really look into getting you the resources you need to do this job. Thank you.
General Anderson, I 100% agree with you. Senator Gillibrand.
Admiral Cooper, we had Secretary Hegseth here a week or so ago, and we did not get satisfactory answers about Iran. So what is your mission in Iran right now?
Senator, with Epic Fury now formally ended per the president's notification, we shifted our mission to a blockade mission in the following day, and we're implementing that mission in accordance with international armed conflict. That's our main mission today, as well as to be ready for a broad range of contingencies.
And do you feel that President Trump's declaration that we have obliterated all of Iran's capabilities and their nuclear program, is that accurate?
Senator, I speak from a military perspective. We have significantly degraded their drone, missile, and naval capabilities. We've fractured their command and control. We've eliminated the large preponderance of their space program. They, by every measure, are degraded significantly across all measures of national power.
So what's your exit strategy to end the conflict with Iran?
Senator, that's a policy decision.
And don't you have to offer the president various exit strategies so he knows how to get from A to B?
Senator, consistent with my statutory obligations, I provided a broad range of options along with risks and mitigations through the Secretary.
So given your current mission, how many more days, weeks, months, years are we going to be at war with Iran?
Well, as we sit here today, we are in a ceasefire, and the way ahead will be determined by our policymakers.
Well, currently, we are still spending $1 billion a day on this war with Iran. And I can tell you from my New York constituents, they're furious about it because $1 billion a day could be lowering their housing costs, lowering their food costs, lowering their healthcare costs, lowering the cost of everyday expenses that continue to go up because of the war in Iran. With the price of gas as high as it is, the price of diesel as high as it is, it means everything that they have to buy for their families is more expensive. So we expect from our military leaders a plan about why and how long we are going to be spending $1 billion a day. And I have not seen that plan or the why from President Trump or Secretary Hegseth. So I'm hoping, as the military person in charge of operations, that you have a plan to end this war and to stop spending $1 billion a day.
Senator, we have a broad range of plans and contingencies consistent with my obligation to provide that advice, both the Secretary and the President. We've done so. Decisions will be made by our civilian leadership, and my job will be to execute them.
The second concern I have, Admiral Cooper, is how we've prosecuted this war to date. We have data and information publicly available in publications like the New York Times that 22 schools have been hit, hospitals, dozens of hospitals have been hit. We have regulations. We have the law of war. We have human rights obligations. We have our own targeting requirements to avoid civilian harm and death. Have you been implementing all the laws that are required under current law to minimize civilian death?
No,
Senator,
he
we
hasn't.
have executed
No.
every operation
No, he hasn't.
consistent with the law of armed conflict. The subject of civilian casualties is a particular passion of mine. We pay attention to it. We follow all the procedures and have gone above and beyond to, in my case, personally warn the Iranian people of several instances during conflict where they were being
If
potentially
they've
used as
been
human
warned,
targets.
how did we then bomb 22 schools?
There's no indication that we have that has been corroborated.
How many
Zero.
schools have we bombed?
There is one active civilian casualty investigation from the 13,629 munitions.
So how do you explain the publicly available information that 22 schools have been hit and multiple hospitals?
There's no way that we can corroborate that. No indication of that whatsoever, Senator.
There's no way you can corroborate or no indication of it? Which one?
No indication.
Well, the indication is what's publicly available. There is indication. Have you investigated those claims?
We have not.
Why have you not? If this is a passion of yours, if you believe that the civilian casualties are not consistent with the law of war and not consistent.
Well, if I investigate it and find out it's true, I'm going to have to tell the truth. So I'm just going to act like, hey, I don't know if that's true or not.
With human rights obligations that our military regularly follows with great pride and great diligence. Why have you not investigated those allegations when they're publicly being made on the cover of the New York Times?
I'll be happy to take a look at each instance.
I would like a
Will be able
report.
to do that.
I would like a report from you, from your team, about whether there have been attacks that have resulted in the destruction of schools and hospitals. And if so, why? And how then last have you managed the 90% cut to the personnel who are supposed to avoid civilian targets?
Happy to provide any report, and I would invite you and every staff member here to come to Tampa to look at the process to see exactly how it works.
Thank you. Thank you, Admiral.
No investigation. Let me see if there's Tammy Duckworth. Let's hear her.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Admiral Cooper, the Senate received a letter from President Trump on Friday, May 1st, stating that hostilities with Iran have ended, and you just stated here that we are no longer operating under Operation Urgent Fury. Would you say that we are still engaged in hostilities with Iran, or have they ended?
Consistent with the president's letter, those Epic Fury is complete. We are operating under international armed conflict rules in the implementation of the blockade.
So are we engaged in hostilities with Iran, yes or no?
We are not. We're in a ceasefire.
The Strait of Hormuz remains blocked, right? You're engaged in a blockade, are you not?
The blockade is against Iranian ports, commerce going in and coming out. It is the last thing we would want to do is blockade the Strait of Hormuz. And as we've seen in the last week, there have been instances of ships coming in and out, including our own.
But under international law, a blockade is an act of war. So if you're actively blockading Iran, then you are engaged in we are currently in an act of war with Iran under international law. That a blockade is one of the definitions of an act of war under international law.
Consistent with the direction we've been given, those characterizations are best done through the department's legal counsel.
It's not characterization, it's international law. It's listed. A blockade is an act of war. We've now engaged in the United States and the United States and Iranian forces are trading fire as they continue to launch missiles, drones from our boat stacks. President Trump himself says the ceasefire is on life support.
Yes, love taps. Nobody told you those are love taps, according to President Trump, shooting missiles at Iran. Those were just love taps.
And he repeatedly threatens to renew U.S. military strikes. And to be clear, no one is disputing the valor and professionalism of our military. But the civilian leaders are abdicating their responsibility to craft a clear strategy, and service members and the American people are the ones who will suffer under this leadership vacuum. Admiral Cooper, before Operation Epic Fury began, what desired end state for the operation were you given by your civilian leadership?
Senator, I was given crystal clear guidance. Our military mission was to degrade Iran's ability to project power on its neighbors and U.S. interests. It included three specific objectives: degrade Iranian ballistic missiles and their defense industrial base, degrade their drones in the defense industrial base, degrade their Navy, and the defense industrial base. All of those were achieved as I've discussed.
And because they were achieved, that's why the operation ended, or did the operation end because the president said, let's end operation?
Operations commencing and ending
I didn't
are made
know.
by our civilian leadership and not a military decision.
Okay, well, that civilian leadership, President Trump has provided many possible end states in only 2 months, including in just 2 months, he said unconditional surrender and regime change in Iran, which have not happened. He's talked about, okay, operations will end when there's destruction of Iranian nuclear sites, allegedly already accomplished last summer under Operation Midnight Hammer. He has also said that Iran will never have nuclear weapons, which cannot be accomplished with only a bombing campaign. He said that his goal is to destroy the Iranian military forces and infrastructure completely, which the intelligence community assesses has not happened. And now he said that it's a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which, as a reminder, was open before the war began. So if we don't know what we're fighting for, we certainly don't know how long we'll be fighting. Admiral Cooper, what have you been given? Have you been given any timeline for how long our forces will be in the Strait of Hormuz or near Iran or blockading Iran, whether by a timeline or a condition, an end state, for how long you'll be blockading Iran?
Senator, I think it's important from a military perspective that my advice related to options be provided to both the Secretary and the President. We've done that. The decisions on timeline and execution are up to our civilian leadership.
Okay. So you mentioned the Secretary of Defense, who only talks tactics, and a president who changes his strategy on social media multiple times a day. This is who's giving you the orders. Secretary Hegseth has touted the destruction of tens of thousands of targets across Iran. He said that Iran's air defenses are flattened, his words, and its industrial base overwhelmingly destroyed, and claims that Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea. Every metric that the Secretary offers is one of destruction, and destruction alone is not an end state, especially not with new public reporting that U.S. intelligence officials believe Iran has operational access to most of its missile capacity, and that Iran is clearly still capable of controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Americans are not safer. Our service members are at risk. Prices at home are higher, and Iran has more control over the Strait and global economy than it did before this whole thing started. The American people, our service members, deserve clear answers. What does done with the war look like, and how do we get there? We have no strategy. As we saw in Afghanistan, if you don't have a sound strategy, you keep doing tactics forever. This is not your fault, but this is where we are. And Admiral Cooper, have you been asked for your advice, and under what conditions would you advise deploying ground troops for any purpose in Iran?
Senator, I think it would be inappropriate to talk about any contingency planning in this particular forum. It's my obligation as a combatant commander to provide a broad range of options through the Secretary and to the President.
Can you answer that question for me in the skiff at a later time?
I'd be more than happy to talk about anything classified.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Oh, look at the anger in the chat. You're angry because she's stating facts that you cannot refute. This has nothing to do with Democrats. This has to do with a war where lives are in jeopardy for this foolish administration. You are mad because she is saying out loud what you're too ignorant to understand. And you hate to hear all of the lies that you've been told in succession, and it makes you feel some type of way. It makes you feel inferior because you're dumb. You're a Trump voter. You're supposed to feel inferior. He told you that he liked the uneducated, ignorant voter. He told you he does not consider anything about your finance when it comes to this war. You should feel inferior. He wants you to feel that way. Let's continue.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I didn't.
Iran's first moves would be those orders, and they have demonstrated that about how myself and I think everybody on this panel, we appreciate the incredible professionalism of the men and women in uniform and the job that they do every day with professionalism and heroism, and thank you for doing that. But we do have a number of questions about how we win this war and end it going forward. And those are usually political questions related to political leadership. The men and women in uniform execute those orders, and they have demonstrated that they're certainly the best in the world. But Admiral Cooper, you mentioned The current mission right now is basically the U.S. blockade of Iranian ships or ships that are transiting the Straits of Hormuz to Iranian ports. That's in response to Iran basically effectively shutting down the Strait of Hormuz before that. As you know, experts across the political spectrum and multiple political administrations have all agreed that a war against Iran's first moves would be to mine the Straits of Hormuz to prevent tanker traffic. But despite these known risks and repeated claims that the DoD has planned, and I'm sure you have plans. I've been to the War College. I've served in the Navy. There are no shortage of plans that we have. That you have plans to deal with the closing of the strait. We had 4 minesweepers that were stationed in the Middle East were just retired last year. And our remaining minesweepers were either stationed in Japan or not pre-positioned in the region. This is despite public reporting that we currently already have limited unmanned mine clearance capacity. And reports from the New York Times and Reuters has also indicated that Iran still has hundreds, if not thousands, of small boats that can lay mines or perform hit and run attacks on top of their existing land missiles and drones, which I'm sure they're building at a furious pace right now to restock what they have. And this is on top of existing land missiles and drones. The American people, as we all know, are already paying higher prices in the United States. Inflation is up as a result of chaotic tariffs that President Trump has put into place. And now, thanks to this war and the Straits closure, they're paying high gas prices that continue to rise as well, putting a strain on family budgets. So my question for you is, if there was advanced planning, and I'm sure there was advanced planning about the Straits closure, why were the minesweepers not pre-positioned in the region when it had been publicly reported that we already have limited unmanned mine clearance capacities? When you have a plan, usually before you execute the plan, you make sure that all your assets are in place to actually execute that plan. So it's curious that those assets were not there. Why?
Senator, I think best to talk specific tactics and operations in a classified environment. What I can say here is we did have
Ain't nothing classified about a failure. You've already failed in not having the minesweepers there. So what's so classified now? It's not classified that if you want us to believe that you thought that the Strait of Hormuz could possibly be closed, you'd prepare for it. We know that you did not prepare for it. The question is, why, since you already knew? What's classified about a failure?
Sufficient and continue to have sufficient mine clearance capability in the theater. Because it happened to not be in those 4 vessels that were decommissioned after decades of service, I think is an interesting point. The support and the ability to conduct countermining comes in a lot of different flavors, best to discuss in a classified environment.
And I don't mean to get into that. I understand that totally. You don't want to do it, but it's clear that there is a concern about mines. We aren't seeing ships go through there. Commercial companies do not want to go through the straits. They're not going to put their ships at risk, so they don't feel safe. To me, that speaks volumes as to whether or not it's safe, that there is a real concern there. And we know that the Iranians have significant capabilities to deal with that. You know, I asked a previous question related to strategy and really talked about von Clausewitz on war, which is, as you know, the seminal text on strategy that is taught in all the war colleges. And you know it better than I will ever know it. The concept of that is that in order to win a war, you've got to know the center of gravity of your enemy, and you have to be focused on able to neutralize that. What is the center of gravity in Iran? How are you planning? And that's a military decision as to what is the center of gravity. That's the kind of advice you would give a president. What is the center of gravity?
So I'd really would defer to our policymakers to determine what they view from a policy perspective as the center of gravity. From a military perspective, we're focused on achieving military objectives, which is exactly what our men and women have done, and they've done it extremely well.
Well, you do, as you know, and every war plan has a center of gravity that you identify, and then you work around that. So there is the war plan that we have for Iran would have the center of gravity. Well, why can't you share what that is? That's in the past. It's been before we knew the center of gravity in the Persian Gulf War for Iraq. Colin Powell said it was the Republican Guard troops, Iraq's elite unit there. Obama administration in Afghanistan, Admiral Mike Mullen defined the center of gravity as building Afghan government support. They made this public. They weren't hiding the center of gravity, and our enemy knows what our center of gravity is, and we know what theirs is. There's no reason to keep that secret because the American people have a right to know what is it that we're trying to accomplish, and that's outlined very clearly in that term, a part of every military plan that is put forward.
Yes, sir. I agree. Every war plan has a center of gravity, and those war plans are classified. I'd be more than happy to talk about it in a classified environment.
Fair enough.
Is there anything else? Is there anyone else that I don't think she's gonna ask worthwhile questions? Is there anybody else? No one else? No one else? I know you're not gonna ask me. Let's see what she's talking about.
Real UAE and others who are also under attack?
Senator, I have all the munitions necessary to both defend our forces as well as conduct a broad range of contingencies. Our partners also have the sufficient munitions necessary for defensive
Do you have
operations.
estimates about how long it would take us to replenish or rebuild our stockpile?
I would really defer to the folks who do this on an everyday basis, both in the department and the services.
You don't have a simple or roundabout answer.
Thank you. I'm going to continue on you, and then we'll move over to General Anderson in a minute because I want to just take a moment to talk about Lebanon, because I do appreciate that you've applauded the Lebanese armed forces for their efforts to disarm Hezbollah. While the current effort in conflict has demonstrated the extent to which Hezbollah is rearmed, a strong Lebanese armed forces remains the best pathway for Lebanon through which Hezbollah can be disarmed once and for all, and we know that needs to happen. So what can the U.S. do to support the Lebanese armed forces to ensure that they have the necessary capacity to disarm Hezbollah while also holding them accountable?
Senator, taking on the disarmament of Hezbollah is a tall order. They've been funded by Iran for decades with billions of dollars, and Hezbollah is inculcated into every fabric of the Lebanese society. I think right now our continued commitment with modest dollars to the Lebanese armed forces is helpful. They have, in particular, several units who can do more. We have to be, I believe our commitment could be to provide the funding necessary so that they can do more.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to AFRICOM now, General Anderson, because ISIS and Al-Qaeda affiliates, well, we know they've spanned the African continent. And so understanding, of course, this is an open setting, can you talk about the extent to which these franchises, that they work cross borders within local settings to coordinate with one another, and the threat that this poses to our priorities in the regions? And do you think there's a need for a comprehensive CT strategy on the continent? And if so, could you outline again, considering it's an open setting, broadly?
You want to talk about your positioning, what you should be doing on the continent when it comes to fighting for territories and wealth in these territories, but you never wanted to talk about fighting for aid in on this continent. With that, I really have been on here way longer than I expected to be on here. But before I leave, I wanted to make sure I ask you to please like the video, tap your phone twice to like the video, share, and subscribe. And I would be remiss if I didn't leave you with this a little piece of information. I believe this is it. Yes, I would be remiss if I didn't leave you with this piece of information right here. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at yourself. You were warned about this
There are
man.
economic
But what
alarm
did you do?
bells going off right now.
I don't know.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are Americans' financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates.
Did you say earlier that the only thing that matters to you when it comes to Iran is a nuclear weapon? You're not considering the financial impact of this war on Americans?
The most important thing by far including whether our stock market, which by the way,
Oh, come to think of it, I want to add the stock market. You know, the thing that the rich people's playground, the stock market. Fuck the rest of you broke motherfuckers. That's what he said it, and that's what he meant.
is at an all-time high, but including whether or not our stock market goes up or down a little bit, the most important thing by far is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
What about
How's that
There are
working out for
economic
us?
alarm bells going off right now. Trump's ignoring them. The administration won't talk about them, but they are really serious red flags. And almost nobody even has any idea unless you are one of the people that is experiencing the following struggles. Now, let me kind of set the stage for you. The stock market can go up, and it has been, and it has been for a while.
And it affects
Corporate profits
very few
can
people.
look okay for a while. Like you look at corporations and
And
their
it
numbers
doesn't
look sort of
affect
okay.
you and how you live.
Donald Trump can stand on a dais at a lectern and yell, "This is the greatest economy ever," for a while. But if you look underneath all of that, you can find a number of very concerning indicators that regular people, just the average American, is cracking financially. And when you see this with credit cards, student loans, car payments, eventually mortgages, it is a leading indicator of a problem that is rapidly barreling towards us. Now, I mentioned this several weeks ago and earlier this week, and we now have others in the financial space starting to focus in on this stuff. Charlie Bolello, who's the chief market strategist at Creative Planning, noticed the very same problem I've been talking to you about. And he put out.
And we've been talking about this on this channel forever. People are losing their homes more than they did in the housing crisis. We talked about this statistic right here earlier about you're going to have a fool from the Trump administration with a big smile on his face talking about credit card uses through the roof, as if that is something good, that people are so broke that they have to live on their credit cards. And what's going to happen when they max out these credit cards? All right, guys, I just wanted to leave you guys with this. All of my links are in the description box. This link right here is under economic alarm, and all of my videos, all of the videos that I played on here are in my description box. Also, I do have some things that you may want to look at if you're looking on your television screen. I cannot show you the link products that I have. The link products don't have anything to do with me. These are some products that you may want to link to have in your arsenal. You know how the rich billionaires and millionaires have their little bunkers. You may want to get bunkered up for yourself. I have a couple of products there. Things like solar generators, things like potable water containers that will not let your water go bad. You really need to be thinking seriously about your future. And these are some of the small things. Watch Leave the World Behind. That's where we started off. That's what we started off in. Watch Leave the World Behind. Because no one has to shoot a rocket at the United States to totally change your whole way of life. So continue to pretend like you're hurting someone else's feelings by being dumb. But if you're watching me on your phone, I suggest you go over and take a look at some of the supplies that I have marked off for you, and just prepare yourself. Prepare yourself for however this future may turn out. It never hurts to be ready for a natural disaster or a national disaster. All right, guys, I'll be back on Monday. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate your support. You can subscribe to the channel. You can like the channel. You can share the channel. But I hope you enjoyed the show. All right, guys, I'm going to be out of here. I hope you have a great remainder of your day, and God bless you, and goodbye.